FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Poe Zaza. Seth Payne. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Let's whoop it, Sean. Got a lot of stuff going on.
ITW, baby.
Big
Best
doings.
in the world. Yep.
Rockets did the right thing, which was to snap a win streak so they don't put too much stress on themselves. The Coogs do what they do, which make it to yet another Sweet 16.
Yeah.
The Texans, they signed Trent Brown. All of those three
Spin the
things
wheel, man.
Equally significant.
Spin the wheel. Well, and Cam, and we'll get into this in deeper detail at 7 o'clock. But Cam Smith is still a Houston Astro right now. He's not a Sugarland Space Cowboy or a Corpus Christi Hook at this point.
Yeah. So I was joking about the Trent Brown significance. Cam Smith, very, very significant.
Yeah.
And also notable, John Singleton not going to be on the roster. So
right.
I don't know, probably potentially closes the chapter. He'll be back at some point.
You think?
Yeah, he'll always be back. He's going to be 57 years old at some point, and all of a sudden late in the season, John Singleton will be back as a DH.
His wife tweeted last night, and this is where the cowboy rides away. Is what she tweeted. That was all. ...
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's just going to call it a.
I don't know. It would be a shame for him to completely waste the off-season workout regimen that he went through on just a subpar spring training and then calling it a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no kidding. Or maybe he's going to be a fitness influencer.
Okay.
Dude,
okay.
I'll tell you what. You have him do a couple of videos how I lost 40 pounds and gained muscle mass. Boom.
Beats a minor league baseball salary. And that's for real. It beats a minor league baseball salary.
100%.
Yeah.
That was the big thing this weekend. The one fit guy with his morning routine of splashing his face in ice water and then rubbing them with banana peels. That's that guy probably made $2 million this weekend. So
probably.
John Singleton, same thing. Just become a fitness influencer. What if she was just randomly watching some Netflix series that dirty black bag or something, and that was she was just giving her comment about watching the last episode of this series.
It could be, except she's pretty as spouses and significant others go. She's pretty vocal on there about the baseball stuff.
She knows what's going on.
Yeah. She's got the better chance of being some sort of influencer than he does, probably.
Yeah.
So where to start here? The two basketball teams, and if we're going to pick a basketball team here locally that has a winning streak snapped, better it be the Rockets than the Coogs, because the Coogs' winning streak getting snapped would end the season. We don't need that. They're in the Sweet 16. Sweet 16.
That's how it works for the uninitiated.
Yeah, for those who don't know,
it's a single elimination tournament, folks.
Yep.
No consolation round.
One and done. 6 straight years in the Sweet 16. That's not easy, man. And I know he's had the better team probably in all those Sweet 16s than the teams he's playing. But to get through the first weekend of March Madness, 6 straight weeks or 6 straight years in a row, the one event that is built around upsets, although this year it's been very, very light on upsets, a lot of chalk this year. But kudos to Kelvin Sampson, man. And they got dealt probably the toughest 8-9 game of any of the 1 seeds. Like, Gonzaga's no joke.
Yeah, Gonzaga's underseeded.
Yeah.
Now they're not the Gonzaga of, your normal, normally once a year you tune in and you're like, oh yeah, Gonzaga, I know exactly where that is geographically. Yeah. Sure, yeah. But they're always there. Yeah, they're not quite a classic Gonzaga team, obviously, but
they're good.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say the Cougs got hosed or anything, because they did what they had to do.
They beat them.
Withstood a little bit of a surge there at the end, but for the most part, by and large, under control the whole time.
I was happy with the surge at the end because I had Gonzaga +5, so I got a push. So I was okay with that. I was okay with that. I wanted the Cougs to win, but I thought the Zags would cover. The Rockets are a different story. Now I don't want to get too upset because it is a 9-game winning streak that just ended. They've won a bunch of games in a row, but man, last night was a massive missed opportunity. This is cool. Like, they're playing meaningful games here in late March. Like, that's a meaningful. Denver is the team that's chasing you in the standings right now. You're the 2 seed. This 9-game winning streak has put them all alone in the 2 seed. And you had Denver at home last night. No Nikola Jokic, so they're missing their best player. And not only do you lose, but you lose in a way where it's like you jumped out to a 13-4 lead, and guys are walking off the court after the first time out, kind of laughing and chuckling. It felt like maybe this is a game they're going to take care of business. And then Jamal Murray just went nuts, and they had no answer for him. Their shooting stunk. They couldn't shoot all night. They got out-rebounded, which is a big deal. They're, the Rockets typically a pretty good rebounding team, but just a massive.
They got out-rebounded in the first 3 quarters, which is the big thing. They got it back in the fourth quarter, but it just wasn't. And then they were missing their shots when they did get offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
So usually the rebounding alone is all I care about with this team, the offensive rebounding. They're a bad shooting team, but they were particularly bad in the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, they made a run in the fourth quarter at this game to make it 103-97. I mean, they were trailing by anywhere from 10 to 15 points for big chunks of the second half. They cut it to 103-97, and then they had 3 straight empty possessions, and they had great looks. They had 2 wide-open threes. They went 0 for 5 in this sequence of a few possessions. And then Jamal Murray makes a bucket. It's 105-97, and the Nuggets kind of steer the ship into the shore. But it was disappointing because the missed opportunity was if they win that game, Seth, they're all alone in the 2 seed with a 3-game gap between them and the rest of that pack right there, which includes the Nuggets, with 10 games to go. And with a pretty favorable patch of schedule coming up for the next 5 games. Their last 5 games of the year are very difficult. The next 5 games are not all that difficult. So you'd have been up 3 games with 10 to go and a chance to really kind of cement yourself as the 2 seed. Obviously, nobody's catching OKC, but you could have made it to where it's going to be hard for anybody to catch you at the 2 seed, which makes all those games that you blew earlier in the year completely irrelevant because you could win all of those. You were never catching OKC. So the best you were ever going to do was the 2 seed. So that's disappointing. So now it's a 1-game lead. Denver has the tiebreaker over you as well. That was big last night. So the Rockets are going to make us sweat this a little bit, apparently.
But you know what, though, Sean? This is a team that's so far surpassed expectations, yet at the same time, consistency has been the thing that's held them back in a lot of ways. And I'd rather them being in a fight right now and like losing 1 game after a 9-game win streak. Sure, that's going to happen. You miss an opportunity without Jokic in there. But I saw a big Lakers account. I think it was on Friday, and I thought at first maybe it's a troll, but it was a big Lakers account that said the Rockets don't deserve to be the 2 seed. And I immediately got triggered. That thing which I've been trying hard not to do. I got triggered as hell because what part of basic mathematics do you not understand about the deserving to be a 2 seed or not?
Tell me more.
If the Rockets don't deserve to be a 2 seed, then what the hell do the Lakers deserve? So they are exactly where they should be, given the way that they've played. If anything, they've underperformed in some respects, despite the fact of surpassing expectations. The fact that they were banged up but also inconsistent in terms of effort and defensive tenacity and whatnot in January and February. I think they're exactly right where they should be. If the rest of the Western Conference will get their crap together, maybe you could say that. And that, you know what, they'd be in the 4 or 5 seed.
Here's where that makes no sense. Was there any follow-up to that, or were they just doing things to trigger people by saying they don't deserve to be the 2 seed?
I know he was arguing everything, but I got it. I ran away. I don't need that drama.
Well, that's why I'm curious what the reasoning is, because the first thing I would say, the first thing I would say in response to that would be, they've beaten a lot of good teams this year. Their record against good teams, like normally when you say that somebody that's higher up in the standings and maybe they feel like they should be, is because they're lamb killers. They beat up on bad teams, but when they face a bully, they get punched in the face. Or maybe they are the bully and then some other team, whoever you want to make the bully in this analogy, go ahead and do it. What I'm saying is that if you're not beating good teams, then I could maybe see that argument, but you're right. In the NBA, it's just math. Like you are what your record says you are when it comes to your seeding and whatnot. But that's why I'm excited for the postseason. Is especially if they have home court advantage in the first round, I think they've got a playoff series winning them and maybe a little bit more. We'll see. They're still not getting a lot of respect from the odds makers, but by seeding, they're one of the if you just go by seeding, one of the top 4 teams in the NBA, right? I mean they're the 2 seed in the Western Conference, and yet on any odds board, they're down around 10th or 11th right now.
I'll tell you what, though, and that's where I'm just starting to feel like I've got my back against the wall in a lot of ways in terms of just I think the nerds in the NBA or the people that would want to be the gatekeepers for the way basketball is played and whatnot, it's very easy for them to say, well, sure, they get a lot of rebounds and they're scrappy, but they can't shoot, they don't have this, they don't have that. You know what? Sometimes teams out-scrap other teams all the way to deep in the playoffs. And now I hope they play with a huge chip on their shoulder throughout the entire playoffs. Yes.
Dude, you had one of the same reactions I did last night when there's no Jokic in this game. And DeAndre Jordan is the starting center for the Denver Nuggets.
What the hell? How is he still in my life?
I don't know.
What the hell is going on here?
I'm trying to find what year it was.
He's 36 years old. Well, Emoji Gate would have been like 2016, I think.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, I feel like
when he was flirting with the Rockets.
No. He was flirting with the Mavericks. Remember that? And Mark
the
Cuban
Rockets
was
were in the mix a little bit.
Were they? I don't remember.
That was when. I don't. And he went dark, and yeah.
Yeah, he was being like sequestered, but he had committed to the Mavericks, but then the Clippers were like, "You're not going anywhere." So yeah, I got to go back and see when that was because it feels like it was. I'm not even joking. It feels like it was before I got to 6'10". It feels like it was 2012 or 2013. Like it was like way back in the day.
It was 2018. Yeah, 2000. Okay, now it's all over the place.
Yeah, it was longer ago than that. I think.
There's an article written in 2018 looking back on Emoji Gate, which was in 2015.
That was 2015. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah. Okay. So it feels
3
like
years. The center had agreed to sign with the Mavericks, but members of the Lob City version of the Lakers reportedly flew to Houston to change his mind. That's right.
The Clippers. The Clippers. Yeah, it was the Clippers. I think he was with at the time, right? You said Lakers.
Yeah. Oh, I did? Oh, sorry, the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah.
But that was the Houston connection, was that DeAndre Jordan was at his mom's house in Houston or whatever, and they flew to Houston trying to track him down. And then there were people driving around the streets trying to catch sight of DeAndre Jordan.
Mark Cuban was reportedly driving around. Yeah, the owner of the team was reportedly
started
driving.
Innocently enough with an airplane emoji from Chandler Parsons, who it turned out wasn't tweeting about going to Houston.
Yeah.
Then Clippers Blake Griffin and J.J. Redick jumped in with an airplane, a helicopter, and an automobile. Chris Paul tweeted out a banana boat sequence of emojis. Paul Pierce was going at it. There was everybody was all in on DeAndre Jordan.
Dude, think about for DeAndre Jordan. Like I'm Michael Jordan, DeAndre Jordan. Like all this hullabaloo was for DeAndre Jordan, who, to my knowledge, he's made one All-Star team. Yeah,
That's pretty good. I guess 2016, and it was 2015.
That's pretty good.
I claim victory on that.
You were closer than I was. Yeah, you were closer than I was. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Man, a lot of stuff we got to get to. We'll get to the Astros and what they do with this roster at the top of the hour. We've got a bunch of headlines to get to. Seth touched on it. The Texans did make a move, and Seth did a little work over the weekend on not the newest tackle, but probably the most pivotal tackle for the Texans. Does he feel better, worse, or about the same after digging in on Cam Robinson? That is coming up next. But first, Daily and Black. And I was watching, you watched the
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We hit the NCAA tournament and the Rockets in the Open. We'll get to the Astros and the decisions they've got to make at the top of the hour. This should be a really interesting couple of days if you're an Astros fan as they settle on a roster to head into the season with opening days on Thursday this week. Man, baseball is here. It's a good time to be alive, dude.
Yeah, well, and right field. We'll talk about right field a lot, and whether it's going to be Cam Smith. And, Zach DeZenzo has kind of quietly been having a really good spring training. But
really good.
Yeah, I know, but because of all the hubbub over Cam Smith, I feel like DeZenzo would have been the story because of the questions in right field. But,
totally.
Cam Robinson with the Texans is who he teased. And Cam Robinson, I went back and I just kind of spent some time watching him more than I had when he was initially signed. I am, like we've heard Clint say in the promo, I'm feeling better and better about the fact that, okay, all right, the dust is settled and you have a viable starting caliber left tackle on this offensive line. And like many offensive lines in the league, where you can get a really good performance without having it replete with absolute studs all over the place. You just got to have viable starters. Robinson, in a lot of ways, is kind of a muted version of what Laramie Tunsil was, which I know doesn't excite a whole lot of people, but remember this.
I'm going to need more.
Yeah, he doesn't cost $20 million per year.
That's a good start. Yep.
Yeah,
I like
that.
That.
That's the big key is it's a 1 year, up to $14 million contract, very much a prove-it deal. But he's a guy that in Jacksonville, I think in the minds of Jaguars fans, it's probably a lot how we are with Titus Howard, where Titus Howard is just fine as a tackle. The problem is it feels like he's never really lived up to his potential. He's fine. You can have him as a starting right tackle on any offensive line in the league, and he's not going to be the problem. It's just that you feel like you're not quite getting everything out of him. Mm-hmm. I think Cam Robinson has probably been that same way in Jacksonville. He is very impressive at times in pass protection. He uses, just like Laramie Tunsil, uses his hands really well. He's got really long arms, and he uses them. He'll reach out and just jolt guys and stop them dead in their tracks. His weakness is, and where he's not as good of a pass protector as Laramie Tunsil is, guys can get into him with power a little bit and bulldoze him some. That's when Will Anderson played him last year, there were times where Will just got frozen in the Han Solo stuff. What is that?
Carbonite.
Carbonite. Yeah. Frozen in carbonite at times. But there was, because Cam Robinson just reached out and snatched him. There are other times where Will Anderson was able to get on an edge and kind of just get up underneath Cam Robinson's pads and get him on skates back into the quarterback. So, but very passable pass protector and with really good hands. The thing is that just like Laramie Tunsil, he's not much of a run blocker. And what I'm trying to be generous with right this moment is that I think a lot of times when Laramie Tunsil wasn't a good run blocker, it always felt like, I don't know if Laramie Tunsil just gives a single damn about
does
run
he
blocking.
care about it? Exactly, yeah.
Because he did not use his athleticism and his natural strength as well as he could have as a run blocker. I think with Robinson, it's just that he lacks strength at times, both in pass protection, like when he's given up those bull rushes, but also in the run game. I just don't think he has the lower body strength or the core strength to really tie it all together. And you'll see guys like Will had a couple really nice plays where he stood him up and made a play. Mm-hmm. But he shows a willingness on combo blocks and double teams and things. Like he keeps his legs churning and driving. He'll pivot his hips around to get in the right position to where at least he's not completely losing the down. It's just he's going into his 9th year in his career. Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily something that's going to change. It's not like all of a sudden he's going to go through a second puberty and get stronger or anything like that. But for the price tag and the contract, I think it's a really good prove-it deal for him. And I don't worry about him the way I would worry about a lot of other guys that might start at left tackle.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if he didn't have those flaws you're talking about, he's not available for 1 year, $12 million.
Right. He'd be making $20 million a year somewhere.
He wouldn't be on the Texans, yeah.
Yeah, and he also, and he's had some nagging injuries and whatnot,
mm-hmm.
so.
Yeah. So overall, compared to how you felt the day the signing was announced,
Yeah.
Do you feel better after doing your film study on him? Do you feel better, worse, or about the same as?
I feel better. I feel better. I feel. I think initially my thought was, all right, yeah, there's still going to be competition at hopefully every spot on the offensive line. Right now, unless a rookie comes in and really overperforms or something, I'm guessing on day one Cam Robinson's going to be the starter. The big wild card would be, all right, what do they think of Blake Fisher?
Yeah.
Are they looking at him right now as a swing tackle, or do they want Titus Howard to start at left guard and maybe move Laken Tomlinson over to right? And he hasn't played right guard at all in his career. I don't think he's taken a single snap at right guard. I think the most likely scenario is Titus Howard at right tackle, Cam Robinson at left tackle, probably Tomlinson at left guard, and you've got Blake Fisher still continuing to learn and progress and be the swing tackle.
Well, that's interesting. The Blake Fisher part of that, he's a second-round pick, and I mean, look, second-round picks aren't a lock to become Pro Bowlers or even starters or anything. First-round picks aren't a lock to become starters, but on a team like this where there's been so much, all of a sudden, so much churn at tackle, it was Laramie Tunsil etched in ink, Titus Howard in ink, and then you see what happens with Blake Fisher. You now have a scenario where Blake Fisher was actually starting at the end of the year last year for this team because the offensive line needed that shuffling to accommodate the interior of the offensive line. I wonder how that makes people feel about Blake Fisher as a draft pick if he hasn't been able to – if indeed week one is what you just laid out with Howard at right tackle and Robinson at left tackle, and Blake Fisher hasn't been able to crack that code.
Yeah, I think the whole thing about Blake Fisher was that it goes into that old dynamic that I always find entertaining, except when it's my own team, which is everybody acknowledges that a guy's a little bit of a project, but then as soon as you see that he's a project, you're irate that he's a project.
Yeah.
Like Blake Fisher, the common thought and thing said about him on draft night was, wow, this is a guy that get in the second round. Maybe if he stayed at Notre Dame one more year, he would have been a first-rounder.
Yeah.
But he just needs to fill out a little bit, learn how to play as a lankier guy, all that stuff. And I thought last year when he had opportunities to play, he very much showed the upside. But then he also showed the side of him that's a rookie that needed more playing time, that maybe needs some physical maturation.
Yeah.
And with offensive linemen, more so than any other position, the physical maturation is a real thing. You see guys kind of transition from being overgrown adolescents to full-grown men.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in the first puberty. There's a first puberty, and then there's an O-line NFL puberty.
Right.
In your first puberty, think about the kids you know that were like, they had a huge growth spurt, and all of a sudden they're kind of like all over the place. They're like one of those inflatable, promotional guys out in front of a tire store. They're or a car dealership. They got to learn how to use all that mass and all that length. And I think Blake Fisher's still a little bit in that stage. So it doesn't, if you say, well, okay, Blake Fisher doesn't start over two guys who are established NFL veteran offensive tackles, I don't worry about Blake Fisher at all. I think and especially when one of those tackles is on a one-year deal.
True.
That I think that gives the Texans, if they don't draft an offensive tackle, time to kind of figure it out. Blake Fisher at some point will start when one of those guys almost inevitably gets injured.
It's hurt,
Yeah, so I'm cool with that part of it.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Didn't the Texans sign Trent Brown? They did. They did on Friday, yes.
Trent Brown, this is why I'm not factoring Trent Brown into the equation. Trent Brown got a one-year, $2 million deal, $3 million
deal, yeah.
He's coming off a torn patellar tendon. He is got to be 30-something years old because he's been in the league.
Came in 2015. He was a seventh-round pick of the Niners in 2015.
So he's probably 31 or 32 years old. But he's 6'7", 6'8", 360 or 70 pounds. Has had some good, solid play in his career, but he's one of these guys. He's kind of like the offensive line version of Mercedes Lewis, the tight end. We'll have one really good year, and then the next year you're like, what's going on with this guy? And a lot of it's due to injuries, I think.
Yeah.
So the prognosis for a patellar tendon tear is a lot like it used to be for Achilles tendon tears. It's still really dicey, and especially for a guy who's in his 30s, I think they're very much looking at him as, hey, let's bring him in. They're probably planning on starting him on the PUP. and just see what we get out of him. But I wouldn't factor him into any kind of opening day roster or opening day lineup at least.
Remember when he was in 2019? He was one of the marquee free agents back then because that was a big deal because that was the offseason where the Texans were coming off of a season where they started Julian Davenport at left tackle for a big chunk of that year. You know, they had traded Dwayne Brown, and I remember Trent Brown's free agency like it was yesterday because there were a lot of Texan fans clamoring for the Texans to sign Trent Brown, and he signed a huge deal with the Raiders, and actually was pretty good with the Raiders for a year or two. He made a Pro Bowl with the Raiders. He was a decent signing for them, but he was the belle of the ball about 5 or 6 years ago.
No, I think he's got experience with Caley, with Popovich, and with Nick Caserio. So this is a classic aging veteran. Probably Popovich knows that younger guys can probably lean on him. Trent Brown will pick up the scheme, but he's a huge question mark because of his injury status right now.
Yeah, he's
probably good to have. Probably good to have in the meeting rooms at the very least right now.
Yeah, he feels like a body who's there for the off the field stuff, maybe even more than the on the field stuff.
With potential upside.
Yes.
A little bit like a Cam Akers. He's like a much, much larger. He's like 3 Cam Akers.
He is. He ate Cam Akers.
Yeah. That's where I am, and I think that the goal of going into the draft without being overly desperate in any one position, I think that part of the process has been completed on the offensive and defensive line side of the ball. If you look at the defensive line, all right, you get Sheldon Rankins back in the building. You feel encouraged about Tim Settle and some of the things he did last year. They bring Mario Edwards back. On the offensive side of the ball, you've signed a couple of veteran guards that aren't huge headline signings, and you bring in Cam Robinson at left tackle. There's not as much of a glaring desperation to get a young guy in who himself would have been a coin flip whether he's any good or not either.
Yeah.
So the old saying is desperation is a horrible judge of talent because you start grasping and reaching. I think that right now it puts you in a better position to take closer to the best player available in the draft. Maybe it's best offensive lineman available at 25, and I think that it's hard to find a mock draft where you don't see at least a few really intriguing offensive linemen at pick 25.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones there at 25. I think for me, I don't know, man. I feel like a weapon at wide receiver for the season, for this season, not for the long term. If you're drafting for the long term, they could use a lot of things. But for this season, I feel like that wide receiver, I'll call it wide receiver 2, like the outside wide receiver opposite Nico Collins is a bigger need now than anything. The offensive line, they've put a bunch of guys in that room that I think you can find 5 that if well coached, which is a caveat you bring up repeatedly, appropriately so, if well coached, they can be an average offensive line, which is all I'm looking for this year, is be average. Just be better than what you were last year. If you're significantly better than what you were last year, you're an average offensive line.
Well, and they can be a better than average line just with the guys they have. Yeah. If you look at various teams like the Bucs, one of our listeners brought up the Rams. I thought that was a good example last year. Really the Ravens too. Every year there's teams that overperform based on what you think of these guys moving into it, and a lot of it just comes down to the scheme and how well they're coached at the positional level and everything else. I have to admit one thing too, because I thought back on Friday's show, Sean.
Yeah.
I did it for an entire segment. In my mind, I swapped out the 2 new guards, Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson.
I can't wait to hear this. Okay.
So Ed Ingram comes via Minnesota.
Right.
Laken Tomlinson comes via Seattle, and before that, the Jets and the 49ers.
Yep.
Whenever I say Laken Tomlinson, I think the lakes of Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes. And immediately in my mind, Laken Tomlinson is Ed Ingram. And so you really got to check me every time we start talking about the guards.
They're very different guys, yeah.
I need to purify myself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka
That's what you need
before I can get this thing right.
That's wild.
Remember that dirty trick that Prince played?
Oh,
Remember in Purple Rain?
Yeah,
He said first you have to purify yourselves in the lakes of Minnetonka. Purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
I've only seen Purple Rain once. It was back when it was in theaters in 1984, but I've probably listened to that album no fewer than 1,000 times.
Well, let me remind you of this dirty little prank that Prince played.
Yeah.
He said something to this woman that he was wooing about how, first you have to pass the initiation rites. One of the things is you have to purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Yeah.
So at the time, this woman's standing at the edge of a lake. Mm-hmm. So she strips down and jumps in the lake. And she comes out, and he says, "That's not Lake Minnetonka." Yeah.
Prince,
messed up, bro.
You dirty
he did
little
say,
dog.
to his credit, to Prince's credit, before she went in, he said, wait. Yeah.
And then
but he knew what he was doing.
She jumped in anyways.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember that. Was that Apollonia that jumped in? Was that who he was trying to?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't know. I watched the clip this morning. I only remember it because I watched the clip this morning.
Yeah. I started watching Stranger Things this weekend.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You'll understand all these references to the Upside Down and everything.
Yes, to the Upside Down. Yeah, I'm 5 episodes in. So the Upside Down is a big deal right now. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you, since we're on this, you know what I watched on Netflix yesterday? Oh, dang it. It's, I'll tell you, it was really good. It was The Harder They Fall. It's a Western.
Okay.
It's really good.
Is it a series?
No, it's a movie.
It's a movie, okay.
Yeah, and it starts off feeling a little bit. At first, I thought it was a Tarantino film. There's elements to it.
Yeah.
But then it's almost like a modernized spaghetti western.
Okay.
And it's really good. There's
The Harder They Fall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put it on the list.
Couple very violent scenes. Couple times Brandy had to have me. When it gets super violent, I have to mute it and tell Brandy when it's over.
Oh, she doesn't like
I watch
that,
on
huh?
subtitles. Yeah.
Okay.
She has a hard time with extreme violence.
Yeah, I'm with her on that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. We'll get to the Astros deep at the top of the hour. We'll dig into what Dana Brown and Joe Espada need to decide here. But we got a lot of headlines. Rockets, college basketball. We mentioned the Texans. Legend passes away over the weekend as well. We'll get to all that coming up next.
Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do planning for how you're going to watch March Madness or how you're going to take your summer vacation? Probably not, and that's a problem. But the thing is, a lot of times what prevents you from planning your retirement is you think, oh, it's going to be this long, drawn-out process, and I'm going to have to check my portfolio every single day. It's not like that at all. It does not take long at all. As much time as you take to plan your summer vacation, you can plan for your retirement when you call Trajan Wealth. They have advisors with decades and decades of experience to help you through all the uncertainty of the future, everything you have right now. You're making a good living. You just want to be able to extend it. Make it simple. Just call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. They've got 2 offices here locally. They are family-owned and veteran-led, and they're a fiduciary. That means that when you do better, they do better. They have the exact same goal you do instead of trying to sell you a bunch of commission-based products or something like that. Give them a call, Trajan Wealth, at 346-371-3330, or go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth, it's your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the bank.
Texans All-Pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. has agreed to a 3-year, $90 million extension, including $89 million guaranteed. Stingley is now the highest-paid defensive back in NFL history. The cornerback market has been completely reset.
Congrats, Sting.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Oh, love talking about Liqueur 43 because I went out to dinner. We went out to dinner Friday and Saturday night, and the staple for me when we go out to dinner has become a Carajillo as my after-dinner cocktail. What is a Carajillo? It is equal parts Liqueur 43 and coffee, and Liqueur 43 is an awesome Spanish liqueur. 43 natural ingredients. That's where it gets its name from, but this is a premium Spanish liqueur that you can get anywhere you get your liquors here in town. And at the heart of it is the rise of the Carajillo, and boy, that sounds triumphant almost. The rise of the Carajillo, served over ice. It's easy to craft. It really is. Just equal parts Liqueur 43 and coffee. This is a great cocktail, but you got to get your hands on some Liqueur 43 for this little pick-me-up that I love after dinner. So get your hands on some Liqueur 43. You're going to love it, and have yourself a Carajillo this week after dinner or just relaxing after work one day, go do it. Do it for me. It's Liqueur 43. You can see the website buyliqueur43.com. And Zamora USA reminds all of our friends to drink responsibly.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 Call Lee, brought to you by John Moore Services. Good morning. The rain has moved.
Center.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get into headlines. We'll get into the basketball in just a minute. We've not mentioned the Astros yet. We'll dig a little deeper on them at the top of the hour, but we should mention them here in the first hour. They are going to have their official roster, obviously, sometime in advance of the season opener on Thursday. But reports coming out over the weekend from the Astros themselves about certain guys that have been informed they're not going to make the Major League Ball Club. I would say probably the biggest one to get the news that he's not going to make it is John Singleton, because this might be the end of the line as an Astro, Seth, for John Singleton. And he's been a part of the team the last couple of years. Look, if you just look at his stats, he's obviously not a great Major League Baseball player. But the depth and the just the chronology of his story of even getting back to the big leagues is a really cool one. By all accounts, a great guy. This is the part I feel bad about, is he went and got himself into incredible shape to try to make a run at making this roster, and he looks great. We saw him, and he actually looks really good when you and I were down there. Defensively, he looked really quick, but it hasn't translated at the plate, which is why he would be on this team.
Yeah, and that's the dicey thing with a guy like Singleton is that, man, sometimes big guys who can hit with power are best when they're really big. And almost throw out your body composition or your bench press or anything like that. Sometimes that extra ballast just makes everything work right. That boiler just helps you swing around the bat a little bit better.
It's like that season when Dwayne Brown got shredded for some reason. Like, no, what are you doing? No, for your job, we don't need shredded.
That's where we remember when during training camp last year, Nick Cassera and I had a little miniature debate about Dameon Pierce's body weight.
Yeah.
And he liked that I used the word ballast, because I do think there is just, you can take your body fat measurements and anything else about your performance and your GPS times and everything. Sometimes bulk just matters. Mm-hmm. So I think for Singleton and his longevity's sake, man, he's on the right path.
Yeah.
He seems to have just really discovered working out and taking care of himself.
Yep.
And what did his wife tweet out?
This is where the cowboy rides away, ...
Yeah, so I wonder if he's just going to retire. I think
know.
he made a major league roster, which is way, way, way more than anybody would have thought 5 years ago. And, it spent the entire season on the major league roster last year. Yeah, maybe this is it for him.
He got a $10 million contract before he even set foot in the big leagues back in the day, because he signed one of those deals that made Bud Norris all mad. A 5-year, $10 million deal. Singleton's like, I can have $10 million right now? Sure. Yeah. Give it to me. Give it all to me.
I hope he slapped at least half of that in a trust fund that he couldn't touch and everything, and just sitting there waiting for him.
Yeah. No doubt. I guess the other big thing, and we'll get into this a little bit more in about 10 or 12 minutes. Cam Smith. No news yet of him not being on the team so far, and it looks like it's. I tweeted this out yesterday. I'm curious how you feel. I feel like if he's made it this deep into the process, the chances of him making the team have got to be really, really good at this point.
They're really good. I think the conundrum you find yourself in is that DeZenzo has played really well as well, and they've been putting him in right field to get him some feel. Yeah. And one thing Espada is always adamant about is that, look, man, especially with the young guys, these guys gotta play every day.
Yeah.
So do you come down? I still feel like the maybe more logical and traditional decision would be if it came down between those two. All right, DeZenzo's had his minor league experience, et cetera, that we feel comfortable finding ways for him to play every day on the major league roster, because he still needs to play every day too.
Yes.
He's still a developmental guy, whereas Cam Smith can play every day in AA. And so which is it, the upside of Cam Smith, or do you take DeZenzo, who's also showing incredible upside in spring training? I'd be surprised if at least one of those two guys isn't on the roster.
Yeah, I'm trying scenarios that would put both of them on the roster would be Cam Smith playing third base, Paredes moving to second, and putting DeZenzo in right field. Or saw somebody tweet this out yesterday: DeZenzo in left field, Cam Smith in right field, and put Jose Altuve back at second base, because Jose Altuve has not been that great in left field anyways in spring training.
Are we sure we're ready to see Altuve try to make that position change, Sean?
Back to second base. Some people aren't. Some people aren't. All right,
thank you to the Astros for making this a topic.
Oh, yeah.
It's made spring training so much more engaging than it's probably ever been before.
Yeah, I'm terrified of how it's going to work out, but it has made spring training more engaging. Rockets lose last night to the Nuggets. Not a great loss. I mean, the 9-game winning streak comes to a close, so I have a hard time getting super angry about it. The missed opportunity, I think, is the big thing to me, Seth. No Nikola Jokic for the Nuggets last night. Jamal Murray went off. They had no answers for him. He was 16 of 28 from the field. Every time they needed a big bucket, he was able to go get it for them. If you win this game against a depleted Nuggets team at home last night, you're 3 games up for the 2 seed with 10 games to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to end up mattering in the postseason for the Rockets or not, but, man, that would have been nice to have a kind of a bit of a stranglehold on the 2 seed heading into the home stretch.
It would have been nice, but it's not like I'm in a position where I feel like, hey, the 2nd seed is their birthright and they need to they've had an awesome run of 9 consecutive wins.
Yeah.
You miss an opportunity without Jokic in there to win last night. And yet I am all for keeping them honed as much as possible to a razor's edge by having actual competition and purpose and reason to fight for that 2 seed.
Yeah.
Because that's what the young guys on this team need. I'm not crying in my Cheerios or my Chobani Greek yogurt over that this morning.
No. They're the smart kid who occasionally will go out on a Wednesday night before a test. You know, like I have a hard time getting mad. You have a GPA of 3.6. But, man, if you just stayed in that night, you'd have gotten a 92 on that test. You got a damn 62. What are we doing?
Yeah.
So they'll mature, and it's okay. So 10 games to go, and the Rockets still the 2 seed, but only a 1-game lead over the Denver Nuggets. The Coogs are on to the Sweet 16. They'll face Purdue this coming Friday. We had someone text in.
It's Indiana.
Are they? Yeah, right. Are they being disrespected because they're the 9 o'clock game on Friday night, the Cougs? Should we channel it that way?
Yeah. Could I interpret it any other way?
Yeah.
No. That shall not stand.
Right.
Damn it.
Yeah. So Cougs on to the Sweet 16. The big complaint that I've seen about the tournament this weekend is that it's a little too chalky. It's all power. There's only 4 conferences represented in the Sweet 16, where normally there's like 6 or 7 at least. You know, there's at least a couple, if not Cinderellas, you at least get a Gonzaga from the West Coast Conference that slips through.
The biggest Cinderella story we've had so far is that Aura kid from McNeese State who has an NIL deal. And now it turns out that he's following the head coach out of town.
Yeah, man.
So it's just now it's one more reason to be jaded. That guy that you put in worst take of the week last week for him being jaded about this Aura kid, the team manager, being a phenom and getting an NIL deal, that guy was way more right than we thought he was.
The algorithm is feeding me every take that guy – this is a random Twitter dude who wound up on my feed on Friday who I highlighted during Take-A-Mania, worst takes of the week, and now he's showing – every single one of his Aura takes is showing up. Like, you know when you refresh your timeline and it pushes the things that it thinks you want the most to the top? With this Condon guy, he keeps getting pushed to the top for me. So Texans signed Trent Brown, tackle from most recently from the Cleveland Browns, but several years in New England with Nick Caserio and Nick Caley. Cole Popovich signs a 1-year deal, $3 million. Brandon Cooks to the New Orleans.
He's coming off of a torn patellar tendon, everybody.
Yeah,
so
he's depth.
Don't get too excited about him.
He's depth. And Brandon Cooks back to the Saints, where it all started for him. 2 years, $13 million over the weekend. George Foreman passes away over the weekend as well at age 76. We will get to that and acknowledge me. I think it's more appropriate to acknowledge George Foreman than just throw him into headlines. So we'll do that at 7:20 today. A true legend in and out of the ring passes away over the weekend, and a great Houstonian as well, George Foreman. All right, up next, Astros. Chandler Rome has scuttlebutt. I like when Chandler does these articles with different bullet-pointed notes in it. Framber Valdez, what's he been hearing from the team this offseason? Who has Jose Altuve been getting tips from on how to play left field? This is pretty good. And we got a whole lot more to get to with the Astros. Does Cam Smith end up making this team is the big one. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. West Point Lincoln is what I want to talk about first, though. West Point.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And just like that, spring training is over. Feels like just yesterday, Seth, that you and I were arriving to West Palm Beach to watch the first week of games, and now, poof, like dandelion spores, here we are. The season is here.
This was and it was a fun spring training for multiple reasons. Obviously, first and foremost, Cam Smith. Being able to see Cam Smith up close in person and watch his 2 home runs in his debut in an Astros uniform, that was a whole lot of fun. But then also, I mean, you parked yourself out in the heat, no hat on,
no,
your scalp exposed to the elements like you'd been buried in the sand and left to die. Well, ants ate away at you. You stood like 20 feet away from Altuve as he made his spring training debut in left field. It was now. One of those things would end way more promising than the other. Cam Smith, as a rookie baseball player, very, very promising spring training. Jose Altuve as a left fielder, a little bit hit or miss. Yeah, we're not so sure. Literally miss.
Yes, yeah. Like he jumped up and missed the ball entirely, and then missed the fact.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot we were there for that game where he jumped up. Or no, we weren't there for the game that he jumped up and hit left field. Yeah,
no, the only game we were there for was the one that he didn't get a ball hit to him the entire time for 6 innings.
He ended up staying all 6 innings. It looked like he'd been planned to go maybe 3, and he just stayed out there waiting for something to come his way.
You knew it was over when after the 6th inning he just left through the bullpen instead of going back to the dugout.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm heading straight to my locker. See you guys later.
And then most importantly, from the Astros' perspective, is I feel that we probably stoked their spring training ticket sales for next season by what a good time you and I were having.
We were an infomercial for them.
We tried to take it in as fans as much as possible. I might have spent a total of like 27 minutes in the press box, mostly waiting around to see if the cafeteria was going to open. But I just went out and I ate and drank and talked to our listeners and everything.
Yeah, man.
But the Cam Smith story, obviously, first and foremost, is the one that's most relevant right now because it's not – saw somebody tweet out the old wannabe Hardo baseball guy who said, only a fool takes spring training seriously. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, because you might say that, but every time I see anybody from the Astros organization talk about Cam Smith, it's basically some version of, did you see that, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, the dumbest thing about that take is to paint by doing that, you're painting every single player in camp with the same brush. And the fact of the matter is, spring training does mean a lot for some of these guys. It does mean nothing for some of these guys as well.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it doesn't. For the veteran players who are established, it means very, very little.
Do I think Yordan Alvarez is going to hit 168 this year?
Right.
No,
right.
I don't. You know?
For the young guys, it certainly means a whole lot, especially when there's competitive situations. So Cam Smith and then DeZenzo. DeZenzo has been the most under-discussed element of all of it because DeZenzo's batted over 1,000 OPS. He showed versatility in being able to play in the infield and the outfield, and he's just got more time in professional baseball than Cam Smith does. So the DeZenzo deserves credit, too, for, I think, to judge by the way Espada talks about him, his put his best foot forward in spring training.
Yeah, so from all the news that we've heard, and the Astros themselves have reported as to who's been informed they're not going to be on the team. It seems like the pitching staff is pretty well set. They're going to have 13 pitchers, and the starting 5, the rotation, is what it was coming into camp, which is Framber, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, and Hayden Wisniewski. You got McCullers kind of lingering over on the injured list here. We'll see what happens with him over the next month or so. But as far as the roster they break camp with, and then the bullpen – they've got essentially one spot left in an 8-man bullpen that it looks like Ryan Gusto might be the only guy left standing right now just based on injuries. Forrest Whitley's going to start the season on the injured list. Caleb Ort's going to start the season on the injured list. Both of those guys will probably be back on the big league club here at some point. So the pitching staff is pretty well set. It does get pretty interesting when it comes to the last few roster spots of the 13 everyday players. And I'll touch on some of the things that Chandler Rome had to say in his kind of notebook piece that he did this weekend. But the very first topic in here was Chas McCormick's roster spot. He's a big topic, apparently. He still isn't hitting. He had a 3-run homer on Friday. Apparently he murdered it. But his numbers are not great. He's had the opportunity here to take the right field position by the throat. Like, he was the guy coming into spring training that I think they wanted to win this job. He's still got options left to go down to Sugar Land. That's a key in all this. So there is flexibility with him. They don't have to just outright waive him and then leave him exposed to some other team picking him up. They can send him to Sugar Land, but they're in such a weird position with their roster right now in that they've got guys playing out of position defensively. So Jake Myers is almost a necessity in center field because he might be playing in between two totally inexperienced corner outfielders.
Yeah.
But Jake Myers is an awful major league hitter, so you're talking about situations where there's probably going to be, ironically, you might be pinch hitting for your best defensive outfielder late in games and putting a lesser defensive player out there because you might need a hit to drive in a run. It's weird. So Chaz may be secure in his spot on this roster just based on the fact that he, along with Dubon, are options in center field for this team. His versatility, yeah.
Dubon, I feel a little bit bad for because I feel like there might have been a moment of time for a few weeks where Dubon thought, oh boy, this is my chance this year. I'm just going to get to play second base every day.
No.
Not have to move around all over the place like I'm couch surfing. But no, I think that ultimately, I think Altuve is going to play second base a fair amount. I think Mauricio Dubon will play second base a fair amount, but Dubon's also going to be in the outfield a good chunk.
Well, and Brendan Rodgers still might make the team. If we're to assume that Chas McCormick has not secured a spot on this team, and maybe he has, there's basically 6 guys fighting for 4 spots on the roster. DeZenzo, Cam Smith, Chas McCormick, Hummel, Brendan Rodgers, and Zach Short.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't think that's the part with DeZenzo and Cam Smith. I think that Dana Brown individually wouldn't have an issue with having either of those guys on the opening day roster. But having 2 guys that are rookies that you're not quite sure about yet, and one of them playing right field, you end up with this logjam of, all right, they're young guys. They need everyday at-bats. They need to play every day. How do we go about that? And, well, we're also depending on a couple of unproven – we need one of these unproven guys to be the guy.
Yeah.
Well, the other guy isn't playing as much as we'd like him to.
Yeah. I think if Cam Smith, as an Astro, did not exist, if he was still a Cub –
yeah.
Now, obviously, Kyle Tucker would be here, and he'd be the right fielder. But let's pretend.
Let's say Kyle Tucker has a nondescript injury that we don't know about.
Something like that. Like, I think if there was no Cam Smith, I think Zach DeZenzo is your starting right fielder on Thursday night. He's been that good in spring training, and he's been a guy who's been up with the big league team before. This is not complete. He spent plenty of time in the minor leagues. There's plenty of seasoning on Zach DeZenzo, but yeah, you can't have both. All of these guys need to, like, both of those guys, Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo, need to play.
I think ultimately conventional baseball logic wins out. My guess, it's a complete guess, would be that Cam Smith starts the season in Double-A.
Yeah.
And that DeZenzo with more time in professional baseball ends up being on the roster, and they just want Cam Smith to continue to get everyday reps, more reps in right field, everything else.
I think deep down they want Cam Smith to be there, but DeZenzo's performance might be what saves them from making what could be a bad decision with Cam Smith to bring him up this early. He played 5 games at Double-A. DeZenzo
gives you that comfort zone of saying, all right, we don't have to I guess we don't need to let our enthusiasm potentially make a bad decision, because good GMs are always concerned about their own blind spots and everything. And every time he thinks about, like, yeah, boy, Cam Smith looks like he's ready to go, there's probably a part of him that says, all right, don't rush this, just be careful. And DeZenzo, as well as he's played, gives you the elbow room to be able to do that.
Yep.
I think.
Other things that Chandler has in his piece here from this weekend in The Athletic. Jose Altuve, Seth, has been getting tips from Yordan Alvarez on how to alleviate the dropsies out there. So he basically was telling Altuve that he needs to hold his glove higher. Instead, he's letting the ball come to him a little bit. He was giving him just little tips here and there. Yordan is not a great defensive left fielder, but he's serviceable. He's not bad. He's technically sound out there. He's
right. The whole thing about, well, now Yordan in a lot of ways can be a better asset to Altuve than a lot of people that have played the position in their entire lives.
Yeah.
Because if it's all those little things that the veterans don't really think about because they're so ingrained in them that they don't have to think about it, Jordan has experience thinking about it more because he's had to consciously make the transformation. That's what I think. There's times, I used to think about this in football, that there would be times where sometimes players would be better served by a Pop Warner coach than a veteran. Because you get to the NFL, and for the most part, I dealt with this when I was done playing. I would go down and help out with youth and high school kids and everything. I was like, I'll be honest, I don't know how to coach somebody to get into a three-point stance.
Yeah.
Like from the very, I can tweak their stances just fine. But actually, starting from the very basics of how to get into a three-point stance, I don't have a clue. So Jordan has thought about this stuff more consciously than a lot of other guys.
That's the terrifying thing to me, is that our manager-proclaimed everyday left fielder, Joe Espada has said Jose Altuve is going to play most of the season out in left field, is getting what feels like, to your point, like Little League tips on how to play the position. And opening day for MLB is Thursday. I felt like this is like showing a dude how to work a stick shift as they're throwing him into the cockpit to drive in the Daytona 500. Like, you know.
Wait, you mean I got to drive with both feet?
Clutch?
What?
Left foot clutch. Let her up easy.
Usually my left foot's just hanging out there, wedged
chilling.
up against the
out
side.
The window sometimes as I'm driving by the beach. Yeah.
I was told specifically not to drive with both feet.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing.
I'm reading I'm reading that section of Chandler's article. I'm like, well, this is kind of scary.
Well, this is a thing too to remember too. I get the same thing happens in the draft talk with football players. I really hate when anybody ever uses the term "a simple fix." Oh, that's a simple fix. Oh, well, Altuve, when he's had these issues dropping the ball these last couple times, it's when he was going to have to make a throw home. So he's just got to break it down and do it more simply. Listen, yes, sometimes a simple fix ends up looking like Bagwell's stance. It's not always so simple to fix something.
Right.
It's just, which obviously Bagwell's stance worked out magnificently for him. He's a Hall of Famer. But it's not always so simple to make the simple fix, no matter how good you are at something.
Right.
So the simple fix at the highest level of the sport, where all these other guys are at various times struggling with simple fixes, it's just never that simple.
No.
It's never as simple as a simple fix.
No.
Or at least it often isn't as simple as a simple fix.
No. So the next thing Chandler has in here, so we're just going through some of the Astros late spring training scuttlebutt. Chas McCormick's roster spot, big topic. Jose Altuve working hard to try to become a serviceable left fielder, getting tips from another serviceable left fielder, Yordan Alvarez. This one, not a big surprise. No extension offer for Framber Valdez this spring. Like, not even any conversation, which I guess jives with Dana Brown getting asked. I forget if it was a press conference or an interview that he did. So have you guys talked about an extension, you guys and Framber? And Dana Brown's like, yeah, in the last couple years we've talked about it. And then I'm like, as a parenthetical question afterwards, like, how long have you been with the team, Dana? 2 years. Yeah, so at some point
that's
since
where,
he became
when
GM.
When Adam Spillane had his sit down with him.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was.
Said, it was Adam Spillane's sit down. He said in the last, we've had talks with him.
The last couple of years.
And then Adam Spillane said, but not recently. And Dana Brown confirmed, no, not recently.
That's what it was.
So Framber's going to make a lot of money as a free agent if he stays healthy.
If he stays healthy. Because I think he's reached a stage now where you can almost pencil him in for what he's going to win somewhere between 13 and 15 games.
Yeah.
His ERA will be somewhere in the high 2s and low 3s. He'll strike out plenty of guys for a guy who's a ground ball pitcher. And and the big thing is he'll go throw 200 innings for you.
Right. And he'll just grind innings. I think that probably the least heralded part of Framber's game, but that baseball people around the league look at and admire is, man, when we get into a crunch with our relievers or we've got health issues or whatever, I can just throw this guy out here and he's just going to go 6 or 7 innings day after day after day. That's a really nice luxury to have. I think he's going to get, because of some of the gutsier stuff, I think he'll get more money than a lot of the baseball savant type people think he's going to.
Yeah. Despite
the fact that he's got really good numbers otherwise, he's just a workhorse.
Sure.
And the other part, this is where the Astros hurt. I don't want to say it hurts them. They're so good at developing pitchers, but then guys like Charlie Morton or Garrett Cole or otherwise, they leave the Astros pitching Shangri-La and they continue to be good pitchers. So it's not like they fall to dust after they leave the system or the scheme. I think there's a certain level of assurance that other teams have that, okay, yeah, this guy's going to remain the same guy.
Here's a quick paragraph from Chandler's piece. This is Chandler Rome's kind of notebook column that he did on the Astros this weekend, all the various news nuggets about them. The presence of budding ace Hunter Brown might have mitigated the need to extend Framber Valdez. So did the looming return of Javier from Tommy John surgery, though the team's apparent inability to rehab injured pitchers in a timely manner must be taken under consideration. And that's true. And that's something I brought that up on Friday when we were talking about. We were probably talking about Luis Garcia getting shut down. Luis Garcia was supposed to throw a live BP on Thursday, and for the third time in his rehab has been shut down. I don't follow other teams rehabbing Tommy John patients closely enough to know if this is an Astros issue or Tommy John surgery or elbow issue, but it is always interesting to me when people bring up the returns of guys like McCullers and Garcia and Javier, and while he was still here, he's not here anymore, Urquidy, guys like that, as if it is some sort of solid timeline where there's a definitive return date, given how jagged the returns have been for some of these guys.
Right, and that's where I just don't know. And I try to read everything Chandler writes because he's very good. But I don't remember seeing actual stats of the Astros recovery times of pitchers compared to other teams.
I would love to see that.
He's probably done it at some point. I would reach out to him and ask him, but I'm pretty sure he hates us. So, which is fine because I pay him $8 a month to do this work for me and give it to me.
Yeah.
He's kind of like an extra producer we have on our show.
Oh,
he gives such good content.
Yeah,
but much like many of our producers, I
us.
feel like he hates us.
Yeah. Right. Like Ben.
Shut up. You won't mention our station by name.
Yeah. Attribution, please. All right. So those are some of the things going on with Astros spring training. It'll be here Thursday, man. Thursday opening up against the Mets. Framber on the mound. It'll be good. All right, let's get to acknowledging some folks from the weekend. We do it every Monday at about this time. The little segment is called Acknowledge Me. I will say a name of somebody who is worth acknowledging, either through performance from the weekend or they need to be highlighted for some other reason. This is the time to do it. I'll say a name. Ben Gary, our producer, will give us the Roman Reigns hotkey.
Acknowledge me!
We will acknowledge them. Let's start with somebody we acknowledged briefly in headlines, but I feel like we need a little more runway, a little more leeway to acknowledge just what a remarkable career this person and life this person had. George Foreman. Oh, man. Come on.
Acknowledge me.
Ben. Yeah. Give it to him one more time, Ben.
Acknowledge me.
What's going on with the hotkey in there?
The man's out to get us.
Yeah. Someone's got it in for George Foreman.
Doesn't want us to acknowledge George Foreman.
George Foreman passes away this weekend at the age of 76. And, man, you go back and read a bio on George Foreman, like there's this – I mean, there will – if it hasn't happened already, we need a 30 for 30 style doc on George Foreman.
There's a bunch of them out there, and one thing that popped up on Netflix yesterday was something that was already out there, but it was the Rumble in the Jungle, a documentary about the Rumble in the Jungle in 1974.
Yep.
And that's when he lost his title to Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm going to watch that at some point in the next couple days. I think the biggest thing for younger people that didn't know George Foreman, probably the most remarkable thing that they would be surprised about is that he was a two-time heavyweight champion. The first when he was 21 years old. The second when he was 45 years old.
Yeah.
It was one of the most incredible and unlikely comebacks ever. And it was really cool to watch. I was old enough to pay attention to the 45-year-old championship. But I think the other thing, too, about Foreman that I didn't appreciate that people older than us would is, this is a guy, if you think about just kind of growing and maturing in ways that a lot of people will tell you can't. This is a guy who was an angry dude when he was a young boxer. And, it was him versus the world in a lot of ways. And over the course of 20 years, he became almost this lovable grandfather type. He kind of smoothed out all of his rough edges, and yet was still a vicious enough fighter to be the heavyweight champion at the age of 45. And then went on to probably have one of the most successful infomercial products of all time, the George Foreman Grill, based on partly his lovable grandfatherly demeanor that he had at that time.
No doubt. And then and honestly, that like for the really younger part of our audience, they may know more about the George Foreman grill than they do the Rumble in the Jungle, probably.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the way I look at it. I didn't realize his career record was 76-5 as a professional boxer. He was 76-5 with 68 knockouts. So practically nearly 90% of those wins came from knocking the other guy out, and that pales in comparison to his career as an entrepreneur. You know what I mean? Like he was 76, and think about this. He was an Olympic gold medalist. He beat Joe Frazier in a legendary fight. You know, the down goes Frazier. That Howard Cosell call was from that fight. The Rumble in the Jungle has had documentaries, as Seth points out, made about it. Came back and won the heavyweight title 20-plus years later. 76-5 for his career. And yet, the fact that he sold 100 million George Foreman grills and sold the rights to it for $137.5 million to me is that to me is more remarkable than the boxing career.
It's an incredible, right? Yeah, it flipped on its head all of the sad stories of heavyweight boxers who lose their fortune or whatever, and end up struggling. Not to mention some of the mental issues that they end up having, or the mental degeneration.
Yeah.
He really thrived more and more as a human being as he aged, and had named all of his children
all his kids named George. I think like the same middle name too. Like they all have the same government name.
He was an incredibly unique individual in American sports history. Like in a way that nobody else is like George Foreman, or was like George Foreman, or lived the life that he had. It was really incredible.
Did you say When We Were Kings, the name of that documentary about the Rumble in the Jungle, or no? I'm only saying that because the texters. In case people want to seek it out, the name of it is When We Were Kids.
There's a newer one. I think there's a newer one.
Okay.
I don't know. Just go search on Netflix.
Yeah. So R.I.P. George Foreman, a great Houstonian as well. I mean, we didn't mention that. Like from here, a big cheerleader and a Houston Sports Hall of Famer as well, George Foreman. All right, let's acknowledge the Coogs.
Acknowledge me.
6 straight Sweet 16s. They beat Gonzaga. I thought they got dealt the toughest of the 8-9 winners, and they handled it. They handled it great. The game was not the final score was not an indicator of how different the Cougs looked than Gonzaga in that game. They were like the Cougs were a cut above Gonzaga throughout that entire game.
Gonzaga made a push at the end, but it wasn't anything where you ever felt like, oh boy, the Cougs weren't ready for action or anything. They've come into this tournament looking exactly the way you hoped they would, where I don't think there was any kind of I think it's maybe one of the advantages of having a culture that they do at University of Houston, having been to this many straight Sweet 16s, that the young guys know all the pitfalls and everything. And obviously Kelvin Sampson has dealt with some of the teams that have had scares or disappointing performances early in the round. They haven't looked anything like that so far.
No, and they can score a little bit. I think more than Cougs teams that have come into the tournament in seasons past. You know, L.J. Cryer and Emmanuel Sharp, like this team can shoot it a little bit. So I think that's to me has always been the reason I've never picked the Cougs to win the whole thing. Is just they've been so capable of having a complete stinker offensively. It doesn't matter how good you are defensively if you have some of the games they've had. But I think this team is maybe a notch above the other ones Kelvin Sampson's brought into the tournament offensively. So we'll see how it goes. They play on Friday night for the right to move on to the Elite Eight. Over bettors taking over 151.5 in the UConn versus Florida game. Take a listen to the last 5 seconds of this one.
77-72 Florida. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. McNeely fires it. A 3 at the horn, and it's over. Florida survives 77-75.
Okay.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, we'll acknowledge the overbettors. Yeah, so that was there. There's been I would say among the complaints about the first weekend of the tournament, Seth, until Maryland beat Colorado State yesterday on a buzzer beater, there's been a severe lack of any drama at the end of most of these games. There've been some close games, but there haven't been really. There's been hardly any games where a team's got the ball with a chance to win it at the end and either do or don't. These games have lacked that. But if you're a degenerate gambler, that was a serious buzzer beater right there. 77-72. The over-under is 151.5, and Liam McNeely from UConn pulls up from 30 for a meaningless 3 on the scoreboard. And I turned to Amy as soon as he made that. I'm like, man, somebody, and I didn't know what the total was on the game, but I'm like, somebody got screwed on that one. And I texted a buddy who texted me back. Oh, it was my son James, who is a buddy of mine, but he's my son as well. He was out with some friends who had under 151.5, and he was laughing his ass off. Like that 3 went in. He's like, oh, yeah, a couple of my buddies are so mad at the bar right now. So that's the madness of March that I like, the ones that maybe seem invisible to the average fan. But to the degenerate gambler fan, you go, oh, yeah, that's what I'm being a sports book for.
I've come to appreciate this. This is one of the things that I realized over the course of the last few years watching Texans games next to you, especially in 2021 and 2022 when it was just dark days, was how much excitement there can be in the fourth quarter of a game if there's action. If it's affecting somebody. I get it now. That's the first thing that made me really get it and understand where if you've got a responsible gambling, let's say recreational activities, that you're, it keeps you really engaged in even crap games by crap teams.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you need that to muscle your way through a bad season. But it's, man, being in a sports book. Amy and I are going to the Golden Nugget this weekend for the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8.
So you're going to be able to watch from the sports book?
Yeah. So I can see all the reactions to meaningless baskets like that one at the end of games. Highly entertaining. Dan,
have you ever seen like a tantrum or a flip out?
Oh yeah.
At the end of in a sports book.
Oh, for sure.
They're all the time, all over the place. Like anybody like just throw a glass against the floor or anything like that.
I've seen things thrown. Yeah.
Really?
Ben, people. There's a lot of desperate people in those sports books.
Yeah.
Dan Friedkin.
Acknowledge me.
You may not know the name. He's the CEO of the Friedkin Group, a locally based company here. They're the owner of Gulf States Toyota. This is a story from late last week, but I figure this is a good segment to put it into here. Seth has emerged as a strong ownership option to bring the NHL to Houston. I feel like we're getting warmer here and getting the NHL to Houston now. Well, especially now that it's not just Tillman Fertitta that might bring it here.
It's tough though because the best opportunity in terms of the way things were working with the league was when Phoenix was going to move.
Yeah.
And the problem is that the NHL has 32 teams now, and the commissioner himself has said we haven't even brought up the word expansion in any of our meetings as of late. That the math doesn't really. The math and the actual reports from the NHL itself seems like they're not creating any new teams anytime soon.
Yeah.
So now are we like vultures kind of looking around to see where the best candidate for relocation is?
I guess. Yeah, if we want a team, we probably have to. The other cities that are on the expansion radar, Atlanta, which kills me because they've lost the NHL twice in that city.
Yeah.
Like the Flames moved to Calgary, and then the Thrashers became the next version of the Winnipeg Jets.
You might as well go marry Liza Minnelli or something.
Exactly.
It's not going to work out well, all right?
Nope. Omaha, God, if we lose an expansion bid to Omaha, then we deserve whatever we get. Kansas City, Cincinnati, New Orleans. Those are we're into, it's Houston and then all these sort of tier 2, I'm saying tier 2 from a population and a media presence standpoint. Like Houston is so far out in front of all these cities. You're right.
If Omaha gets an NHL team, I blame Oklahoma City for getting an NBA team because they'll see, oh wow, when you're the only show in town and you're an event, there you go. The other thing about Omaha too is that they've shown like sports like volleyball have done so incredibly well there that they just get this massive interest in a sport that isn't a traditionally high profile sport. Damn it.
So fingers crossed. I would if it's not Tillman Fertitta getting the NHL, that'll be interesting to see how that works out with Toyota Center being the only place to really play right now, an NHL team. So, but we'll see. To your point, we're probably a ways off, but at least it's on the radar. So Dan Friedkin, CEO of the Friedkin Group. Lily Stewart.
Acknowledge me.
You may not know who she is, but you might have seen her mugshot over the last week. Have you seen this mugshot, Seth, of this?
Only because you sent it to me.
The Georgia co-ed, who's, I believe, 20 years old. She went viral back on March 8th. And she's very pretty. She had a smiling mugshot after getting arrested. She was going to a party in Milledgeville, Georgia, back on March the 8th, and she was given a speeding ticket for going 85 in a 55. So the cop gives her the ticket. She pulls out, pulls off, starts leaving again, immediately starts going 85 in a 55, gets pulled over
immediately
again, yes, for doing the same speed. And so at that point, they arrested her and brought her in for some form of reckless driving. 2 weeks later, arrested again for obstruction. This sounds a little more shady. Obstruction of a law enforcement officer and loitering/prowling. So who knows what that is, if she was lurking in the weeds outside somewhere.
Loitering/prowling?
Loitering/prowling. So she may have a...
Loitering sounds like, boy, you add prowling to the mix, and boy, this young woman's going to make some young man very, very miserable someday.
Very happy at some points, but very miserable at most points.
I think very happy, he still deludes himself that it's going to be awesome, because look at how pretty, and she's so vivacious. Yeah. She's got a lot of life to her.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, but also a little bit of respect. It sounds like she just peeled out. Coming up, like the officer went back into his car and she just peeled out and said, "No, I'm going to do it again."
When's the last time you got a speeding ticket? Or have you ever gotten a speeding ticket? I don't know.
Oh no, yeah, I've had a bunch of them.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while for me. The last time I got one, I don't know, probably I got one on Amy and I on our road trip 2 or 3 years ago. It's a miracle I've only gotten one on these road trips that we go on. We drive 3,000 miles every summer.
I've gotten out of a lot of. I had a stretch where Brandy was growing increasingly disgusted with me because I was so good at getting out of speeding tickets.
Oh yeah.
Now some of them were all right, I got pulled over in Houston. The cop may or may not have recognized me.
Yeah. Maybe.
So some of them are that variety. The ones I'm most proud of were the ones where I was completely anonymous in a place, and just by virtue of being congenial. Yeah. These are the keys. Pull over as far as humanly possible to the side of the road, okay? Don't be one of these jamokes that pulls into the median or something.
Right.
Because then the cop is under stress to begin with.
Yep.
And then now he's under stress of getting hit by another vehicle or something.
Good advice. Yep.
So pull over, to the point where you might not be able to get yourself off the side of the road because you're so far into the grass. Open up all your windows. Have your hands at 10 and 2, and whatever you do, don't deny that you were speeding. That's my. Listen, this cop is not judging you.
No.
He's not saying you're a bad person because you were speeding. He's just doing his job. And if you own up to it, and then this is the hard part though, you gotta try to make, like it is when any other social situation, try to make friends with the person.
Yes.
As quickly as possible without looking like you're trying to suck up to him or something.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: when you've got, because I'm with you, I've gotten probably literally dozens of speeding tickets in my life. I've gotten better.
Well, I haven't gotten dozens, but okay. Yeah.
I've probably gotten.
Seth, I'm just like you. I've killed a hobo or three.
No,
yeah.
I think I've gotten when I say dozens, I mean 2. That's plural.
Okay,
I don't mean
gotcha.
45 or anything. But yeah, I've gotten more than I care to admit. But I've only gotten a couple in the last 10 or 15 years. This is my question. How long do you drive around the speed limit for after getting the ticket? How long until you start actually going a comfortable amount over the speed limit? Is it while the cop is still in your rear view, or do you actually take that ticket as a true warning or a true punishment and slow down for a bit? Or are you more like Lily Stewart, who basically punches the gas the second she gets the ticket handed to her?
No, for sure on that same trip, I'd be super careful for a while. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. I've been somebody that, I don't usually go more than 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, hardly ever anymore. Just because I realize how much extra stress it adds to try to get to a place 15 minutes early. Not to mention danger. I got middle-aged, I guess. I was what's the hurry, man? I'm just going to listen to a podcast.
Yeah.
It's Sunday. Sean's on his national show. I'll listen to him via the Odyssey app.
It's very pleasant.
Go. Yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, when I said dozens, I meant 2 dozen. For you cops out there who happen to know what I drive. I'm a very safe driver, all right? That was in my younger years where I was in a hurry to get to places and realized what kind of folly that is.
You know what helps now is that I kind of now that I've got the smart whatever it's called with the cruise, the smart cruise control, where it just keeps the distance behind you and everything. It's nice to just I set the speed and I sit in the right lane. And I kind of just stop paying attention to how fast I'm going.
Yeah.
And it's much, much safer that way until, like, every now and then I'll be like, I'm stuck behind somebody really slow.
Yeah, you look up.
Yeah, but it almost feels like I'm being chauffeured around by the conscious version of myself as I drift off into unconsciousness.
That's a good advertisement for that feature right there.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, that's Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big stuff from over the weekend and the last week. Mock draft injection time. Easy grader Chad Reuter has a 4-round mock. Chad Reuter's the one who gives report cards to teams and doesn't give anything below like a B-. Let's see what he has the Texans doing in this upcoming draft. A 4-round mock for our mock draft injection for the day on a Monday. Stay there.
And I'll give you a little quick tip, too, also, just as far as – because I've had incredible –
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, mock draft injection time. And we do it every day leading up to the draft. We are 1 month away from the draft today. The draft starts April 24th. Today is March 24th. 4 weeks from Thursday is when we'll see what happens. Still plenty of time. As we know from last year, Seth.
Yeah.
Still plenty of time for Nick Caserio to trade out of the first round and pick up more picks. Still time for Nick Caserio to take some of those picks he picked up and go trade for Stephon Diggs. Or an equivalent in 2025,
right.
Yeah.
We were talking about this during the break. The hard part, when you start talking about taking best player available or drafting for need or what have you, with Nick, it's kind of tough because he hasn't had that many first-round picks, partly because of his own maneuvering. But the first year didn't have any first-round picks, and then they traded back last year. And then in one of those seasons, okay, they definitely drafted for need in drafting C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, okay, we're going to go get our quarterback. But then Will Anderson, I mean, that was, as much as Nick talks about bands of players and everything, they specifically wanted Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, they needed an edge rusher, but like it's almost in a completely different category. So when it comes to the Texans and trying to figure out how Nick operates in the first round, we really don't have a huge track record.
He's done everything. He's drafted a best player available with Stingley when they needed everything. He's traded slightly back in the first round. He's traded way up in the first round for Will. It was trading back to get Kenyon Green. Drafting a quarterback, as you were saying now and during the break, that's just
it's a different category.
That's its own
altogether.
thing. Yeah, so
right,
he's drafted a quarterback. And I would say last year, too, he's proven he'll trade out of the first round if he needs to. You know,
I think the Kenyon Green one was the one where you saw when he does talk about how there's bands of players. Okay, he's at a spot, he moves back 2 spots, and you get a feel that he probably felt that all 3 of the players that would go in the next 3 picks maybe were about similar grades. And that one didn't work out because 2 of those players in Jordan Davis and Kyle Hamilton have gone on to become very productive football players, whereas Kenyon Green has been traded away already.
Yep. All right, so let's get to this one. This is Chad Reuter, who is best known for being the easiest professor when it comes to handing out report cards for teams, either after the draft or free agency or whatever it may be. He, with NFL.com, did a 4-round mock over the weekend. So we'll hit all these, probably not super deep except for the first one. 25th overall pick, the Houston Texans in the Chad Reuter NFL.com mock draft take Ariante Ursary, offensive tackle out of Minnesota. This is the first time, Seth, that he's been mocked to the Texans in the first round. There was a multi-round mock we did where he went to them in the second round, which I guess maybe gives you a bit of an idea as to where he's like. This is on the higher end of where he's been going in a lot of these mock drafts. I've seen him largely as kind of a mid-second round to early second round guy.
I feel like that with this Ursary, he's 6'6", 331 pounds. And yet he he ran a 5.01 40 for a guy that size. That's impressive movement. And I know what you're thinking. Same thing I said for years. Like, okay, what's it matter with an offensive tackle whether he has a fast 40? For whatever it's worth, I think the analytical types are starting to move towards like, okay, it's kind of like with defensive ends. If you are that big and you can run fast straight ahead, you're kind of a freak of nature.
Yeah.
And I think that's what intrigues people about him. The problem is that he doesn't play athletically. He plays kind of the way I envision Yordan Alvarez if he played football. Like, it was like, okay, he can run really fast straight ahead, but I don't know about his knee bend.
Yeah.
I don't know about his fluidity.
Lateral movement.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of fluidity there. So it's intriguing, and I think there's definitely upside there. But when I watch him, I don't look at him and think, oh, yeah, that's a first-round offensive tackle. But I'm intrigued by the size and the raw athleticism.
In this particular draft, there are still a ton of guys on the board at 25 that we've talked about in very glowing terms in this exercise every day, Seth. Tyler Booker is still on the board. Gray Zabal is still on the board. The Connerly kid out of Oregon is still there. If you're looking for a wide receiver, you still got Luther Burden on the board right there. Josh Simmons, Kenneth Grant, who you love, the Michigan defensive tackle, is still on the board right there. There's a lot of guys still on the board. The more we do this, the more I'm feeling okay about 25 that the Texans are going to come away. As long as their evaluation is good, that they're going to come away with somebody productive.
And I try to be objective about this and look for people who aren't as emotionally invested in a team, who tend to be saying the same thing, that it's just that kind of a draft, where especially at certain positions, things at 25 will probably be a bunch of good products. But I also remember that we're spending a time looking at these types of guys, and it's easy to fall in love with them.
Yeah.
Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle, I could see where if there's multiple offensive linemen you feel good about, but Kenneth Grant is also available there, I could see D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, I don't know, maybe having a little bit of a conversation. We know D'Amico just flat out loves taking defensive linemen.
Yes.
He just wants D'Amico would sign a defensive lineman a day if he could.
Yeah.
One of my live stream viewers, Brandon, said yesterday he thinks it'll be best offensive player available. That if the Texans stay at 25, which is unlikely, but if they were at 25, that it's best offensive player available.
I mean, that's where all their needs are right now. There aren't any acute needs on defense.
And I almost
right
feel
now.
like I think best offensive lineman, whether it's interior or offensive tackle, I'd be really cool with that. And because I think that right now, Nick has put together a potential starting lineup where I look at it and I say, okay, if Nick Caley is good as an offensive coordinator, if Cole Popovich is a good offensive line coach, you can have a competitive offensive line with that group.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have world beaters, but there's plenty of teams that have very competent and capable offensive linemen, if as long as they're well coached and they're in the right scheme, looking like the Texans are right now. If you want to become really genuinely good over the next couple of years, it's going to come through the draft. And taking it out, that's what my appetite is. Mm-hmm. As much as I'd love to see a defensive tackle, my appetite's for an offensive lineman of any sort, interior, outside, I don't care.
The other picks in this 4-round mock, I'll just rattle off the names here because we're up against it. 58th overall pick, Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle out of Florida State, so they get a D lineman there. 79th overall pick, Shamar James, who's a linebacker out of Florida. Tate Ratledge is still on the board. He's the next pick. He's the guard out of Georgia. If you Google him, there's a lot of pics of him hunting. I don't know. I get, like my guards holding large animals that are bigger than them that they just killed. I'm kind of down with that.
You want a genuine pickup driver on your team at some point.
Yeah.
Somebody that's driving his granddaddy's old F-250.
That's exactly right. And then with the 89th overall pick, Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU. So I did that thing that we talk about doing, Seth, where you get in touch with people who went to the school that the player went to. I happen to have one on my group text with my sons. My son went to TCU. His scouting report on Savion Williams, extremely explosive, played a Deebo Samuel role for us this year. Kind of has brick hands sometimes, though.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Said he's a bigger Quentin Johnston. So, I think bigger means thicker.
That's one of the filters I try to run things through. Is like, okay, is this guy's weakness something that's going to drive me insane?
Brick hands.
Some of the weaknesses won't drive you insane as much. Maybe the guy doesn't have elite speed or something. Like, all right, then I won't even notice him when he's playing poorly. But the brick hands, you notice that.
Dropping the football.
Don't QT me, man.
That's it. All right, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, Sweet 16 is coming up. I have some hot casual fan takes on the tournament and some excellent audio from over the weekend. We'll take a journey back through the first weekend of the NCAA tournament. That is coming up next. Westport.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hot March Madness takes for the casual fan. I'm here to dig into the rosters of all the teams. I'm not here to break down the X's and O's of the upcoming Sweet 16 games. There's plenty of that out there.
What are you, Charles Barkley?
Just practically. I'm better than Charles Barkley. At least
I'm not in here to know anything about any of these teams whatsoever.
He gets paid way more to do that than I do. That's for sure. We'll get to him in a second. He'll be mentioned in this piece, in this segment. McNeese got knocked out, I think, Seth, just in time. Just in time for the Amir Aura Khan experience to not turn into something. We know how quickly America can turn on people when they become a flavor of the month.
So for those of you who don't know, this Aura fella is a sports management major. Was a sports management major at McNeese State, who's a team manager, and he would carry a boombox and lead the team out and dance and sing and all that stuff. And he got a couple of NIL deals.
Yeah.
He was becoming a big deal. And he was getting bonuses because of his visibility at the tournament.
That's right.
And it was kind of a cool story for about, 3 days until Will Wade, the coach of NC State, the coach of McNeese State, decides to take the coaching job at NC State and bring with him the team manager, or what's his name. So this went from being kind of a heartwarming story to like, oh, nope, this is everything I hate about NIL. McNeese State can't even retain their damn team manager because of the money that college athletes are making. This, I went from being like, good for him, good for that kid, like, money grubbing capitalist, you little piece of crap, you're a mercenary,
I was still cool with Amir Khan because every interview I saw with him, he wasn't like taking credit as if he were one of the players. Like he wasn't
getting too big a head.
No,
his head wasn't swelling up with it.
He definitely wasn't, and the players all seemed to still be very on board with him. Yet when on Saturday he showed up for their game against, who were they playing? They destroyed him, whoever it was. He showed up in a brand new jumpsuit that said Aura on the back of it. Like he was in full costume at this game, and the reports were that he had been getting a ton of phone calls over the previous 48 hours about more NIL deals because he's so visible and so well liked. And that's the part that where I started to wonder, I'm like, all right, he's probably now making more money in NIL than any of these players. And
especially at McNeese State.
Yes.
It'd be one thing if it were at Duke or something, but at McNeese State, there's certainly that possibility.
Yeah. And so that's where I wondered. I'm like, man, I wonder if some of these players are starting to side-eye this thing a little bit and be like, all right. But they have nobody to blame but themselves. They played like a team on Saturday whose team manager is the most famous person on that team.
I think Amar Khan is a distraction at this point.
Maybe.
That's what you have to consider.
That's what I care to believe.
How long do you think he keeps this shtick up at NC State? I think I don't know if he's a senior or not. Plus, he was a transfer to begin with, if I recall properly.
Was he?
He didn't start off at McNeese.
Yeah, I don't know.
And so this guy, he's just a mercenary.
I guess. We'll see. Purdue is who beat them.
We need a transfer portal for managers.
For managers.
For lovable managers, yes.
Yeah, it's a one-man portal right now, and it's Amir Khan. So I think they got beat by Purdue. That's who it was. Man, if they
that would have been
U of H.
We could have seen them. I thought you would have loved it if they had won that next stage because then they would have faced Houston.
Oh yeah, that would have been great.
We could have thrown stuff at them.
Yes, yeah. The only reason to go to the game, throw things at Amir Khan
instead of all these women that are probably throwing themselves at him.
You think Aura? Are there Aura groupies out there? Do you think?
Is he famous?
Yeah.
The answer is yes to both things.
That's true.
Yes.
And everybody's got a fetish for something. All right, so McNeese gets knocked out. So we lose the most famous person in this tournament that's not a head coach so far, knocked out. All right, so Charles, you mentioned Charles Barkley as I was prefacing this segment with it not being very X-y and O-y. I would say this, at least I'm watching the games that, I've got my eyes on the games. Charles Barkley is in studio this is on Saturday, I believe. No, this might have been on Friday because Bryant was playing Michigan State. So that was a 2 versus 15. It was on Friday. And They come in from the first half of the Illinois game, and here's what it sounded like. Ernie Johnson's first question to Charles Barkley, a very reasonable question. What were your takeaways from the first half of the Illinois game?
Ernie Johnson, Clark Kellogg, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley, biggest takeaway from the first half.
Well, I think that's a good question.
Thank you very much.
That's his job. His job.
I came out of left field for you.
Would you expect Ernie not to ask you anything? Would you expect him to sit here and just let you?
Just look at you?
I was you know the game I'm watching. I'm watching Bryant against MSU.
You can't watch more than one game at a time. You watch all these TV shows at one time.
That's at night, man. This is at night. They're not all at the same time, man. One after the other. Ernie, I'm not going to lie. I was paying attention to the Bryant score. So get at the Clark or Kenneth, please.
He didn't even say, notice he didn't say the Brown game. He said the Brown score.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he was even watching the Brown game.
Yeah. So it was, so that was Barkley. I like that he just didn't fake it or anything. He's just like, sorry, wasn't watching that one. You'll have to ask Kenneth.
Well, how could he have known that they were going to ask him about that game?
Right.
How could it possibly have been on the actual teleprompter or on the handout they'd give him or anything like that?
I'll then tell you where I've come around on something. When they first put Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith in the studio for the tournament, I was one of those knobs. It was like, they don't watch all year. Why are these guys in here? I'm not learning anything from them. I've come around on this to where I just don't really care to learn anything. I just care to be entertained by Charles Barkley, and that entertained me.
Give me big stories. Give me glitzy things and what have you. Show me where the comebacks were. Yep. Show me where the upsets were. That's all I need. I'm
going to tell you one other place I think I've evolved a little bit, Seth, as someone who held serious hate in their heart towards the Duke University basketball program. I don't think I hate Duke anymore. Now, I don't love them, but I don't think I hold the malice in my heart anymore for Duke that I used to.
Is it as simple as, much like Alabama football, that when you have the guy that's the architect, almost the evil genius that's going to be in your life every single year, once the coach is gone, that it's different? You realize, like, I guess I didn't hate Duke as much as I actually hated Mike Krzyzewski.
Yes, I think that's exactly what it is. I hated that rat-faced worm, Mike Krzyzewski.
Oh, my God, he is.
He's a rat-faced worm, and he sounds like one.
That's the perfect description.
He sounds like this, and he talks. It'd be one thing if he talked with a real man's voice, but he's like.
So there's no part of you. Now, when Nick Saban gets on television, I think a lot of people that may formerly hated Saban or maybe just didn't like him now are starting to come around on him. Krzyzewski hasn't had that same effect when you see him on TV?
No. But we haven't seen much of him. I mean, Saban's very public. He's on game day every week.
Yeah.
Have we seen a lot? I've not seen a lot of Coach K. I hear everybody referring to him a lot.
Well, you're not dialing into, ESPN's late night breakdowns of the Big East basketball and whatnot.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is I was not a huge fan of John Shire when he was at Duke, mostly because he was at Duke at the time. But John Shire was playing high school basketball when I was living in Chicago, and I remember him. He was a legend in the Chicago area. And Pat Beverly was on, I believe he was on his own podcast this weekend, and was talking about John Shire. Pat Beverly, who is he's from the rough parts of Chicago. Shire's from the north suburbs, Glenbrook North. But Patrick Beverly was over the moon in his praise for John Shire.
John Shire story. Mind you, if anyone doesn't know John Shire, he played at Glenbrook North. When I say Ron, he never ducked any smoke from any athlete in Chicago. He never ducked any smoke. If you're from the west side of Chicago, your high school was in the hood, I'm on my way, I'm coming, I'm playing. If you were high ranked, closer to me, it's okay, I'm coming to play. Any Christmas tournament, Proviso West, John Shire, the coach at Duke, I'm on my way, I'm playing. I don't give a who y'all think y'all is. They call him the White Mike. He was so cold. It was motherfuckers in the projects walk into his games, Ron. You don't hear what I'm saying. Walk into his games at Proviso West. He had a stardom that no other kid had in Chicago, and his school wasn't even in Chicago. They were in Glenbrook North. He won national championship. I got a chance for me and him to actually be on the same team. Mind you, when we played in high school, he was Mr. Illinois. We're in the Miami Heat together. We're trying to make it. We're in the summer league together. We're on the same court together. I think someone throws an outlet. A guy reaches in by the name of Joe Ingles, pokes him in the eye. Legally blind.
Damn.
Can never play basketball again. had to get on a helicopter off to another hospital just to fix his eye last time he played.
I didn't know that story, that an eye injury ended Jon Scheyer's basketball career. I had no idea about that. But when Beverly is talking about it, Proviso West is a Chicago high school that's in the inner city. And Glenbrook North, I guess, would play in a tournament there every year. And Beverly's saying dudes would walk through. Keep in mind, the time of year where you're playing tournaments in high school basketball in Chicago, the weather is like negative 10 degrees outside. That's why walking to it is such a big deal. To go see these games.
He earned a cred in the community that you only get by being really, really, really good and fearless. He's basically the Eminem of basketball.
He's the
players.
Eminem of Chicago basketball. Yeah. So I don't hate Duke as much as I used to. I feel like I'm maturing a little bit.
To be fair, there have been a lot of Duke basketball players that get an unfair reputation for being coddled rich kids because they go to Duke, who are anything but that.
That's
like
true.
Christian Laettner, it was fun to try to think of him as he's just this coddled rich kid from Duke. Oh, no, his dad was a plumber, and just like it was,
He was from up where your people are from, right? Was he from upstate New York?
I think he was from New England.
I thought he was from upstate. I thought he was from upstate New York.
He could be 8 hours away from me and be from upstate New York.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't try to plug him in with
pin
some
all
of
of upstate New York on you.
Yeah,
I won't do
like
that.
Rockland County posers or whatever.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. So I feel like I'm coming around on a few things. We were talking about the girl from Georgia earlier, who the smiling mugshot girl, Lily. What's her name?
He was, by the way. Yeah, Laettner was from way upstate. He was from Angola.
Okay, where's that? What's that near?
It's it's over like on the border of PA almost.
Okay.
Gotcha. Near west of Buffalo even.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. We were talking about Lily Stewart was her name. She was the smiling mugshot girl from the University of Georgia who was pulled over for speeding, pulled out and got pulled over for speeding again like moments later. And that led to some speeding ticket stories on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I got a speeding ticket taking my son to daycare. I accidentally peeled out and got pulled over in the daycare parking lot and given an excessive acceleration ticket.
Ooh.
So this is in front of all the other parents and things like that.
I thought you accidentally peeled out.
At daycare.
Awesome. But meanwhile, does the texter give their name? Is it a male or female? Do we know?
No.
In my mind, I'm envisioning a woman. That kid, if he's old enough to recognize it, thinks that his mom is just the badass.
Pretty badass.
The baddest badass, yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's the way we roll in this family.
Yeah.
Watch out, little punks. You're going to try to bully me today? Yeah.
If it were high school, that's the only scenario under which it's cool to have your parents pick you up at school. Is if you have a mom who gets pulled over for speeding and then gets pulled over again for peeling out in the parking lot.
She throws a blunt out the window and then peels out.
Other than that, not cool. Not cool. A blunt. Seth, you're not lying. This is a text. Adaptive cruise control changed my life. My biggest pet peeve is people who can't maintain a speed.
Yeah, the adaptive cruise control is just nice. You just sit and just cruise in the right lane, and I stopped worrying about. I spent so many years of my life wasting time that I could be enjoying driving and just enjoying the drive, like trying to get to a place 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Well,
usually it's going to a place that I don't even want to go where I'm going, but I got to get there 10 minutes earlier.
What if it's an event that Tom Coughlin's running? Then you need to be there 10 minutes early.
But I've already left 2 hours earlier than I should to account for
to be at that one.
Other issues or anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. The one time I was ever pulled over, I was going 80 on the Grand Parkway. Speed limit was 70. Oh, you get pulled over going 80 and a 70. Yeah. Said people were flying past me, going near 100 miles an hour. State trooper pulled me over, gave me a ticket immediately. At least he didn't make you wait around. I said, "Good afternoon, officer," and he said, "I'm giving you a ticket for going 80 and a 70. Didn't even try talking or anything, and then he walked off. State troopers suck. Now, let me be clear. That was the texter saying that, not Sean T. Pendergast.
Okay, so this is in the annals of great moments in passive aggression. This was one of my all-time bests. Brandy and I were leaving my sister's house once on Thanksgiving, and we were going to drive up to her parents' house. And it was going to be, the weather was kind of bad. that we'd gotten. It wasn't an argument necessarily, but like she had angered me, and like all things, it would turn out later that I was in the wrong, but. I was angry in the moment, and usually one of the only things Brandy and I will quibble about is sometimes if I am driving too fast. And I usually don't go more than 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. So anyway, we're driving in New Jersey at night in bad weather conditions, and I'm like, well, fine. I'm just going to be the model husband here, and I'm going to drive the exact speed limit. And we're on the New Jersey Turnpike or whatever it was. I think it was I-80. And it's like it was in a work zone, a construction zone, where there was no construction. The speed limit was 45, and people were just flying past us, going like 75, 80. And I'm sitting there like, nope, going to drive the speed limit. Didn't say anything. Hands at 10 and 2. And I was so terrified. It was like the most dangerously reckless thing I could have been doing at that moment was going 45. Well, every single person else on the road was going 75 or 80. And we kept it that way for a good 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh.
And yeah.
Did you keep looking over at Brandy while you were driving?
No, I didn't look straight ahead. 10 and 2, scanning the road in front of me, being the perfect, safe, law-abiding citizen. Damn it.
Oh man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting them in if you got good speeding ticket stories. That's a good one for the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. All right, the biggest name free agent still out there. Visited with a team for 6 hours, and yet still we wait. Not a big surprise. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Chef Caserio is to cook. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. So apparently over the weekend, Seth, Aaron Rodgers met with the Steelers for 6 hours at their building. Talked to
6 hours?
6 hours. I can't imagine sitting down and meeting with anybody for 6 hours.
That's about how long a mushroom trip takes. Yeah. So that makes sense.
Yeah,
they probably just sat around a communal fire and chatted it up.
We're going to do the meeting on my terms, boys. So here you go. Here's the mushrooms. It's going to be my kind of meeting. And see how much you want me. This is Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. This is the update on the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers. Quote, they've already got a contract offer standing out to Rodgers in place, so they talked about fit. He met with Arthur Smith, the OC, Mike Tomlin, the head coach, owner Art Rooney, GM Omar Khan, so he's meeting with every layer that matters to him. Fowler says, in fact, I was told the Steelers wanted to make this meeting happen so much, they skipped Michigan's Pro Day yesterday, which if you know the Steelers, that's a big deal. The whole contingent goes to every big pro day. They stayed in town to meet with Rodgers. And look, I checked with a team source that said they're aggressively pursuing this. He's number one on their radar. And, quote, he left the building without a deal. So
okay, they've already established that they're very willing to take a chance on a guy like Russell Wilson, aging veteran. Doesn't quite necessarily seem like he fit the Steelers' ethos and history and all of that. Russell Wilson did not seem like a Steelers type of guy.
No.
And it's weird because Aaron Rodgers, despite having played in one of the ultimate blue-collar types of teams, the Packers, for his entire career pretty much, doesn't quite seem like a Steelers type of guy. The 6-hour sit-down, I think there's almost no way that doesn't end up with both sides feeling better about each other. Unless a guy is a complete D-bag. And, the Jets did the same thing. They had a nice long conversation with Aaron Rodgers. And I think Aaron Rodgers in his mind is probably all about, I really like this stuff you do, Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator. And, I could totally see fitting in with all of this. And then there's, it's a matter of sustaining the relationship after that.
Yeah.
The fact that they sat down for 6 hours, and I'm guessing Arthur Smith said some things that really appealed to Aaron Rodgers, the developing a run game, a play action, all these things that can make life easier for him. I bet it really appealed to Aaron Rodgers, and I would guess that this gets done.
I think it gets done. Why the delay? I do wonder. Okay, there's no deal in place for one of two reasons. Either Aaron Rodgers is enjoying the attention, which I think is firmly in play. That he was not the domino that needed to fall at the beginning of free agency for things to start moving. That was Sam Darnold. He now is the domino that needs to fall, at least in the quarterback world, versus a team going with Russell Wilson or making a trade for Kirk Cousins. We're down to the bargain DVD bin here. So he's either it's one of these two or both of these things. One, he's just enjoying the attention of finally being the guy who everybody's waiting on. I think there is an element of Aaron Rodgers to that. When it comes to just the football decision, there's not really another situation that makes sense for him to be waiting for at this point. The Vikings have said we've moved on. Unless he's trying to get the Vikings back engaged again. Other than just the fact that he bought a house near New York, that's the only reason I can think of he'd want to play for the Giants is that he lives there in New York and it's New York. That's a bad situation. You're going to be going to a team where the GM and the head coach are completely on the hot seat and on the verge of getting fired. I'm wondering, Seth, if he's trying to decide between playing for the Steelers or just staying in shape and being the guy that kind of vultures the best situation in season, possibly.
I don't know if I think that you got to remember this too. I think for Aaron Rodgers, I would imagine as it would go for any athlete who's in his 40s and only has a couple of years left at most. He wants to be careful about it. It's like whether you hate Aaron Rodgers or love Aaron Rodgers, I don't doubt that he genuinely wants to feel right about it. And he's at a point of time where there's a month before the draft. It's not like it was when he was with the Packers and they couldn't get a hold of him and they're definitely trying to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team for which he's not a current employee. They haven't paid him a single cent. He doesn't owe them anything. And I think that he's genuinely got some time to maybe sit with it and have a conversation with them and feel it out and figure. And maybe he wants to go visit the Titans too. It makes the most sense. I mean, the Titans could sign Aaron Rodgers and still also draft Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't – Aaron Rodgers could feel awesome about any meeting with the Titans but still feel like, all right, I'm 3 bad games away from getting benched for a rookie.
Yeah, that's
I think that I think the Steelers make the most sense, and if there's any delay right now, I don't think it's because Aaron Rodgers is trying to milk it for drama or anything. I think he's probably just wanting to feel that he wants to feel right about it before he does it.
I wonder if guys like Rodgers look at what happened with Kirk Cousins last year, where he signs this really lucrative deal.
Yeah.
So I don't feel sorry for Kirk Cousins in this case, and he's coming off an Achilles. So for a guy coming off an Achilles who'd won 1 playoff game in his career, Kirk Cousins really doesn't have anything, or didn't last year have anything to complain about, I don't think, when they went ahead and drafted Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick. And yet we know that egos get involved and guys want to feel like they're the guy, and I'm sure there was a part of Kirk Cousins that felt like he was looking over his shoulder the entire time, and rightfully so. Michael Penix wound up being the starting quarterback for the Falcons at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It played out that way. Now, Cousins is still on the Falcons right now. They just paid him a $10 million roster bonus, so maybe he's going to be around again there this year. I do wonder, like someone like Aaron Rodgers, who's in a very similar situation. You know, he's just got cut loose by the Jets. He's a free agent. The Giants and the Titans make a lot of sense, at least. Like, that's an upgrade for them at quarterback, Aaron Rodgers is. Yet I think it's a near lock that the Titans draft a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick with Cam Ward. And I feel like there's a really good chance that even if the Giants signed Aaron Rodgers, that they might draft Shedeur Sanders with the 3rd overall pick. I guess the question would be with the Steelers. They're picking 21st overall.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably very little chance of that happening with the Steelers, I would think.
Right. I don't think, for one, there's no way in hell that organization is trading all the way up to the top of the first round.
No.
To try for one of these quarterbacks especially.
Yeah.
And likewise, I don't think there's not a Michael Penix in this draft. I think that a team might talk themselves into just the scenarios that make sense for Aaron Rodgers right now, given the teams that we know about publicly, the Steelers make a whole lot of sense. I think it's probably more a question of, are the Steelers comfortable with Aaron Rodgers? Because he comes with all this bad PR about him wanting his personally hand-selected offensive coordinator, the stories about how he operated in Green Bay where he and the head coach didn't seem to be on the same page at times. It might have – I mean, Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, might have final say on this. Did he sit down with Aaron Rodgers and feel like, okay, yeah, he's going to want to run my offense and he's going to be on board with the way I operate?
Yeah. We're getting a lot
do you think he would be?
Do I think Aaron Rodgers will be on board with running Arthur Smith's offense? Yeah. I think he should be at this stage of his career.
Being more of a scheme guy instead of just kind of winging it on his own.
I think he needs to be at this point. I think he should be.
Because Arthur Smith is old school in a lot of ways in terms of the way he wants to call plays. I mean, remember in Tennessee it was a pain in the ass because they were so good at the play action. They were going to run the ball. They were going to set up and make whichever quarterback was in look like the best version of himself because there were play action opportunities. And Rodgers' reputation in Green Bay was that, man, McCarthy would want to run the ball and Rodgers would just, nope, we're passing.
Yeah.
Check out. That's got to be. I mean, that's a big thing. That was Aaron Rodgers going to be comfortable just running the scheme.
6 hours, I would imagine that they came up several times. I would think.
Yeah.
So hopefully they both got clarity on how they feel about that. Look, here's the thing too. Aaron Rodgers is still sitting here delaying. Meanwhile, you've got Cam Hayward, possible future teammate, on his podcast last week saying, hey, man, if you want to be a Steeler, be a Steeler.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Rodgers would respect that.
Yeah.
That's just a guy being blunt with it, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of speeding ticket stories on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. This goes back to a story that we hit in Acknowledge Me an hour ago of a Georgia co-ed who's been arrested multiple times in the last few weeks. Her first arrest was speeding. Her second arrest was she got a speeding ticket. Her first arrest was driving recklessly moments after getting a speeding ticket. Some of you texting in, got pulled over doing 90 in a 25 when I was 17 years old.
Oh, my God.
The officer said it was the end of his shift or else I would have been going to jail. So the officer was like, look, I got to get home and, watch The Sopranos or something like that.
90 in a 25.
Think about where speed limits are 25 miles an hour and how dangerous that is.
That's like there's pedestrians or schools or 90 and a 25.
90 and a 25. Yeah.
It's 17?
Yeah.
Plus you get, I don't know what the current laws are, but just, a lot of times when you get a ticket like that in your first year or two, even if it's not as egregious as that, you lose your license immediately.
Yeah.
You're just, wow.
And insurance rates and everything else. Oh, man. Text message, I got pulled over going 23 in a school zone, but I got out of it because the officer circled 3 a.m. instead of 3 p.m. on the ticket.
Oh, you got up on a technicality.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have been school. Boy, that's interesting, though, too, because even if I might say, I wonder if he went to court and said, yeah, it was 3:25 a.m. It was weird. I don't know why I did. That is another little trick of the trade, everybody. It's that a lot of times if you show up in court to contest it, the cop's like, I'm not going to take half my day to go to court,
right?
So I can prove that I was in the right on this traffic ticket.
You ever?
Sometimes the cops just don't show up for the court date.
Have you ever done defensive driving to get out of a ticket?
No.
Okay.
No.
I have. They have the comedy ones. You can go to a comedy club.
Oh yeah.
Those are kind of fun. It's not.
How long is it? Is it it's 5 or 6 hours?
Yeah. I don't. It's a long
Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I don't remember exactly how long it was. I remember being very excited about getting out of the ticket and not having my insurance rates go up. Though I'm like, oh, this is cool. I get to sit and eat and watch a stand-up comic teach me how to drive better. Yeah.
Was it actually funny, or was it kind of like, all right, this isn't as bad as something that's
the one
dry?
I went to was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, but I was wasted. No, I'm just joking. Just kidding.
I was just trying to sober up in time to drive home.
Yeah, exactly. Irony. Thy name is Pendergast. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. All right, one of the newest Texans. The move that I think is probably being the one most widely lauded by Nick Caserio gets a big stamp of approval from a prominent voice in the football community. We will have that for you coming up next. But Berkeley Eye Center, let's get you guys.
Hotel.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Coogs had a great weekend. Rockets split this weekend. I was so mad at the Rockets that they lost last night because it took some of the starch out of Amen Thompson making Tyler Hero his son basically on Friday against the Miami Heat. That was fun to see Amen Thompson schooling Tyler Hero on Friday. That was cool.
Amen Thompson, probably one of the more underrated keys to the playoffs that in Houston very much plugged into, but elsewhere they think of him as like a nice wing player.
Yeah.
I think that's Amen Thompson going off the way he did was really, really cool to watch.
It was cool on Friday, and yet he didn't play much of the fourth quarter at all yesterday. So I'm still Rockets. I'm a little mad at you today. I'll be over it by tomorrow. Don't worry.
The other intriguing thing about the Rockets as of late is the two big men lineup where both Şengün and Adams are in, and they were working that yesterday. It just not with the same level of effectiveness. The rebounding was not a strength through the first three quarters.
No,
and especially when they're out there and there's no Jokic. Just let's take advantage of this, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So it felt like a missed opportunity. It's just I don't have nearly the same level of frustration that I would have when they were in the middle of their rough stretch before this win streak began, because they've by and large been a much more consistent basketball team.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, I mean, I just don't want to make excuses. I mean, when the Rockets' shots aren't going in, I'm emotionally dead inside.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why don't you make these shots that you sometimes make, but usually don't anyway?
For rooting for a good team, you must be emotionally dead quite a bit. That's not a good shooting basketball team.
I know. I'm way more engaged with offensive rebounds than I am with actual shooting percentage. That's what kind of weird, the weird relationship we have with this basketball team.
It is. Chris Long, Green Light Podcast. Former Eagle, really good defensive lineman in the league for a number of years. On his podcast, he is very in tune with the Eagles, obviously. So he's a big C.J. Gardner-Johnson guy. Thinks this is a huge pickup for the Houston Texans.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Eagles trading him to the Texans. On the Texans side of things, man, that secondary, we talk a lot about how fast and violent that secondary is. I'm sensing a pattern. Love C.J.'s energy, love his speed, the way he'll throw his hat in there. It's his energy. It's his dog mentality. It's the speed with which he plays, the intensity, that it elevates everybody around him. I think you're going to Houston where he's got some guys just like him. The physicality in a group that features Lassiter, Stingley, Petrie, this dude, they're going to be taking heads off. You talk about trying to get on the perimeter in the run game and seeing bodies flying downhill and catching a check down and picking your teeth up off the turf in Houston. Like that is the visual that I think D'Amico Ryans has for the secondary, and I really like it.
It's one of the more unexpected things going into this offseason for the hot points on what the Texans really needed. The promise of Kalen Bullock is kind of, at least in my case, it kind of made me forget that, like, all right, I mean, yeah, you can get by with Eric Murray or MJ Stewart or what have you, but you still really don't have a guy you feel good about alongside Kalen Bullock out there. And Kalen Bullock is still a work in progress. He played like a rookie in a lot of ways and respects last year, but he got better as the year went along. But he's still going to have some young player glitches and blips along the way. I mean, you go into this year where last year in the offseason, Jalen Petrie playing the nickelback position was a huge question mark. We just didn't know how it was going to look. He was coming off of a disappointing year. You had Lassiter, a rookie, who, didn't run a fast 40 at the combine. And you had Kalen Bullock, who most people were upset about wasn't a veteran free agent that you would sign instead of Kalen Bullock. And then you had Eric Murray or MJ Stewart or whoever else the other safety was going to be. I don't want to say it's a 180-degree turnaround, but there was really only one position you felt good about in the secondary going into last season that you felt rock solid about, and that was Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
If he could stay healthy.
Yeah, even that. Yeah, right. You had the health black cloud hanging over that whole thing.
So, yeah, that's one of the it's kind of tippy-toed its way into all of a sudden being everything that Chris Long just talked about because it happened gradually. It didn't happen with a couple of big draft picks here or that. It was Derek Stingley working out as a guy that could start day one. It was Kim Bullock coming along during the season. It was Jalen Petrie playing the way he did at the nickelback position. And then now it's MJ Stewart added to a defense that had the second most interceptions in the league last year. It is, I'm not going to get ahead of myself because you still got to go out and play football games, but the style and brand of football that D'Amico likes to play, it feels like adding C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the mix. It just feels like you added a keg of dynamite to everything. The guy's got 12 interceptions in his last 2 full seasons. He only played a few games in 2023. But going over the last 3 years, he's got 12 interceptions in regular season games.
This is where I would be real curious if there were other teams talking to the Eagles about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, he's a productive, very productive player. Like you've said, what is it? 13 picks over the last
12. It's in the last three. It's like in the last 35 regular season games, he's got 12 picks.
So he's very productive. Yeah, like productive in a big way, like the most important way. He turns other teams over. So I'm curious if there were other teams talking about giving something to the Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. In which case, if there were multiple teams, the fact that they chose the deal where the main thing you're getting back is Kenyon Green is kind of remarkable, and probably plays into the fact that would truly mean that you actually did get something that Kenyon Green actually brought value, as opposed to just being like, okay, we'll duke you this guy. That's why I'm like, this guy's a good football player, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And so I think there's a lot of people like, that's all you could get for him was Kenyon Green. Like, no, it may be where there were 2 or 3 teams talking to the Eagles, not offering anything great.
It's one of those things where they were probably going to cut him for cap reasons regardless. So they were looking to see what was the best thing we could get. And another couple teams probably were maybe giving up a 6th or a 7th round pick or what have you. But they like the upside of Kenyon Green.
Yeah. That's I'm just curious. Were the Texans the only one, or were there multiple teams in on C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
There were. So it was 13 picks in the last 32 regular season games,
it's a lot.
Or something like that.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think with Kenyon Green, the frustrating thing was that for us as fans was that I think Caserio still saw the upside in Kenyon Green, but we'd also seen the inconsistency, the injuries, everything else. I mean, the thing that finally got him benched this year ultimately was Kenyon Green getting injured on a play in which he allowed a sack versus C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been more perfect. Like, finally, okay, he's benched now. Now, after you almost get C.J. Stroud murdered by Quinnen Williams yet again. But I don't want to say luckily, but as fate would have it, Kenyon Green himself gets injured on that play, and that's when he gets benched. That's how much Caserio was intrigued by the upside of Kenyon Green. So I think the Eagles look at Kenyon Green, and they're probably intrigued by his upside too. But they also happen to have Jeff Stoutland, who's one of the best offensive line coaches in history, on their staff. So that's where that probably looked more enticing to them than a 6th or a 5th round pick from somebody else.
Yeah. That's I would just be curious how many teams may have made the call about that, and if Kenyon Green was what they chose is interesting. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, more speeding ticket stories. I got out of a speeding ticket because the cop locked the keys in the car, so I offered him a ride back to the office, and he declined.
But he also was like, I don't know enough of you.
It's like, oh, my God. It's like Roscoe on the Dukes of... Who pulled you over, Roscoe from the Dukes of Hazzard?
I got a question for the law enforcement.
I locked my keys in my car.
I got a question for the law enforcement officers that are listening. Is the whole end of the month thing, is that just a myth, or is there a quota?
The quotas?
Yeah. I always, to this day, I still am extra careful towards the end of the month because I assume that there's quotas that some cops are trying to go out and fill.
Man. Like, thinking, that's some next level thinking right there.
Oh, I thought that was standard.
No, but like thinking about it while I'm driving, I never pay attention to what the date is or anything.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just grew up with it.
Yeah.
I think that's probably one of those things that I thought everybody thought about, but maybe no.
Yeah.
So is that a myth or not, or is that just my crazy old father?
Yeah, is it real? How about this? Got arrested for racing, going 104 and a 55, but the trooper let us go because arrested the other guy's dad a week prior and felt bad for us. Where the hell did you grow up, Talladega? Oh my God! Hey, did you see that? I mean, what could possibly go wrong with this? Over the weekend, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both bought Lamborghinis, and were racing them around on the highways in Miami. They were like,
oh no,
speeding around. Yeah, like filming themselves and things like that.
Filming themselves?
Well, someone's filming them driving around. Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but it's actually worse if they were actually filming as they were driving. Like, could you tell if they were actually going super fast, or were they just kind of gunning it here and there?
They were. I know in Jamar Chase's tweet, he talked about wanting to go around and test these things out. You know, like he was alluding to driving fast.
It's hard to test a Lamborghini out without going way faster.
Right. So and you never know, like from the video, like exactly how fast they're going. But it was like I'm watching this, I'm going, even if they're going like just around the speed limit, this is really stupid to put out there on video for any reason.
I was never intrigued by Lamborghinis all that much until I was over at an event at Zadok Jewelers, and one of the guys there had a Lamborghini that was built. It was a touring Lamborghini. So it was basically built for these long races across the desert and everything. So it had like badass off-road almost type tires on it. It had a luggage rack on top and everything. It looked like it was pretty cool, man. But I don't know. Mostly I just wouldn't trust myself on Houston roads with a Lamborghini. I think I'd probably be I'd hit a pothole way too often.
Yes. Oh, yeah. The roads here. Yeah, you damage a $300,000 vehicle. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Astros. Opening day is on Thursday. I feel like we're awaiting decisions on about 3 or 4 spots on the roster. Is the biggest decision for this team an either or could both these guys make the club? We'll talk about that. Tell you who it is coming up next.
Hey,
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We got some speedy drivers in our audience.
Scofflaws.
Yeah.
We got an audience full of scofflaws.
We do. We'll get to more.
But also quite a few law enforcement officers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Get these guys all together in a mixer.
What was the? We'll read some more of the speeding ticket stories in a little bit. But what's been the general consensus about your question? Are end of month speeding ticket quotas a real, or are they a myth?
The vast majority, pretty much everybody that responded, all the law enforcement officers said, yeah, that's a myth. It used to be a thing, but they've crushed it. But you never know in small towns. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, that it's not a deal. Yeah. They'll have averages they're supposed to keep up and everything, but it's not a month-by-month thing.
Okay. So it's a myth. So
it's a myth that at the end of the month you might be more likely to get one. So.
Yeah, duly noted.
That's what they claim.
Right.
And with something with a digital record.
Yeah. In this...
All it's been proven to me is that you guys know how to cover your asses.
Exactly right.
No, yeah, so that makes sense. No, I guess now I can remember reading stories about, like, various departments getting in trouble for having quotas.
Yeah. So we're going to hit Cam Smith in this segment. We're going to hit Cam Robinson in the next segment. You also got some love from a person on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that in a single segment, or at least within two segments of each other, we had Cam Smith, Cam Robinson, and you even mixed in a Cam Akers reference, and you stayed on point on all of them. You didn't get any of them. Like, you didn't mix last names.
I didn't mix up any of them.
Nope. Oh, yeah.
I'll get 3, actually.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah.
Give him one more, Ben, just for good measure. There you go.
I should have done a Cam Neely reference at some point. Just to show off. Yeah.
That Cam Akers one got you out pretty far over your skis. I was very impressed by that.
But at the same time, where I admitted it last Friday, I mixed up Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram just because Laken Tomlinson, because his name is Lake, it makes me think of the land of 1,000 lakes.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of Laken Tomlinson as the guard that came via Minnesota, where obviously that was Ed Ingram.
That was Ed.
So I'm dialed in today trying to make up for or atone for last Friday.
We'll get to some Texans stuff in the next segment. So opening day this Thursday, very excited. Over the course of the next couple of days, we're going to find out if indeed the improbable happens. Cam Smith making the opening day roster. I don't know what I would have handicapped it at the beginning of spring training, but very low.
1%.
Yeah.
That was the going rate. Listen, I defer to a lot of the smart baseball folks a lot of the times when it comes to stuff like this. And all the smart baseball people were telling me, like, scoff. That's what it would do. When you're watching with the subtitles on, and somebody makes a face, and in the subtitle it says scoffs.
Yes.
That's
with the little brackets around it. Yeah, that's
what the closed caption said on our YouTube stream.
Scoffs.
And I cited smart baseball people who scoffed at the notion that Cam Smith, with all of his 5 or 10 games of AA experience, would be on the opening day roster.
1% then. What percent do you think it is now that he makes it? You think it's a coin flip?
I still think it's 40% chance.
40%.
And it's partly because DeZenzo has played so well.
Yeah.
If there were no DeZenzo, then it would be easier to say, all right, yeah, we'll get Cam Smith up, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for him to play. But DeZenzo has done the same thing Cam Smith has done, which is he's produced at the plate in spring training. He's adapted to playing corner outfield really well for a guy that hadn't done it before. And one thing Espada said last week, and he said multiple times before, is that these guys got to play every day.
Yeah.
So I feel like if there were no DeZenzo, then Cam Smith would be very likely. I think at this point, if one of those two guys is going to be up, they defer to just more old school baseball logic and say, hey, let's get Cam Smith time to get comfortable playing pro baseball, get him more time in AA, and DeZenzo's already had a taste of the major leagues and way more pro baseball experience. We'll start off with DeZenzo.
He would be
and then get him an opportunity to play a lot more frequently.
Yeah, he would be the first homegrown big-time prospect. And I say homegrown. He hadn't played an inning in the minor league system yet, but if he were to go down to the minors, or if he were to make the opening day roster, then he would be the first in a series of, I'll call them big-time prospects the Astros have had in the building that would be that they wouldn't be manipulating his service time. Like every other guy, going all the way back to Jose Altuve, but George Springer, Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, others along the way, Kyle Tucker, had their playing time kind of, jiggered with to get that extra year of arbitration out of it. You bring Cam Smith up early like that. Now, they've created a rule to incentivize teams with prospects the level of Cam Smith to, if they deserve to be on the opening day roster, put him on the opening day roster, because if he finishes, I forget where it is, but if he finishes way high up in Rookie of the Year or MVP and stuff like that in his rookie year, or with MVP, it's over the next few years. If he finishes way high up in those votings, then they can get some draft compensation out of it.
And that was a good. Chandler Rome first pointed that out. Really, I think after the Cam Smith fervor started taking off, and explained it in a way that I hadn't seen it before. So it's a disincentive to hold him down in the minors. Yeah, but I mean, it's not a huge disincentive because he does also still has to prove it. Well, if he's on the team for opening day, then the Astros clearly think he's going to be one of the 2 or 3 best rookies in baseball this year. If they're doing that, just based on what their track record is with big time prospects like that. So Chandler Rome has a bunch of scuttlebutt about the Astros over the weekend. A lot of some of it is roster related. Feels like, Seth, it sounds like to Chandler that there's a slight chance the Chas McCormick spot could be in jeopardy just based on the fact that he's not hitting this spring. Maybe it's Chaz's spot DeZenzo gets, but they want DeZenzo and Cam Smith to play every day, regardless of what level they're on. I feel like there's 6 guys right now that are battling for 4 roster spots. It's DeZenzo and Cam Smith, who I don't think both of them will be on this team. I think one will. And then it's Hummel, it's Chaz, it's Brendan Rodgers, and it's Zach Short. So we'll see what happens. Those 6, and then the pitching staff is pretty much set. They're like now, their last reliever is what they're deciding on. And the other big thing, just in looking at this roster, man, other than Framber, this is a roster of guys that are going to be with this team for at least, at a minimum, 2 or 3 years, if not 5 or 6 years. Like this is a core group that's going to be here by baseball standards for a little while. Well, I guess looking at the pitching staff overall.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess in my mind I was going to the relievers because that's the one that's more in doubt or what have you.
Yeah, I'm talking about the main guys on the team overall.
Okay. I guess but it's a big. That Framber's a big one. The Framber one is one where you feel like, okay, that's your guy. That's the guy that's been an innings eater forever and remarkably consistent since his younger years. But I guess when I think about the sum total of the pitching staff, that's where having control over a bunch of the starters for multiple more years, I still look at a relief staff where you're trying to figure out exactly who it's going to be and how they're going to look.
Yeah. To me, Chandler says this in his piece. He talks about Framber and says no extension offer for Framber Valdez this spring. And Framber, I guess, in an interview through the interpreter, said that he expects to hit the market after the season. He's going to be a free agent, which, that makes sense. They're not offering you a contract. But Chandler cites Hunter Brown's development as something that kind of cushions the blow of potentially losing Framber. For me, that's not enough. If you're going to continue to compete, for me, the thing that cushions the blow of losing Framber, it's almost like Hunter Brown is almost the cover charge to feel about life after Framber Valdez. To me, it's the key is either Spencer Arrighetti or Hayden Wisniewski or somebody like that.
Right. Yeah.
Taking a stranglehold on the number 3 job to be the number 2 next year.
Yeah. If you want to have a championship caliber pitching staff, losing Framber, it doesn't change anything. Still having Hunter Brown on there.
Yeah.
You've lost a genuine stud at the head of the lineup. So okay, Hunter Brown might become that guy, but you got 4 other spots you have to worry about. Yeah. Arrighetti, I think, is the one that. Given the Astros' ability to develop guys like, say, Hunter Brown, I think Arrighetti, and then I don't know. there's still a part of me that, hey, J.P. France is off there somewhere rehabbing.
I love J.P.
somewhere in the darkness. I've still got a candle lit for J.P. France.
J.P.
Damn it.
France and his rec specs.
You mark my words, Sean. Mm-hmm. 2 years from now, you're going to be out here claiming like, I always knew J.P. France was going to be a Cy Young Award winner. Damn it.
Hey, are you shifting gears here? I know you saw this. I had not seen this until yesterday. You said this guy was out here. He's been out here for a while. I had not seen this until the video surfaced of this C.J. Stroud impersonator.
Yeah.
Getting into the rodeo for free.
People just like waving him through security.
Taking pictures with him.
The kid looks a lot like C.J. Stroud and tries at it. Has the hair exactly done like it. I've seen videos of him before at like restaurants and stuff, where people are treating him like he's C.J. Stroud. And I don't know what's to be done. I don't know legally how much you can do.
I don't either.
But I feel it's one thing to look a lot like somebody. It's another to knowingly benefit from that guy's image.
To lie and say you're him.
Yeah. That's got to be a crime, right? I mean, that's one thing. Obviously, if you're cashing a check or something, then it's a big-time crime. Remember that guy that pretended he was Ben Roethlisberger a few years back?
I don't.
He was dating a woman who he had convinced this woman and her family that he was Ben Roethlisberger.
No way.
And got into some kind of a pinch and just needed her to forward him, loan him $50,000 or something like that. He was duping.
Okay.
He duped a hardware store out of the free stuff. This kid's got to stop. This is, it's not right, man.
No.
It's not right.
No, it's messed up.
Because all it takes is being rude to one person in an establishment or something, and all of a sudden you're besmirching the good name of C.J. Stroud.
It's messed up, and I'm just basing my entire assessment of it on this video. But like he, not only is the hair the same, the face is very similar. He's even got the mannerisms down, like the way the bounce he has in his step when he walks and things like that.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm guessing there's a huge conversation going on with security over at NRG Stadium today.
And I'll tell you what, though, this is a
they let him in for free. They let him in.
Game recognized game. There's an element here where this is a masterful manipulation of white guilt, of being the white person. It's like, of course I don't. No. Of course I recognize this person exactly for who he is. No, I'm not. What are you accusing me of?
Oh.
No. Yeah, sure, yes. Oh, of course, no.
Yeah. He looks a lot like C.J. Stroud, man.
Oh, does he, Sean?
He
he looks a lot like C.J. Stroud, does he?
Yeah, he looks a lot. I ain't scared.
I see the type of guy you are.
I ain't scared. He looks a lot like C.J. Stroud. It is messed up, though, dude. Especially when he started taking pictures with people. Yeah. I'm like, all right, arrest this man. I don't know what for, but arrest this man.
He's not. Is he? I guess the question is, does he present himself as an impersonator or something? Does he disclose to everybody at some point, like, no, I'm not C.J. Stroud?
Or do do the words "I'm C.J. Stroud" ever actually come out of his mouth? Or does he just go, "What? They want to pose with me for a picture? Sure." Here's the thing that should have been snuffed out with this particular incident about this guy getting into the rodeo for free.
Yeah.
He was wearing a C.J. Stroud jersey. Do you think C.J. around town?
If he was doing an appearance,
maybe.
Then he might,
maybe.
Like he's showing up and he's supposed to do an appearance as C.J. Stroud. Because, of course, because I'm C.J. Stroud. Why would you say I'm not C.J. Stroud? Of course I'm C.J. Stroud.
Right.
What a weird question to ask.
It was wild, man. It was that was crazy. More speeding ticket stories coming in as well. I got a speeding ticket going 110 in a 70 back to college. No license, driving a stick shift that nobody else in the car knew how to drive. The officer was about to be off the shift, so he only gave me a ticket and a rest. He drove the rest of the way going 60. Okay, we'll see. So it worked. It slowed you down a little bit. From what I can gather, Seth, to me the big key, if you're going to either get a lighter punishment or maybe get out of the ticket altogether, make sure you catch a cop who's at the end of his shift. Cop just wants to go home. He's like, fine, here's the ticket, or here's a warning.
I'm going to familiarize myself with the shift schedule of every local police department and then just fly through.
That's right.
5 minutes before the end of all of their shifts.
Yeah.
That does happen. That's happened to me before, where you see a cop, you're speeding, and you freak out, and then you realize that they're turning into the police station. And then there's two parts of that. It's like, wow, I am an idiot. I was just speeding past the police station. But then you also realize, oh, this guy's at the end of his shift. He doesn't give a damn.
Yeah.
He just wants to get home to his wife who he hates. Yeah.
Text message 30,000 plus volunteers get into NRG for the rodeo. Who cares? It's not that he got into the rodeo for free, although I'm guessing a conversation, although I'm guessing a security-based conversation is being had about that. Like, don't just let guys in, even C.J. Stroud, for free. But it's not that. It's the guy is impersonating C.J. Stroud.
I don't understand how listen, I don't understand how somebody got that wrong.
Right.
Like, that person thought that we were worried about the rodeo not getting the admission fees. No. That was not our complaint with it.
It's
okay?
like somebody...
Never once did we... Never Sean stand up and say, this man is robbing the taxpayer.
Right.
That's who he's robbing.
Right. It's
because we support the rodeo, and now they... No.
It's as if somebody, Seth, jaywalked to go shoot somebody, and the person's like, why are you so concerned about jaywalking?
Yeah, we're concerned about impersonating C.J. Stroud.
About the murder, man. Yeah.
I did this when I was playing in Jacksonville. I've told you this before. There was a bartender I knew, and I walked into this bar once, and he said, Seth, I had to kick a guy out the other night because he was telling people he was you. And he looked enough like me.
You've told this story before.
This is before people had internet on their phones and everything, could fact-check anybody. But he was, like, hitting on girls and stuff, telling them that he was me.
That's messed up.
And, I'm like, geez. So the bartender didn't know anything other than he kicked him out for it. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, that guy was probably doing that all over town. He might have had an entire family or something built up around the lie that he was me.
Now, what if he forged a good reputation for you? What if he was
That'd be pretty cool.
Quite the swordsman out there. You know what I mean?
I think it's. No, I don't. No. Because it ended up being. It was kind of an issue. But it was only for a brief period of time. But there was somebody that also came up to me that was at an autograph signing event. And it was like, hey, you're going out with my friend such and such, a woman. And she just can't, she says you're awesome. And I'm like, I have no idea who you're talking about.
Holy cow.
Or what you're. That's like. Wild. And he confused, and then he walked away. And I'm like, this is the same, there's some guy out there who's actually like going out with some girl and claiming that he's me.
That would stress me out so much, man.
Apparently he was treating that woman well, but who knows what kind of promises he was telling her, you know? Like he was probably making all kinds of grandiose promises.
Oh, yeah.
Probably saying things like absurd things like, oh, yeah, I'm planning to have 15 sacks next year.
You have 10 women waiting for will call tickets outside the stadium right now. That's what's going on.
Oh.
All right, from Cam Smith over to the other Cam Robinson.
There's some 20-year-old kid in Jacksonville right now who thinks that his dad is deadbeat Seth Payne.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, that bum left my mom with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He's got me on a list of people to kill.
Like Arya Stark.
Because it wasn't even me.
Yeah.
And I was in Miami with my new beach house.
Yeah.
Well, it was a couple minutes from the beach.
Okay.
I dated her for a fortnight.
according to people in Jacksonville. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of the Jags, Cam Robinson used to play there. Seth did some study on the odds-on favorite to be the left tackle for the Texans. Do we feel better, worse, or about the same as their solution at left tackle as we felt on Friday? We'll get Seth's take on that coming up next.
Chef Casario is... Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Multiple texters wondering if Case Keenum rolls around town saying that he's you, because you guys have similar facial features.
Yeah, Case Keenum, I get that a lot. People, it never gets annoying when people say, hey, you look like Case Keenum. Like, yeah, thanks. Never heard that. You're the first person in 50 years that's ever noticed that. Ed Helms, I don't get Ed Helms as much anymore. I look more like Ed Helms, the dentist from The Hangover, than I do like Case Keenum.
I agree.
But I think just because of being in Houston, Case is obviously a lot more visible these days.
Yep.
I'm glad that I don't look as much like John Rocker anymore. I looked like Cushing for a while, but it wasn't. That wasn't ever a big deal. That was easy enough to. But usually it would be. You know what it would be? We'd be in a football setting or something, and where it kind of sucked was like this was well after my career was over. But I might be at a Texans something, and somebody would come up all excited that it was Cushing. That
they thought it was Cushing, yeah.
Yeah. You know the dumbest one ever? This will tell you how dumb Patriots fans are, what hop-on BS craps they are. I emceed, I had to MC an event before the Patriots played in the Super Bowl in Houston. I say I had to. They paid me money to do something that I never should have done, but I accepted the money because it was a Patriots pep rally.
Yeah.
So it was like this former non-Patriots player emceeing a pep rally.
Yeah.
People hated me.
They had to be super stoked about that. Yeah.
They hated me. They couldn't get me, but it was a big chunk of money. So I was like, I'll take your money to be hated by a bunch of people I already hate for a while. But I'm standing around waiting before the event began, and some guy came up to me, just eyes wide open, and it was like, hey man, listen, like it's cool. Like, don't worry, I won't make a big deal out of it, but can I take my picture with you? And I'm like, he's all Patriots gear and everything. And he was excited, really, really excited. And I was like, hey, I know this feels kind of awkward, but like, who do you think I am? And he goes, you're Gronk. I'm like, what the hell are you talking? What? And this guy, it wasn't like if he was a short guy, I might consider like, oh, okay, well, I'm a really tall guy compared to him, and he's looking up at me so he doesn't get perspective or something. I'm like, and I don't look anything like Gronk. So I took the picture with him.
Of course.
Yeah,
did you?
No, I didn't. No. I told him I wasn't Gronk. I'm like, how the hell are you a Patriots fan at the Super Bowl and confuse me for Gronk?
No kidding.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
You must have been in pretty good shape at that time. Because Gronk
but it didn't make me 3 inches taller.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between 6'6", 6'7", and 6'4".
How tall he is? He's that tall, huh? Gronk.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him at the Super Bowl. We saw him at the Super Bowl, and I thought it was a basketball player at first.
Yeah. All right, so you watched some Cam Robinson this weekend. You did the chores for all of us here, Seth. You saved us all from watching Cam Robinson with a far more educated eye than many of us to tell us, should we feel better, worse, or about the same as the player that I think is barring something health-wise, I think he's a heavy favorite to be the starting left tackle for this team right now.
Yeah, I think that, when they first signed him, I thought, all right, it's still maybe going to be a competitive situation at offensive tackle in general, and that it would be a three-man competition between Cam Robinson, Titus Howard, and Blake Fisher, and just maybe shuffle things around depending on what happens. It makes a lot more sense that Cam Robinson's going to be the starting left tackle. That an opening game. Maybe at some point they shift things around, but like by and large, he's been a solid left tackle in the NFL. I think there's something with Cam Robinson where he hasn't necessarily lived up to expectations so much like it is with Titus Howard here. You end up with a more negative perception of him than you probably should have. I mean, with Titus, I agree that I feel like he's capable of being a better right tackle than he's been. But I do think some people look at his work at left guard and think that they tie that somehow to his performance at right tackle. He's a much better right tackle than he is a left guard. But with Cam Robinson, he's very, very. He's absolutely fine in pass protection. He's got long arms. He uses them well. If you've heard that Clint Stoerner promo, I think Clint's exactly right on that. The biggest weakness in the thing that reminds you a little bit of Laremy Tunsil is that he's not much of a run blocker. And that where he's not as good as Laremy Tunsil is in pass protection is that he doesn't hold up to power as well. If I'm turning that into a positive, at least in terms of, swarm mentality, when I watched Cam Robinson, and I watched him more closely than I've watched him just, in Texans games and everything, I think that he's willing as a run blocker. It's just that he lacks natural power and strength, both as a pass protector and as a run blocker. He's very willing. It's just there's sometimes where he can't, that stronger guys overpower him. But there's a lot of instances of him just keeping his legs churning on double teams and driving guys into the ground and all of that stuff. I think that he's probably just at his limit for what he can do as a run blocker. But as a sum total, all right, are we okay at left tackle? Yeah, as long as Cam Robinson is healthy, I feel good enough about him at left tackle. I don't think it's not the pessimism that I saw from a lot of people. And you're replacing Laremy Tunsil with him? Great. We're just no. You've got to get the other four guys better, but the Cam Robinson will be fine as long as you can get the other four guys, the other four positions straight.
Is he swarmy?
Yeah, he's swarmy. I think he is swarmy. I think he's swarmy, but I think there's a ceiling as to how much you can expect from that in the run game.
Sure. Did the decision on Titus Howard and Blake Fisher and all the moving parts that go with that, and again, I'm asking this question knowing full well they could draft somebody that changes the calculus on the line again with the 25th overall pick, or maybe they move up to get somebody in the draft that they view as a day one starter. But as currently constructed, if this is the offensive line, do they need to make the decision on where Titus is going to be before OTAs? I mean, is it beneficial to Titus if he knows he's going to be right tackle? You're the right, how hard is that to make that shift if they feel like halfway through training camp, oh, no, we got to put him back at guard?
I think the biggest difference just needs to be that as it was this last year, for the first time, when they did move Titus Howard to left guard, he seemed like he embraced it, and he had never really seemed like he embraced it. Now, he didn't embrace it fully. At the very beginning, he was still adamant that, no, I am a right tackle. But I think that he showed that he was actually willing to I mean, it felt like before last season when you go to left guard, it was almost like there was a psychological barrier where he didn't want to play too well because then people would think he was guard and not a tackle.
Yeah.
I think maybe he's matured beyond that. So ideally, it depends on what happens in the draft. If you draft an offensive lineman that you think is potentially a left guard, then you're probably going to make it a competition between that offensive lineman and Laken Tomlinson, perhaps. But regardless of everything else, I think that opening day, I guess, what's your question? I'm struggling with it in a way that...
No. Yeah, I'm just wondering, if Titus Howard is going to be the right tackle, is this something they've got to commit to, and he's at tackle for the coming season?
They don't have to, but I think that they still look at Blake Fisher as a guy that's a developing offensive lineman and that he can be the swing tackle.
Yeah.
I think in an ideal world, they draft an interior offensive lineman, maybe two, who knows, and that there's open competition at the interior offensive line. And they start off the season seeing how it goes with Titus Howard at right tackle, with Cam Robinson at left tackle, knowing that they can Titus Howard in at guard if they have to.
Yeah, I probably worded it poorly. That's my thing. It doesn't feel ideal that halfway through training camp, they look at the whole situation and go, all right, now you're a guard. But they've done it with him 3 other times, so...
Yeah, I guess, maybe that's why I was flummoxed a little bit, because I guess my short answer should have been no, I don't think they worry about that as much as they because this isn't like moving Jose Altuve to left field.
Yeah.
I think Titus has been there plenty of times where he has the experience that they probably, with a new offensive coordinator especially, they probably want Titus Howard to get as many reps at right tackle as possible. If they have to, I think they'd feel fine with Laken Tomlinson at left guard. I'm not sure exactly how they feel about Ed Ingram at right guard, but I think they're going to be they're going to be trying to find the right three guys on the interior more so than they're going to want to see. They need to spend time with Titus in there at left guard.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That's my gut at this point, but we'll see after the draft.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Did the NCAA tournament, which is probably the biggest event going on right now the next couple weeks, did they lose its best villain yesterday? Did they lose the most hated person in the tournament yesterday? We will, and I can't imagine this person if he'd taken the job he was offered earlier this year. We'll talk about that. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next.
22. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio's 10 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Damn, Rockets. Missed opportunity. I'm looking up at the screen in the studio. And the big question, how many teams are you taking over the Nuggets in the Western Conference? Steve, you just beat them last night.
Yeah.
And the big story is how you have a stranglehold on the number 2 seed. But no, you let them up. You let them beat you at home last night, and now the Nuggets are a big talk on these blah, blah, blah shows this morning on TV.
Yappity yap.
The yappers, the chin waggers, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no respect. No damn respect, I'll tell you.
Nope.
No credit given for the fact that, it's going to be fun, man. This is going to be a fun. The playoffs, regardless of where the Rockets are seated, there's a lot. I mean, you go down to the 9 seed with the Kings, and for whatever reason, the Rockets have had their issues and struggles against the Kings this year. The fact that the Lakers are annoyingly the 4 seed. And very put out by the fact that the Rockets and the Nuggets are seated above them. No matter what the actual simple math would tell you, they feel disrespected that the actual regular season record seems to matter.
Dude, they're going to catch an opponent that's going to be really fun in the first round. You know, it could be. I doubt it'll be the Lakers, but the Lakers are not playing good basketball. They're the 4 seed right now. A series with Memphis would be fun. A series with Golden State would be a hell of a lot of fun. The teams that would be in the play-in right now would be Minnesota, the Clippers, Sacramento, and Phoenix. You know, so the 2 would play the 7 seeds. So whoever comes as the best team out of the play-in would be who you'd be catching there. Like the play-in would be must-watch right now if you're a Rockets fan as the 2 seed. You know
what they need to do? I think it's pretty obvious. They need to beat Kevin Durant in the playoffs, because Kevin Durant will gladly just hop on with the team that forced him out the year before. That's what he loves to do.
That's true.
We don't need to be better than the Rockets.
No.
I'm just going to join the Rockets.
That's it.
Just like I did with the Warriors back in the day.
That's his go-to move.
This is the franchise. The franchise hinges not on how deep the Rockets can go into the playoffs, but can they defeat Kevin Durant in the playoffs to where Durant says, all right, that's it.
Dream team.
Can't beat them, join them. Yep.
A lot of smoke around that right now, man. A lot of smoke around Durant wanting to come here. It seems like it's a done deal that he's not going to be in Phoenix next year. Is what it feels like.
I'll forgive him for saying that this is my city that one time 7 or 8 years ago. If he ends up coming in and genuinely making it his city.
Yeah, man. Whatever. If it makes him better, I'm down for it. So the NCAA tournament, we're on to the Sweet 16, and I guess my question would be, has the tournament lost its biggest villain? People do not like Danny Hurley of UConn. He is a cocky heel, is what he is. He is somebody that does not mind reminding opposing crowds that he is a 2-time champion. We've seen video of that. There was him leading the floor yesterday after UConn gave Florida all they could handle yesterday. That game was tied pretty late in the game. And then Creighton from Florida just started knocking down threes, and that was that. But UConn put up a really good fight in that game. And Hurley was caught coming into the tunnel by a camera, walking off the court with his players, kind of turning around and yelling to some Baylor people, like, hope the referees don't bleep you like they bleeped us. You know, that's kind of how it sounded, like he was away from the mic. He is ornery. He is, he's a very good coach, but he's very testy. He does not handle losing well. This is an absolutely miserable Danny Hurley, and picture him sitting there at the dais there, rubbing his face, head in his hands, like he just looks miserable. Here's Hurley after yesterday's loss.
Just get back to myself as a coach and not have to throw out first pitches, and you should only be ringing stock market bells and throwing out first pitches when you win the major championship. So, I won't have to do things like that. I'll be able to just kind of focus on the upcoming season, make better decisions with all aspects of coaching. But yeah, I mean, when I saw when I was asked about the 13 in a row, you had no idea the company and what we've accomplished. So you could take some solace in that. But today was to be that close to getting to a Sweet 16 and knowing, that the 2 seed lost yesterday, and this bracket could have really opened up for us. And we knew that once we saw the 2 seed lose.
Okay. People really enjoyed seeing Danny Hurley miserable yesterday, was the sense I got. Yeah. The 13th.
I think it would annoy you because it would be more people that also say, "Look at how much the guy cares." That's what basketball is all about.
He does care. Honestly, the biggest question I had in watching Hurley operate, really, in watching him operate on the sideline, obviously, but in these press conferences after the tournament, he got offered the Lakers job. He turned down the Lakers head coaching job. Danny Hurley did before J.J. Redick ended up getting that Lakers job. And that's what I think Danny Hurley would have been back in college in a year.
Yeah.
There is no way that a guy that's wound that tight, that has no in between. When they lose, it's the worst thing in the world. When they win, he's on top of the world and he's obnoxious about it. I don't know how that, and especially in a world where LeBron James operates in that same world.
And with Bronny, the whole dynamic there, would Pitino have handled, how would he have handled all of that?
Early, yeah.
And that would have been fun to watch. Yeah. I think that we should. Yeah, I hope he's so miserable that he needs to take a high profile NBA job so he can step away from having to cry all the time.
Yeah.
Tell me this. Okay, so Arkansas faced St. John's.
Yeah.
And it was John Calipari versus Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
And Calipari was wearing this kind of like picnic table cloth looking blazer. One tweeted out that, and it's got kind of tossed around like it was fact. They basically said that he's wearing a jacket made from the tablecloth at the restaurant where Rick Pitino got in trouble for having relations with one of his assistant coaches'
on the table,
fiancés back in the day.
Yeah.
Has there been any confirmation or anything that was indeed Calipari's intent as he faced his long rival Rick Pitino or not?
No, I've seen no confirmation of the sort. I love the idea. I love the narrative.
I think the problem was, this tablecloth, it's the red and white, almost like a houndstooth, like a Bear Bryant type thing.
Yeah.
That would... And, and it's Arkansas. You could totally see how it's Arkansas colors and everything. I feel like the restaurant that Pitino got busted in was more of a white tablecloth type of place.
No, it's not.
It wasn't a mom and pop Italian restaurant.
It's a regular Italian restaurant where you might see tablecloths. I've been there. I've eaten there.
It's not a fancy place.
It's not a fancy place.
Oh,
it's nice. It's nice.
So it could totally have a red and white tablecloth.
It could. Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those. I mean, I visited it back in 2008 when I was driving through Louisville. I was driving up to go see my kids in the summertime.
Yeah.
Up in Chicago, and so I stopped in Louisville, and that's kind of how I'm wired. I'm like, I want to go to the restaurant that got Rick Pitino fired. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's I don't know if it got him fired, but it got him in trouble for sure.
Did they have the table pointed out or anything? Did you ask the wait staff?
I asked.
Which one was it?
They did. They told me which table it was. They were being truthful or not, but I took my picture next to it, and I didn't ask to eat at it. I was like, I don't know. That's
of all the tables in the restaurant where it would be the most romantic or intriguing to have relations on top of. Was that the one?
No, middle of the road. But from what I understand, he was in there after hours. So
it was after hours.
Yeah. That would have been something if he was doing it during dining hours.
Definitely. Then you'd know for sure because somebody would have caught it on their phone.
Yes, yeah. So no, I've been there. The restaurant's called Porcini's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's right there in Louisville.
Sounds pretty Italian.
Yeah, it's very Italian. It's not like tippy top, like white glove, white tablecloth, but it's good. It's moderately pricey.
Yeah,
good meal. I liked it. And I got to say I ate at the place that Rick Pitino chose to. The old saying, you don't bleep where you eat.
Potentially kill his career.
Yeah.
But it didn't kill his career. It gave it a little bit of a setback.
We'll find out. He killed my bracket, is what he did.
Yeah.
I had St. John's winning the whole thing, so now I've got to be doing this thing where I root for all my other Final Four teams to make it, and I got to root for Calipari to plow through everybody because nobody took Arkansas. The only one who would even be a threat to take Arkansas would be Clint in our brackets. John Lopez is here. Did your weekend continue on the great run that you were on after day one of the tournament?
Good, not great. Still in the hunt. I think top 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
something like that. I'll have to look.
Yeah, my champion is out. I'm
Just
not feeling too
eyeballing
good
it.
about my chances right now.
By the way, you eating at that restaurant was a 1 to 700 favorite.
Oh, yeah.
It was
Yeah, man.
a
I thought about writing a book about like that in sports world, like infamous places that you could go visit and like interview people who like
Great
owners
idea.
and
Guide
things like
to
that.
it, a guide
Kinda.
to those,
an easy
99
read.
restaurants you should dine in before you.
That a sports
Absolutely.
fan should dine in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, based on scandals or whatnot.
Yeah, something
Well, no,
noteworthy.
but you also like the You went to the Sopranos restaurant where
Oh,
they
yeah.
filmed the final scene.
Olston's. I sat in the booth. Yeah.
Did you go to the Seinfeld
Yes.
diner?
The diner.
I've been to that
The
one.
diner in New York. Yeah. I love Amy and I love stuff like that. And it's not the actual diner. Obviously, like that was a set
It's
on
called something
Hollywood.
else,
It's called
yeah.
Tom. It's called Tom's Restaurant, right? Luke Morrow's here. He's a Northeast guy. He would know. Luke. It's Tom's Restaurant.
Yeah,
right?
Tom's Restaurant.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Okay, write
Trying
that
to
down
think
on
of one that you may not have
writing
eaten
that down
at.
on my to-do list for today.
Dude, there's
Write
a
book.
series on Netflix right now where it's a documentary about when they took down the 5 mob bosses in New York. And the crazy thing there is just the killings of the mob bosses and stuff in some of these restaurants, these little but like the New York in the 1980s, just how nuts it was, how much control organized crime had over not just the city, but like major industries. I honestly didn't understand the depth to which the mob controlled various industries, like the concrete industry and stuff like that, because they controlled the unions.
This is on Netflix right now?
Yeah. It's really good.
There's too much stuff on Netflix right now. I just started on
There's too much
quality.
America sucks. There's just too much quality content to sit on the couch and watch.
That's why we're here to put out some mediocre content. you
Back
know?
in the old days, I could sit and never find anything good on TV, and now I spend 45 minutes trying to figure out what to watch because there's too much good stuff.
Too much stuff. That's exactly.
That's the truth.
Yes.
I thought of one.
Yeah.
I thought of a restaurant.
Oh, by the way, Spark Steakhouse, Seth, I'm sure is in that documentary. That's where Castellano got shot.
Yeah,
We've
right
eaten
out
there.
in front of it, right?
Yep. We've eaten
this
there.
may or may not be in your wheelhouse. Are you a fan of that new series that's been around called The Bear?
No.
No, I can't watch that.
Really?
That's the uncut
wild.
gems of the culinary world.
It's wild.
No.
Mr. Beef in Chicago is what it's based on.
Mr. Beef. No, okay. I lived in Chicago. Never ate at Mr. Beef.
Yeah.
Is it an Italian beef place?
Yeah, Italian beef place.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a stressful show, Sean.
It's so stressful.
Well, what-
It's very stressful.
awesome.
It feels like you own a restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
awesome, but
So
it's very
is it a drama? Is it a true
It's a drama
story?
comedy, a dramatic comedy, whatever you want
Okay,
to call it.
okay.
But I
But is
actually know someone who worked at a restaurant like that. With some of the people that were inspired for the show.
Okay.
And they said 100% accurate.
Accurate. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me the.
Sean, he's this guy. He's taken over his family restaurant, but it's always been kind of like this little family neighborhood joint. But he's like a gifted chef, and he's taking it over and he's trying to change and everything. But it's all this like trying to deal with like finding the food that you're going to make the menu out of in the morning, and like people don't show up, and all these things that restaurant owners deal with.
Yeah. I don't know. I look around. I'm like, how are their restaurant owners?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I look at that type of business. I'm like, man, it takes a special kind of person. The amount of turnover.
If you're in for a show to binge, The Bear is really good.
The Bear.
It's very stressful, as Seth said. But
The Bear.
It's too stressful for me. I don't like movies like that. Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. That was just way too stressful. It took me like 5 attempts to make it halfway
Dude, you
through.
and me both. That was brutal.
There's a movie out right now about the first episode of Saturday Night Live where it follows like Lorne Michaels trying to get everything together. I haven't finished that one yet either. It's too stressful.
Really?
Too stressful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are these just super stressful movies, or have you started, Seth, to build up kind of a lower affinity to inject that kind of stress into your life?
No, they're intended to be stressful for the viewer.
Okay,
Well,
got
the
it.
Bear is a series.
Yeah. It's almost like it's kind of like with cringe comedy, like the ones that are supposed to make you cringe. Like I don't have a good tolerance for those. There's a certain genre of like, no, it's this main character is under stress, and we're gonna make you feel how stressed out he is. And it's like John said, it's probably the people that can handle that kind of stress.
Yeah.
The people that actually could watch that movie are the people that are much likely going to be better restaurant managers than me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put it to the test. It's really good. It's
Very,
stressful, but it's
very
really
good.
good. Okay.
Very
okay.
good.
Okay.
He's the guy. It was the guy from the movie about the wrestlers, the Texas wrestling family.
Zac Efron?
No, the other
no,
the Von Erichs. The Von Erichs.
Yeah, but the guy that played one of the brothers there. Is
I don't remember. Yeah, I only remember Zac Efron. Yeah. All right. Hey, Luke.
The non-Zac Efron one.
Gotcha.
Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in Shameless as well.
Okay. Gotcha.
The guy in that movie, the wrestling movie, that looked like he trained his upper body 4 hours a day and didn't do a single lower body exercise.
Chicken legs.
Yeah.
How you doing, Luke?
Doing well. It's good to be here.
Yeah, man.
And, exciting time because obviously March Madness is off and running, and that was started last Thursday. Now this Thursday we have opening day in baseball, so this is a great stretch of Thursdays.
Good week to be alive.
Well, technically, Major League Baseball already had their opening day in Japan.
True. That's an excellent actually. That's a good one.
Yeah, nothing like a 3 a.m. first pitch for your local fans.
To follow it on our phones while we're doing radio. It was great. Yeah, it was great. All right, well, good. Well, Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula. John Lopez in. Figgy is here. So they are in the loop. Seth, antibodies to you, man.
And antibodies, and damn it, today's the day I'm going to finish Uncut Gems. I'm going to do it. I'm going to power through.
Yeah. It's good stuff. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk, by the way, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Did I mention that Crosstalk is sponsored?
You did.
By D&M Auto Leasing?
You did.
I just mentioned it twice.
Okay, good.
All right, so
we're good.
Luke Morrow, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Appreciate it. You can get in touch with us throughout the show over the next 4 hours on Twitch, on the YouTube stream, and, of course, with the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Text the show throughout 713-572-4610, as we got a lot to do over the next few hours. It's be here in this seat with the typical fellas here on In the Loop, and let's dive right in because, as I just mentioned there, I mean, it is an exciting time of the sports calendar year where you have March Madness going on. We'll get to that. But now looking ahead, we have Major League Baseball starting here in a matter of days, and all these teams putting out their rosters, their opening day rosters, and their latest moves. We'll break that down for the Astros. But with opening day now about 72 hours, just over 72 hours away, how excited are you for the start of the Astros season? And what are those expectations?
Well, first of all, I feel so inadequate right now. Those pipes are incredible that Luke has. I mean, those are...
I was thinking the same thing.
The Figgy, I mean, this is like... I just feel so inadequate. I just talk.
That's why I'm going to stop talking.
I just talk. But nah, man, you mentioned a big week. Obviously, hey, we didn't mention Texas Children's Houston Open. That's this week as well. Starts on Thursday as well as Astros opening day. All kinds of good. Let me ask you a question though, both you guys, because as I'm looking at this, and you just mentioned the roster's getting set. I think we're down to maybe a couple of options out there. It looks like Cam Smith is going to be on the opening day roster. Looks very much like he is, which is wild. But I was looking at the roster and what it looks like, etc. And it just is making me wonder, have the Astros lost their swag a little bit? And, in other words, is that era over? Because this is going to be a good squad. I don't think there's going to be a good squad. But in every, from starting pitching to bullpen to infield, outfield, et cetera, it seems like they're just missing just a tick. I don't know if that's how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at it earlier, and the preseason win totals for the Astros this year is 86.5, which is the lowest it's been. It's a little bit lower than even last year, and the lowest it's been during this run. So I know from the outside looking in, I think the Astros have lost a little bit of what you had said this morning of that boogeyman aspect for them from the outside looking in. For me, when I view the Astros, I'm a little further down on them than the last couple years, but I think they'll be I think they've earned enough cachet. They've earned the benefit of the doubt that I imagine they'll get the most out of certain guys, and I hesitate to even use the word overachieve, but I still put them as a team that's capable of winning 90 games, being a playoff team. To answer your question, have they lost their swag? I would say yes, because they're not that same team that's at the top of the AL. However, for the Astros and the expectations this year, I still put them up there with, I guess, that second tier of teams.
Figgy, have they lost their swag?
To me,
by the way, that's Figgy's word. He used it a lot. The boogeyman. Astros have always been the boogeyman.
Are they still the boogeyman?
I feel like without Bregman, I feel like because I'm not sure, man. I'm not really sure because I still feel like people right now looking at them like Debo, where he got knocked out, he on the ground and it's over. Mm-hmm. But I was over that, man. Like Luke said, I still think they can win about 90 games and be a little scary. But just losing Bregman, just kind of that heart of the team, I just don't know if I'm not sure if they are still the boogeyman right now.
Real quick pause here because our program director, Parker Hillis, just put up the March Madness standings. Am I still in first place?
You are not, actually.
No.
You're sitting at a cool, confident second place.
Second place?
Our guy Patrick Creighton on Area 45 had a really, really good second round.
All right. Well, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Get out of here.
I requested my bracket to not be included,
Yeah.
so I hope it's not up there. I haven't even checked. I was in dead last after day one. So
I think I still have all my Elite Eight and Final Four. I think.
There you go.
I think I do. If not, I'll look in the next
Who got you this weekend?
Patrick Creighton's in first place now. But
no, what team got you? What team that got messed
really
you up?
mainly the upsets. I had Colorado State over Maryland, and if it wasn't for that travel.
Yeah.
Did they call it?
No.
Did they call it?
No.
All right, it wasn't a travel.
If it wasn't for that travel, I would have won. But I did. Michigan State came through for me. I have them going all the way to the Final Four. So there were some setbacks here and there. But back on the Astros, let me go through. This is how I was looking at it, Luke. Like pitching. All right, starting pitching is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Is Fromber an ace? We've been asking that question for 3 years, which would lead you to believe, and you've done some professional baseball in your career, that he's not an ace. If you're asking him 3 years later,
that's fair.
But could he be?
I think he could be. I would say today, as we sit here today, I would say no.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. I think he could be, but he has to show us that. And I say this all the time on it. I've subscribed to the Polar Express theory where I have to see it to believe in it. So I'd like to think he can get there, but based off of what we have so far in the arsenal, I'd say he's not an ace. He has that potential. But I'll tell you this, and not to jump on you and where you were going, but I think, to me, the starting pitching, though, is the strength, the area I feel best about on this roster of this team. And I think even without that ace, the whole of or the sum of all the parts, whatever that expression is, all the pieces that they have and some of that depth in the pitching rotation, that even if they don't have that clear-cut ace like a Verlander and a Cole in the past, I actually feel best about the starting rotation.
But that has to be based on the back end because obviously Hunter Brown you feel good about. He had a little bit of a wobbly end of spring. Spencer Arrighetti similarly started out pretty good, a little wobbly at the back. But I'm guessing that's because of the back end, but also somewhat unproven, if not altogether unproven.
It's true. I'm basing it off of what we saw, at least for parts of last year. Some of those guys got off to slow starts, turned around. And then, as I said earlier, that benefit of the doubt for the Astros where I give them a lot of trust in developing pitchers and pitching staffs. So, but yeah, it does depend on that back end and some of that inexperience. And this was my concern with them last year, that pitching staff too, heading into the playoffs, was I liked all the pieces, but when it comes down to a playoff series and you're looking for that ace, you're looking for somebody to shove in game one of a playoff or a must-win elimination game.
Yeah.
That was my concern a year ago, and I guess I'm in the same spot now where I like the depth, I like the pieces of that starting rotation over the course of a season. But say game 162, you got to give the ball to somebody to go win and make it to the playoffs or go win a playoff game. That's where I have the concern of that lack of ace.
Here's a little bit of a small concern I have. Justin Verlander didn't give this team a lot last year, but he was Justin Verlander, and he was in that clubhouse, and he was helping a lot of these young pitchers. Alex Bregman, similarly, a third baseman. You don't think he's going to be able to give you a lot. He single-handedly turned Yusei Kikuchi and Hunter Brown around. I mean, they both said the stuff that he was telling us to use more, to do more, helped them, get their seasons rolling. Because Hunter Brown was bad to start the year. I mean, he was bad. So losing those two guys is kind of, a low-key sort of, how much are they going to miss that,
Yeah, I talked about this with Clint, and that was his concern going back a few weeks about the lack of leadership. Obviously, you have Altuve, but he's kind of that silent leader, lead by example. And you mentioned those names, even if you want to throw in a Kyle Tucker. And where is that leadership going to come from in the locker room this year with a lot of young guys? There's only, I think it's 2 or 3, I looked it up at the time, position players that are coming back that are in their 30s. So it's a lot of younger guys, at least on that side of the roster. And I think that is a fair concern. I hope somebody like Christian Walker, assuming health throughout the season, even though he's a new guy, is a veteran that could help at first base on the other side of the diamond from Bregman, help bring some of that leadership. But certainly, I think that's a fair concern for this Astros team, is the lack of that leadership and the guys that have just been here. When you talk about that swag and the boogeyman, a big part of it was because you had that core, and now it's outside of Altuve and obviously Yordan in recent years. There's a lot of just new pieces that you're relying on instead of the Verlanders, Bregmans, those staples that have been in the thick of things for the Astros during this great run.
Well, let me ask you this now. Let's go to the bullpen. Is the bullpen the boogeyman anymore? Is the bullpen better than it was last year?
It's not the boogeyman, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Is it better? I don't think so. I'm concerned about the bullpen. And I think a big part of bullpen is a bullpen efficiency or effectiveness is just the managing. I think a manager can get the most out of their bullpen or could really help a bullpen underperform. You know, say what you will about Aaron Boone with the Yankees, but they have no names out there. They usually have a good bullpen. I think Alex Cora does a really good job in the AL, former friend. So, I think that falls a lot on Joe Espada on how he handles that bullpen. But just simply looking at the names on the roster, I'm actually really concerned about the bullpen. Maybe not the very back end, but about the other arms.
Yeah,
that are going to fill that spot.
The back end I feel pretty good about. Taylor Scott showed a lot. We'll see about Brian King. Obviously, Abreu. And certainly, Hader at the very back. But some of those guys in the middle, including those two that I just mentioned, might be, and no Ryan Presley. As much as there was tension back there, and there was maybe some hurt feelings, it was still Ryan Presley. I mean, it was still Ryan Presley. Could close a game if you needed to. Was a clear number, the number 8 setup guy that was virtually untouchable. So yeah, I'm with you. All right, so let's go somewhere else then. The infield. Is the infield still the boogeyman in terms of offense, defense, et cetera? I know the defense wasn't good, but you got a new third baseman, new second baseman. We still don't exactly know who that's going to be.
No.
New first baseman,
yes,
who has been injured a little bit, seems to be coming back. And, you obviously have Jeremy Pena, and Jeremy Pena needs to have a big year. Is the infield?
Again, with that boogeyman term, I would say no. I do like the infield. I have questions about the middle of the infield, at least offensively. Certainly second base. I think Paredes is going to play really well in an Astros uniform, especially in that home stadium. I like Christian Walker a lot. I like the catchers. But to just keep it simple, to answer your question, boogeyman, I don't think so.
All right, so we're kind of creating a trend. There's a trend. Figgy, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think they're the boogeyman. Or I think it might be a possibility they'd be better defensively.
No, yeah.
Because, Altuve not there, not to pick on them.
Yeah.
But they're definitely better defensively.
And at first base, too.
Yeah.
Presuming, a healthy.
Offensive-wise, yes.
All right. That leaves the outfield.
Oh.
And then there's the outfield. I think we all know the answer on this one. But, Altuve is coming back from spring training, I think, with more questions than when spring training started. I really do. Obviously, Cam Smith in right field, we all love what he's done. He's going to make the roster. It's pretty obvious now. But still, was it 32 minor league games? That's going to be hovering over him. And I think what it's really is, how is he going? I think his makeup is great, from everything I've read and seen and heard about him. But there's going to be a lull. There's going to be several lulls. How is he going to handle that, especially if it becomes at the beginning of the year?
For sure. That's the whole thing, is the adjustments to the adjustment. And I'm a big Cam Smith guy, but you look at what he's done in spring training, and Baseball Reference has that great stat that I know even Reggie has mentioned before. And so I'll bring it up here, where they judge the competition you face in spring training and compare that to what sort of level that would be. And he's just a notch. It's essentially AA, but it's just a hair below AA. So what he's done has been great, but of course we have to see him face big league pitching throughout a whole game after game, yada, yada, yada. No, the outfield was the big concern. I feel a little bit better about the outfield now than I did a couple of weeks ago, because if you're going to put Altuve out there, if you're going to put Cam Smith, it's kind of an incomplete, because I'm curious to see what exactly they do with the outfield and how some of those other parts fit in. But no, it's not a boogeyman. It's guys being shifted out there because there's not a better
nowhere
spot
else to put
them.
him.
Yeah, right.
What's the opposite of a boogeyman? Is it like a teddy bear?
Marshmallow?
Yeah, something you ain't scared of. I don't think nobody's scared of them, man.
The Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
Yeah,
one of those.
Honestly, I feel like the outfield might be a mark. People might be looking at the outfield like, oh man, I got them.
Yeah.
Hey, let's knock it over to left field and see what happens.
Oh, that's gonna happen. And if nothing else, he's going to be tested repeatedly. That's why I say I feel, obviously we all know how we feel about Jose Altuve, but in terms of him in the outfield, I think he's taken a step back from the start of spring training. Just because, I mean, the mistakes, they're going to be bouncing around in his head. The every opponent, like Figgy said, is going to be testing him, et cetera. It's not the same Astros team that we know.
No.
But as you pointed out to start the segment, I think it's an Astros team that can certainly still win the division.
To me, I kind of look at the Astros now as how we kind of look at Golden State. The Golden State Warriors.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
How, they were dominant, they were scary, but now they in that point where whoever they trade for, whoever they sign, we be like, Golden State coming. like they're not dead, but they're not the scary guy on the block anymore.
I agree with you. That's a good comparison. But is that kind of a boogeyman aspect where it's like, well, we always got to we can't kill those Warriors. We always have to worry about them.
It is.
They have tendencies.
Yeah.
They have boogeyman tendencies. It's in there somewhere.
Like if they get to the playoff, people are scared. They're going to think about the 2016 Astros or the Astros the last 9 years. They gonna think, oh man, maybe they there.
So from that perspective, can you say the Astros do still have some sort of boogeyman, at least tendencies?
Yeah.
That benefit of the doubt.
I think the resume alone, just that's the boogeyman right there. Just the resume, just the last 8 years.
But sometimes it works both ways. Sometimes you think, hey, they're still the Steelers. That's the other comparison I would make.
Right.
They're still the Steelers, and then you beat the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Once the postseason starts, it's like it's almost like a false sense of boogeyman or a false sense of confidence that they have. What does Joe Espada think about all this? What do you think about Joe Espada? He said he had a little availability with Brian McTaggart as they broke spring. They're back in Houston. They're in Houston today. They're going to face Sugar Land. Is it today and tomorrow or tomorrow and Wednesday? I forget.
I would
I think it's today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I would think.
They'll face Sugar Land. But what did he have to say?
I think we accomplished the things that we wanted to accomplish, and some surprises too. I thought some guys really showcased themselves really well. Some really tough decisions that we've made already, and we have some tougher decisions ahead of us. But I thought the energy, the execution, the bond, and as a group was phenomenal. And looking forward for our season.
I'll say this about baseball based off of what Joe just said. Baseball is that sport because it's so long and grueling and the dog days, yada, 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 that sometimes that cohesive unit, we see teams every year overachieve where they don't have a lot of talent, and it's just like they just mesh well together and they get along really well. I don't know if that's the Astros, but based off of what Espada was saying there, I think there can be something to some of the things they accomplished in spring training, good vibes, some changes, and now you move forward, and hopefully that rolls into the regular season.
I do think they're going to maybe win some games, whether it's regular season, if they get to the postseason, because they still believe that, even if they're not that anymore. So that's a benefit. But in terms of if you look at as we just did, pitching, bullpen, infield, outfield, the pieces are not there like they used to be. So it's going to have to be some of that magic.
You think they that person on this roster that can kind of rally the troops a little bit? Because I feel like Bregman was that person.
100%.
Because he's been there that whole time.
And Verlander. Even though Verlander didn't pitch a lot, I mean, he was the guy that really sort of binded this team.
Yeah, I feel like they need somebody that kind of step
Who are
up.
the candidates?
I mean,
it's not Altuve. Altuve's a leader, but he's not a vocal guy.
Yeah, no,
he's not.
I kept saying I feel like Pena should be that person, right? Jeremy Pena.
But he hadn't quite shown a lot of that either.
I know.
But I think that's natural. The starting shortstop is usually that type of guy. You move over from Bregman from third to short.
Yonner, it's not Jordan.
No, that's why I said, and he's a new guy, so that makes it tough. But I think Christian Walker,
I said it from the start.
Mid-30s.
I said it from the start.
All-star, played in a World Series, a Gold Glove first baseman. He's at that corner just like Bregman. He's on the other side. He communicates with the pitchers a lot because of the whole holding runners on and everything.
Yeah.
he's a new guy, but
yeah, like Reggie and I kind of went back and forth on this, and he's like, "Well, you just can't come in and plop in and be a leader on this squad." And I think you can for this squad.
Yeah,
with a bunch of young guys, as you mentioned, and this dude, and you know the stories, I'm sure. When he was in Arizona, literally had an open door policy. Mm-hmm. He would prop open his hotel door and have pizzas and just invite the guys over to just shoot the bull on baseball. This guy's a leader. I mean, I guess they got to rely on Christian Walker.
I think so. And because of the fact that it's a younger team, he's that veteran, I think it makes it a little bit easier. What do you think? Have the Astros lost that swag? Are they still the boogeyman, at least of their division? You could text the show, 713-572-46. Back to Astros opening day roster and such coming up later on this afternoon. But when we come back, when it comes to the NCAA tournament, has it been madness or are you just simply mad? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
When it comes to March Madness, has it been madness, or are you just simply mad? I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Reggie, along with the fellas here on In the Loop, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. And you can get in touch with the show throughout on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line 713. That's right, Jim. 713-572-4610. From the 281, they said, not sure who the third guy is. That's me. But his voice just sounds like a baseball radio guy.
Well,
I was about to say, it's not my voice.
For 7 years, I was. So you're pretty good.
Yeah. By the way, stay tuned for confessions. Stay tuned for confessions.
What we got going on confessions?
I embarrassed myself with a dive I did on a certain topic, but we'll get to that at 12:20.
Stay tuned.
Like it was sick how much I did.
I look forward to finding out. Also on the text line, as we were talking about the Astros to open up the morning, and wondering, if they still have that boogeyman feel to this team.
Mm-hmm.
Someone on the text line said, I'm worried about our season. Talking about the Astros, we definitely don't have the killer instinct.
Well, I don't know about that, but maybe not as many killers. Maybe not as many.
I feel like Jordan is the killer.
Exactly.
But that's the killer on the field.
Altuve, don't judge his outfield, judge his bat.
Yeah.
He's a killer.
Yeah. I feel like these guys are silent killers.
Yeah, but they don't have as many, is what. And by the way, Figgy, did you see Yuli Gurriel and Martin Maldonado made the Padres opening day roster?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there goes their World Series run about to happen.
Yeah, should the Padres become the NL team for Astros fans?
Yeah, exactly.
And then in terms of, we were talking kind of in line with what we were just saying about the leadership. And from the 713, they listed Dubon, Diaz, Walker will be leaders and vocal pushing in combination. So those are some of the names coming in.
Dubon has it in him, but if he's not an everyday player, how much of that is it?
Yeah, that's pretty much Martin Maldonado at that point. And this is no disrespect.
Yeah.
But Martin was that leader too, but he didn't have it on the he was awful when it came to batting.
Yeah. Well, yeah, who knows? But
so I wonder who could be the next Bremen type of leader.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Dubon should be an everyday player. I think he's better served as that Swiss Army knife, but we'll see how they approach it.
Well, you and I are in lockstep on that as well, because that's another thing that Reggie and I have gone back and forth. I value that utility guy so much. Like
for sure.
So much. And he's good at it.
Absolutely. That's an important part. We'll get back to the Astros later on, but let's shift gears. As I mentioned right out of the break, when it comes to the NCAA tournament, has it been madness or are you just mad? That line, by the way, comes from the writer on this show, and it's not me. But I like that. I like that tease because I have been upset about this NCAA tournament and some of the results we've seen. And that's not even mentioning my awful bracket. I gave up on that a long time ago. That's not why I'm upset. But I always open with a broad question, and then we can really narrow it down. Mm-hmm. So I just ask for you, John, we're now through the first weekend. When you look back on this opening weekend of March Madness, how do you assess what we've seen so far in the thing we typically call March Madness?
I would say just judge it from the TV coverage, and that's how all of us, most of us anyway, are kind of absorbing the March Madness. They're forcing things. Like, oh, let's go to blah, 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 and it's like a 12-point game. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I going to this game? There's been only one buzzer beater.
Yep.
That's wild. And then the dude traveled.
Yeah.
Not that I had Colorado State in my bracket instead of Maryland, but either way, there's been only one buzzer beater. A lot of forced storylines from Aura,
Yes. Thank you. Talk about forced.
Oh, it was fun, but it was forced to, the Patino things going on. And those are all good stories. But in terms of March Madness, it ain't happening.
No.
It's just not happening.
It's the first time ever that the Sweet 16 is completely comprised of Power 4 teams. Now, look, that's a little bit different because with realignment, like BYU, Houston, these aren't teams that have always been in the Big Four, quote-unquote, Power Four, but now they are. But we don't have those Cinderellas. The highest seed left is a 10, which is Coach Cal in Arkansas. That's not a Cinderella.
Yeah.
So,
but they're forcing it as one.
Absolutely.
Which is ridiculous.
They're coached by Calipari, and it's Arkansas, who's won a national championship.
Yeah. Like, who was surprised that he beat St. John's?
Exactly. Well, Sean Pendergast was, but for different reasons. But, no, they're forcing everything. And I thought you had a really good question kind of before the show, kicking this around, Luke, and that was about, just how – some of these teams, are just not. It's just not as juicy as it was in the past in terms of some of these, the March Madness. But you brought up the question of NIL, and you asked the question: is NIL why it's not as much madness as before? I would have thought it would have been the other way around because with more transfers, they tend to go to schools where they can play, which tends to be quote unquote smaller schools or non-Power 4 schools. I would have thought this would have been as many, if not more, buzzer beaters than ever because of the NIL and transfers, I should say. Some of those players that were second or third at North Carolina are now at Murray State or something,
You would think. But I think, it's a good point. I don't know. I think with college basketball, I think those top programs have just kind of, with name, image, and likeness specifically, have been able to compile enough talent where, as I said, all the teams remaining are from the Power Four. And then I look at some of those quote-unquote Cinderellas, and like McNeese State, who everyone's all over, they had the most NIL by far in their conference, right down the road here, really a lot of Texas here at the Southland. And they're the ones that made the tournament. There was another team I'm blanking of now, a mid-major. That same idea, spent a lot of money. I'm drawing a blank. But my point being, like, even the quote-unquote Cinderellas aren't the same Cinderellas that we're used to where, no, these are just mid-majors that have big budgets and are able to spend a lot of money. So I think a large part of it is NIL, to be able to get these kids in, to be able to keep them at these bigger schools. The bigger schools can afford to spend more money than those smaller schools, obviously. And it's almost like kind of in baseball without that salary cap of you see the teams that are willing to spend money and spend the most, and there's that gap between them and everybody else, the Pittsburgh Pirates compared to the Dodgers. And I think we do see that in college basketball. And to help push that point forward, in that opening round, the average margin of victory was 17 points, which is the highest ever in a first round of March Madness. 10 of the wins were by 25-plus points, which is also the most ever.
Well, and let's not make any mistake here. March Madness isn't going. It hasn't quote jumped the shark, and all of a sudden people are going to be like, I hate Happy Days now, or whatever. It's still going to have the number. That's where it comes from, by the way. In case anybody didn't know, Jump the Shark comes from Happy Days. But anyway.
He literally jumped the shark.
Literally jumped the shark. And that's when everybody went, I'm out. But anyway, like, it's not going anywhere. It's still going to be, we're still going to be having these same hopes and aspirations and et cetera next year and the year after that and the year after that. It's just bizarre to me because every school has rich alums. Every single, McNeese State, name another, Creighton, which is a bigger, but anyway, just as an example, they have dudes that can bankroll a basketball team, and especially in basketball because it only takes one or two guys that you give $2 million to or something to really transform your program. So I get your point. Like, the big schools can afford deeper rosters that are very, very well paid, but the smaller schools, like, there are some really rich dudes everywhere that maybe love basketball and can give you those 2-3 guys. So it's just, maybe it's just a quirk.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's just a bad year. Maybe it's just one of them years where the really good schools are winning their games like people kind of predict them to win.
Yeah, it might be recency bias. It might be making a mountain out of a molehill. It's one weekend in March Madness. Maybe we shouldn't overreact just yet. But I think it almost becomes a lot like the women's tournament, and I don't mean this in any sort of negative, but where you don't get a lot of upsets. You get the top teams move forward, but then you also get the great matchups.
Yeah.
In the Sweet 16, Final Four, instead of FAU in the Final Four. Like, we're actually, this this past
People complain about that too. So what do you want?
I know,
Like
it's
they
true.
complain, but we don't need Florida. What?
People are always going to complain.
By the way, schedule is out, so we need to share this because there's a lot of local interest. Thursday is going to be, and I'm not going to give the times, but it's in this order: BYU, Alabama, Maryland, Florida, Arizona, Duke. That should be fun. Arkansas, Texas Tech. That should be a lot of fun at 9:09 p.m. On Thursday, and then Friday. Ole Miss, Michigan State. That's going to be fun. Chris Beard and obviously Tom Izzo doing what he does. Kentucky, Tennessee. That's going to be a war. That's going to be an absolute war. That's Friday. You haven't heard U of H yet, but you will. Michigan, Auburn, and then the last game Friday night is Purdue versus Houston. In the Midwest region, Sweet 16. So
sound like a good tournament.
Yeah,
man.
It does. It's a good tournament.
I'm not mad at this because sometimes I mean it's always a feel good story when a smaller school makes it to the Sweet 16 and all that. But sometimes it kind of throws everything off.
Yeah,
for sure.
Where I think that happened. Was it a couple years ago when San Diego State made
that
it
was
to
here.
That was here when they made it to the finals, and it wasn't a good game at all.
You
it looked like
thrashed them.
Yeah, it looked like they wasn't even supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And I like the powerhouses like this.
Yeah,
man.
it'll be worth watching. U of H, last game of the Sweet 16, Friday night at 9:09 p.m. our time.
Yeah, upsets are fun to begin the tournament. They're not so fun later on, and vice versa. When there are no upsets, it's kind of boring this first weekend, but now the rest of the tournament's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, question of the day. What's the absolute worst travel experience you've ever had? The absolute worst
Number one
comes right to mind.
Single worst.
You know it. We want to hear it. Text in 713-572-4610. Let us know on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. We'll get to that next in the loop.
Chef Casario.
855-2521.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow sitting in for Reggie today here in the Loop, hanging out with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and you as well. Appreciate you hanging with us here to start the week. Question of the day: what's the absolute worst travel experience you've ever had? We want to know, because while Major League Baseball is starting their season on Thursday, one of their stars, Mookie Betts, his season probably won't be starting on Thursday. He has lost 25 pounds this spring training because of illness. And, well, here's Mookie talking about what things have been like for him recently.
Exactly when that moment was when you started feeling this way?
2 days before Tokyo. 2 days before Tokyo. Didn't get to play the last game, so got on the plane. I thought I would at least give myself a couple days to kind of heal, and then the plane ride was brutal. That was one of the worst plane rides I ever had. Got there and got one workout in, and that was a really bad trip in Tokyo. So I came back and another bad plane ride. I mean, it hasn't been anything, very encouraging, but it is what it is.
So when
it is what it is.
When he says bad plane ride, apparently, Figgy, it was both ends for whatever it was, 8 hours.
Man.
9 hours, whatever it was.
Hey, that alone without even being on a plane is tough.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And he's going to Japan. And by the way, it's kind of a mystery illness. They've done all kinds of tests and scans and everything else. And you say he lost 25 pounds. I just saw this morning he was down to 156. He's down to 150 now.
Jeez.
He weighs 150 pounds. And he had to get on that plane and enjoy the ride, so to speak.
Man. Yeah. It's brutal. And not only that, but then do the ride coming back as well.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He went out there, had to come back, and he said, not to parse words, but he said one of the worst.
Yeah.
What has been worse than that for your travel, Mookie?
Yeah. So what's the worst, the absolute worst, the number one, you'll never forget it, travel experience you've ever had? I've got one that just immediately comes to mind, but I don't even know if it can beat this one from the 281. Dude was coming back from Iraq after getting a full 2 weeks leave in 2000. He was in full uniform. He was in his Army or whatever it was, whatever service it was, uniform. And they told him that he was on the no-fly list. He's in his uniform.
Oh, man.
He's in his uniform. And they're saying, sorry, you can't go. He's on the no-fly list. So he missed his flight, had to stay in the airport overnight. And he was coming back from a battle in Fallujah. And hope you can stop that one. So the one that immediately comes to mind for me every time. So this is way back machine again. 1991, I went to Cuba for the Pan American Games. And if you keep in mind, that's very, very hard country to travel to. Americans normally can't travel there. So we had to go as a sort of a charter on a small airplane, all the American media. And so we were at the Miami International Airport. That's where we all met, okay, from riders from everywhere, all over the country. And we had these special credentials and all this other stuff. So we got to Miami International Airport. It was a charter flight, so it was a little smaller flight. And we were sitting in the airport. They said, it's going to be about an hour delay. Cool, whatever. That happens all the time. Then they did that about 7 more times. They never told us it was going to be a 12-hour delay. And the flight was like 6 or 7 in the evening, so 12 hours overnight. So we couldn't go to a hotel. We couldn't leave the terminal, the gate. They kept saying, it'll be about another hour. It'll be about another hour. For 12 hours, they did that. So we're just sitting there, couldn't go to sleep. Couldn't take a nap, couldn't leave, none of that stuff. And then we finally get on the charter. Apparently it was some paperwork stuff between Cuba and the United States or whatever, typical international travel when you're going to a socialist country, that type thing. So we get on the airplane, and it was the second flight that I did once we got to Havana. Get on a small airplane to go to this other area in Cuba. It was like a 12-seater. And so I'm sitting on the front row, and the pilot in Spanish turns around and says, hey, can you get the door? I was like, wait a minute. I'm not trained to do this. He had me. He goes, yeah, just flip that latch, all in Spanish. and then pull it real hard. I'm like, there's no flight attendant. There's no nothing. No. He goes, hey, can you get the door?
Oh, man.
So the whole flight, like 45 minutes, I'm like, I hope I did that
Oh,
right.
absolutely.
I hope I did that right.
I would be so anxious.
How about you? You did some minor league stuff.
Yeah. I've done a lot of traveling, and not the most glamorous traveling over the years, working in college athletics and minor league baseball. And share yours as well, 713-572-4610. I mean, there's a bunch that jumped to mind. I guess the number one was when I was working in college athletics, college basketball, we had a game up in, I don't know, Virginia. It was a long drive. Mm-hmm. And so because it was a long drive, the coach wanted to try to get like a sleeper bus for the kids so they could sleep overnight, except what we ended up getting was like the tour bus for 3 Dog Night. Like it was this old... It was ridiculous. It had sideways couches. There was like no beds. It was awful. And so anyways, we played the game. We had to come back right after. It was like an 8-hour drive. At the time, I was working in radio as well, so I had to go do my radio show. So long story short, we got in at like 6 a.m. I was still in my suit, and I had to go be on air like 2 hours later. I had no sleep because there were no beds. It was this crappy van bus thing that like the doors didn't work. It was ridiculous. It was awful. And the football coach was going for his morning jog when we got off the bus, and he was just laughing at me because I was still in my suit, like no sleep, gotta go. It was awful. We had another instance where the bus could not make a sharp enough turn, and it smashed into like a balcony of a restaurant, and it got stuck. We were going to dinner in Lexington, Virginia, and the bus got stuck. They had to order another bus to come, and I don't know how they got that bus off the building, but that's another one that stands out.
So I got a couple of them. So mine had to do with us traveling to Army Navy.
Okay.
It was the one where
coming back?
Yeah, coming back. It was one of them was I was sick. Mm-hmm. And this is the one I went to Philly. I think Lopez, I don't think he was at this one, but I was sick and I had like a lot of allergies. And you know, when you have allergies and fluid in your ears and all that stuff, the worst thing you can do is fly on the plane.
Yeah.
And so the whole ride felt like I had water in my ears.
Yes.
I had a headache. I'm like, man, I think it was a bumpy ride too. So I'm like, man, this is the worst flight ever. The other one was when we was leaving Army Navy, the flight kept getting canceled, kept getting pushed.
Similar to what I was talking about.
Yeah, and Lopez, you already knew this probably because you remember the Cuba flight.
Yeah.
You was just like, man, I'm about to find another flight.
Yeah.
I'm about to park it over there for the night. And I'm still holding out hope, like, man, no, they gotta come sometime soon.
I told
and then they went on and canceled.
We were there, and I've seen this drill before so many times where they're like, well, they got this and this happening, and it might. And I told Fig, I said, it ain't gonna happen. That flight is not gonna happen.
I was holding out hope
I
too
left
because I was ready to go.
I booked it.
Yeah, and then my other one was actually on the bus. So one day I took a bus to, I want to say it was New York City. It was like I think it was like a 10-hour drive on the bus. And that was my first time taking a bus ride that long. It was so uncomfortable, man. And I didn't realize how uncomfortable it is sitting next to a stranger on the bus. And on the way back, we had like a clear bus where it was only a few of us. And so I'm thinking, yeah, we about to get our own seat. Everybody had their own little seat, their own row, only to them. And one guy that was late getting on the bus, he was like, hold the door.
Yeah.
So he went and sat right next to me. So I was the only dude that had a partner next to him the whole bus ride home, man. And you know you got to sit awkward.
Yeah.
Can't stretch out. I was so pissed off, man, because the dude he got on the bus and he went to the back. So I'm thinking like, oh, I'm about
set.
to chill.
I'm set.
He came back to me like, sorry, man. I'm like, oh man. So another about 8 to 10 hour ride, all the way uncomfortable next to a stranger.
Oh yeah, and from the A32, this happens a lot. I've experienced this myself. When he was 15, he went with his family to Greece. And on that airplane, smoking was allowed, and he's sitting there with some dude
puffing away,
puffing heaters the whole time.
That's brutal. I remember when after they outlawed it, but the planes we see ashtrays.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's crazy. Being on a
my
flight
first
with that.
Several years traveling, smoking was in the back of the plane. And that's how I'm on those charters. How I met Charlie Sheen, because he always smoked, and so he was in the back, and I would always sit across the aisle from him on the charters, and that's how I got to know him. But he could smoke, man. He could smoke. There's no doubt about it.
346. So they were on a flight to Vegas. The toilet backed up, and so the whole plane smelled like the bathroom.
Did you see that plane that had to be rerouted because both toilets were all backed up?
Oh, no, I didn't.
They rerouted it to the closest airport because no one could go to the bathroom.
Oh man,
they clogged up both toilets.
And that flight to Vegas, I'm sure that was a bunch of degenerates clogging that toilet.
Yeah.
Not people you wanted to.
This is absolutely
clog
true.
Your toilet. Hey, keep sending them in. The worst travel experience, your worst travel story ever. 713-572-4610. We'll continue to share the highlights as we move along. When we come back, let's go around the NFL. We'll do it next. It's in the Loop.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood. It's Saturday.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie here on this Monday, hanging out with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and you as well. You can always get in touch with the show, 713-572-4610. The Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer. There's some horrific travel coming in still. Travel.
I'm surprised you ain't bring up the story about your son throwing up in the
in the shoe.
Yeah,
that's another one. I got a bunch of them, man. I mean, as much as I traveled, the quick version of that was we were going to Paris for the World Cup, and my son was 5, I believe. It was 98. He was 6. And we were traveling with a bunch of fans from Mexico, like Mexican soccer fans, like 80% of the plane. So we were sitting next to this one dude from Mexico, had all his red, white, and green stuff on, real nice guy, all that. My son was in the middle, and then I was on the aisle. And in the middle of flight, he just goes, "Dad, I don't feel so well." And before he finished the last word, he leaned down and just vomited into the guy's shoe. He took his shoe off. Like, filled it to the brim like a cup of coffee. Like, with vomit. It was just like, and I went, oh, my God. And my wife was across the aisle. I said, look, we're going nuts. We take his shoe and go dump it out, come back, start wiping and clean. I'm apologizing up one side and down the other. And this dude could not have, maybe he was drinking, whatever, could not have been nice. Oh, no problem. It's all, it happens. He's just a little boy, all in Spanish. Just a little boy, it happens. And I'm like, if some kid I didn't know had vomited in my shoe to fill it, like you couldn't have poured it in there. Like there was nothing on the outside of the shoe hardly. It was just like vomit to the brim of his shoe. So that was one. And then a texter reminded me of another one. I drove through Truckee, Nevada, which is largely known as the coldest place. It's like kind of toward Lake Tahoe and Reno and all that. The coldest place in the lower 48. Like during a blizzard, people were pulling over, putting the chains on their tires, and of course I had a rent car. I changed my tire. I didn't know how to put chains on, and I was slipping. That was one of the days, one of those where I was like, I might bite it. This might be it. This might be the end here. So
yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff.
The guy on the plane, though, by the way, deserves a little blame for taking his shoes off on a public
Maybe that
flight.
was it. Yeah.
Well, what are you doing, guy? No one wants to see the holes in your socks.
This is true. But, we're flying from Houston to Paris, so I guess. You just right
That's
in the middle.
Tough. That's tough. Gets off the plane.
He
with
put
just
that
one
shoe back on when we landed. He put that shoe back on. We cleaned it out. He let it dry. We're beat red, embarrassed.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, like, BG didn't even vomit again. It was just something he ate or something.
Yeah. Got it out of his system. He was good to go. Had a great trip after, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around the NFL. Jameis Winston signing with the Giants over the weekend. 2-year, $8 million contract, I believe it was. I imagine he's not the final answer for the Giants, but
he could be.
Jameis Winston remains with the team. He's still in the league for 2025.
Figure you got your wish. Jameis in New York City.
Yep. Jameis takes on the Big Apple.
$8 million of his salary, if he gets that, not even going to touch the other money he's going to make with all the social media and everything else that he was doing. During the Super Bowl, he just dominated. Hey, it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, Jameis Winston, lost in New York. Will be like Home Alone 2. How many games do you think he starts for the Giants over the 2 years?
Do that to quarterback. Seems like they will, right?
I would hope.
Do they bring someone else in?
I guess it depends if Shador will be there.
Yeah.
Because they got the 3rd overall pick, right? I think they got the 3rd. If the Browns take Shador, then I don't know if they're going to get a quarterback right there.
It's looking more likely that the Titans are going to keep their pick. Of course, that could change, overnight, but like they're going to keep their pick. Cam Ward might be the pick there. And then you got Travis Hunter and Shador. If they draft Shador, he probably will start from the beginning, don't you think?
Yeah,
I would think so, yeah.
But if they don't, It's Jameis season, baby.
Oh, boy.
It's Jameis season.
Malik Neighbors about to put up some big numbers.
Exactly. Well, he can throw the deep ball.
Yeah.
To everybody. He throw it to everybody.
That's right. Malik Neighbors and the opposing cornerback.
Somebody's
going to
catch
put up big
it.
numbers.
Yeah. Somebody's going to catch it.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers was in Pittsburgh. He met with the Steelers Friday for 6 hours, left without a contract. Pro Football Talk reported yesterday that they believe a deal is going to get done or it's close to getting done. I mean, there's not a lot of options left for either side. But I don't know what's taking so long. I just ask, what's next? If not Rodgers or if not the Steelers, where do either team turn to? How come he isn't a Steeler already?
Well, you would have thought, but it is Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah.
and Aaron Rodgers likes to play these games that everybody hates except for Aaron Rodgers, and that's what it comes down to. It's got to be 6 hours. What are you talking about with Aaron Rodgers for 6 hours that you don't already know?
I know it.
You know?
And supposedly the contract has been in place, they said, for weeks. But it hasn't been signed, and this was kind of like a meeting of making sure we're on the same page. But like you said, 6 hours, so weeks of negotiating, 6-hour meeting, still no signature. I don't know what the delay is, but outside of the Steelers, I don't think there's another option for Rodgers.
I don't know what it could be. And really, I don't even know how much, as much as he's one of the greatest that's ever been, certainly throwing the football, if not altogether. I don't even. Does he scare you?
Nah. I think even last season, because a lot of people was making excuses for him, I thought he had a solid team around him.
Yeah.
Solid weapons around him.
Does he scare you?
No.
Right?
Not enough.
Nah.
Yeah.
No. If he goes to the Steelers, I think it's kind of like last year at Russell Wilson. Have a winning record, make the playoffs probably because that's what Tomlin always does, but they're not going to legitimately compete in the AFC.
Yeah. I nothing to see here. He's just weird. I mean, he's just a weird guy.
I wonder what Pittsburgh do after this, because if you holding on hope for Aaron Rodgers, what's another option? Can they go if they could go?
I know
they've got a big decision to make about just what they want to be. Do we really want to just keep doing this? And some of these really good players that they have are just kind of.
And they traded for a wide receiver, man.
Right.
So I'm like, who gonna throw him the ball?
Yeah.
From Mason Rudolph?
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't seem like a good plan. And they drafted, I think, 21st. So
yeah,
unless you kind of reach for a quarterback, I don't know if there's a first-round quarterback. We'll see if Rodgers winds up there. Speaking of which, the NFL draft is 1 month from today. It's going to be here before you know it. And for the Texans, all these teams now, we get to this point where they're having these top 30 visits. So we're a month out. Where do you see the Texans going with that first-round pick?
Look, we're going to talk about, in the next segment, we're going to talk about some of the things on the offensive line, and we're going to dissect the Texans from here at least to the draft in terms of what they are, what they might need, or whatever. But to me, I think the only thing that is certainly good news for the Texans, I think it becomes more of an open palette of what they can draft. There's a little bit more mystery in their predictability. And had they not signed these guys, and again, we'll get into it here in about 15 minutes, but had they not signed Cam Robinson and Trent Brown, I think it would have been just an open and shut. They're going to draft a tackle. They're going to draft an offensive lineman. And that's that. At least now they're in a place where they could maybe go interior or tackle. They could maybe go defensive middle of the defense. But I think they can maybe go wide receiver and kind of adjacent to that. They are hosting, some wide receivers now. I mean, just reported they have another top 30 visit coming with the receiver out of Washington State. Who fits that Z role perfectly, that outside role. So we'll see. At least they have some mystery now.
Speaking of wide receivers, Brandon Cooks has a new home and your deal with the Saints. Would you have liked to have seen a reunion for Cooks and the Texans this offseason?
I'm going to let Figgy answer this one. Brandon Cooks, Figgy?
Nah.
Hell no.
How much was that deal for?
What was it with the Saints?
Yeah, it was a pretty cheap deal. It was a pretty cheap deal.
I don't know. I have no interest. I have no interest in Brandon.
It might have been a cool little third wide receiver here, though.
Looks like 2 years, $13 million.
That's not
affordable.
That's not too bad.
I think I'm just still.
I don't know how much production he got, and plus he kind of left on the sour note.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah. I'm still a little bit just sort of turned off by that whole. I mean, he was kind of a phony. He said one thing, did another, all that stuff. And New Orleans, they just keep bringing guys in that they, with their fingers crossed that something might work. Yeah.
It's funny because he wanted to leave because he didn't want to be a part of a rebuild. Well, since he left, there was no rebuild.
No.
They've been good ever since he left.
And he's joined teams that are rebuilding.
Yeah. Good luck in New Orleans. Have fun there.
Yeah.
By the way, how old would you guess Brandon Cooks is?
Oh, I don't have it in front of me. I'm going to totally guess, say 31.
I'm going to say 30.
Okay, I guess you nailed it, 31. For some reason, he's one of those guys to me that just feels like so much older. I feel like I've been watching him forever in the league, and yet still only 31. He could have a number of years left.
He got drafted in, 2014?
Yeah, 2014.
2014, man.
Yeah. Well, you guys nailed it. So I would have guessed much older, but you guys know better than I do.
I don't know about that.
It felt like he much older. He been on.
That's what I said. I feel like he's forever.
Been on a bunch of teams too. It's like teams don't want him.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Schwab from Yahoo.com gave free agent grades for all 32 teams in the NFL. And you can go find this list on Yahoo.com. Texans got an F.
They got an F. And what he said about the Texans, no big surprise. I'm not appalled. I'm not surprised because from the outside looking in, this is what he said. The Texans' biggest need by far was offensive line, and they traded 2 starting offensive linemen. The O-line issues overshadow everything else. Well, they kind of traded 2 because Kenyon Green was not going to be a starter. We all knew that. But from the outside looking in, it feels like that. And I think the more interesting thing about his grades for every team in the NFL post-free agency going into the draft were that the Indianapolis Colts and the Tennessee Titans each got Ds, D plus and a D minus respectively as well. So, not really impressed with the AFC South, but he gave Jacksonville a B plus or a B. He said the Jaguars signed help at multiple spots without spending a lot. They practically look like what the Commanders did in free agency last year. So he's pretty high on what the Jaguars have done. I think a lot of that has to do with coaching. Like maybe he feels like the coaching is going to be there for Trevor Lawrence. But some of the guys that they signed, I'm like, they got some offensive line help, cornerback, nothing that really. Eric Murray, they gave Eric Murray $22.5.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Not spending a lot.
Yeah,
Jeez.
that's way too much.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, do the Jaguars impress with you what they've done?
I did like their offseason, but I still think like the gap is just still way too large. I think they filled some of those little minor holes. A couple offensive linemen that should help. You said Eric Murray. They brought in Jordan Lewis as well. That should help the secondary. But were these moves enough to close the gap with them and say the Texans or the other top teams in the AFC? No, I don't think so. I think they still have, or they had, a lot of room to grow. So I like the offseason. I like that they were aggressive. They cleared the deck. They built some cap space so they could go out and spend. Brought in a new GM, brought in a new head coach. But no, on paper, am I really that concerned or scared of the Jags? No, I'm not. But I do like their offseason. So I think those two things can be true at the same time. I like the offseason, but they're still
they're still a ways
level.
away.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that he gave the Titans I'm kind of there with the Titans. I think, they're in a place now. They have the high draft pick, of course. And what can Cam Ward bring if indeed he's their pick? But they did some. Dan Moore Jr. is the offensive line upgrade that they spent a lot of money on. They did a lot of just tweaking.
Yeah.
They brought a bunch of lower salaried guys. They're going to have a completely different roster. I mean, they brought in 12 guys, 12, 13 guys that they brought in. So I'm going to be interested to see how they make that all work. A lot of help on the offensive line.
Yeah, they need it. But yeah, it's really about that number one pick. And that could change things. I mean, we saw that here. Obviously, you get the right quarterback. It's Jaden Daniels last year, turn around franchise quick, and the Titans certainly need that help because they have a lot of holes on that roster. What grade would you give? I'm sure you guys have done this on the show previously, but what grade so far would you give the Texans for their offseason since Frank Schwab gave an F?
Yeah, look, I can't give them anything real high, but I'm expecting it to get higher. I just love watching Nick Caserio work. I feel like he's setting up the next move. I'm not real, and I don't want to get to this. We'll do it in the next segment. You're higher on Trent Brown than me, but you stated a pretty strong case on him during the toss on Friday. So I want to hear what you say on that. So I like Cam Robinson enough. None of those guys are going to be sure things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. But I like the way that he's set up, like the draft, like we were just talking about, and set up some of these acquisitions that might be the next moves. I would say solid C, right in the middle of the pack, something like that.
I'd agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing on this, the other teams in the division, based off of what they did you think anybody, obviously the grades weren't very good for Colts or Titans. We kind of just touched on it with the Jaguars, but did you see anything this offseason that would make you concerned about anyone else in the division?
Not really. I thought the Jaguars was a little high, the Titans a little low, but that would be the only thing that I would change. I think the interesting thing is at the top of the AFC, he gave Kansas City an A-, and that's the team that you're kind of shooting for. And then some of the other top AFC teams, Baltimore. Buffalo, he gave a C, and then Baltimore a C as well. So he was a tough teacher.
By the way, on the text line, our buddy Ocho said the Texans will trade up to draft Matt Golden or fold the franchise. So he's all in on Matt Golden. And you can text the show 713-572-4610. The Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Try to get that in as many times as I can.
Of course.
Love hearing him. Hey, coming up, we already mentioned it. We'll get to it next. Let's try to make sense of what the Texans are attempting to do with their most important unit. We'll do that next in The Loop.
All Pro Sting. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez.
Luke Morrow sitting in for Reggie today, hanging out with the fellas here on In the Loop. John Lopez and Figgy Fig, and you as well. Appreciate you hanging with us. Hey, let's try to make sense what the Texans are attempting to do with their most important unit. Also, was I able to change the mind of one John Lopez in just a matter of minutes on Friday?
Literally, like 3 minutes.
Yeah. Get to that coming up. But real quick, before that, the question of the day today was the worst travel story, worst travel experience you've ever had. You can continue to send those in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer!
Mm-hmm. We're going to hit the over today.
Yeah.
Because I go circle back to this because, John, you brought it up during the commercial break that Mookie Betts, which is what brought up the question of the day. Mookie Betts has been sick this offseason, had to travel to Japan and back while dealing with it coming out of both ends, let's say, and has lost 25 pounds. You said he hasn't been able to eat solid foods for 2 weeks?
Yeah, I just saw one of the Major League Baseball writers who cover the Dodgers tweet that today marks 2 weeks since he's had solid food.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not lying. I'm not trying to exaggerate. I'd be worried about my life
for sure.
I mean, because they've done all these tests. They've tried to figure out what it is. It's not food poisoning. They've done all these scans. Dude can't eat any food without throwing up or worse.
Yeah, for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I'm
down
with
to
you.
150 pounds.
Yeah, he's lost 25 pounds. Trent. It's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Not to make light of the situation, but how long do you think you could go without being able to remove the sickness aspect, but just say for a bet you can't eat solid foods? How long do you think you could go?
A day and a half? I'm sure I could pull out a day.
Yeah, right.
But by lunchtime the second day, I'd be cheeseburger in it.
I think I'm with you.
Yeah, the most I went, because I did a juice fast one time, and I got the 3 days.
Wow. You got the 3?
I got the 3 days, just nothing but juice. It was hard. The first day was very hard, man, because you used to eating something. You get in the routine, and I'm just like, dang, I done drunk all the juice I can.
Yeah.
So now it's just straight water from here.
It's
tough.
It's scary. I mean, it's something we got to kind of monitor and hope for the best with him.
For sure, because he's one of obviously the biggest stars, one of the bigger stars in baseball. So hopefully, first and foremost, he's okay for his own health and personal life. But then secondly, be able to get him back out in the baseball field at some point this year for the sake of the game as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's shift to the Texans and that offensive line, which I would say was obviously, I think most people would say was the biggest question, most pressing need this offseason. And still, there's some questions that remain about this unit. Now, Jonathan Alexander, who, of course, covers the Texans for the Houston Chronicle, he put out his version of the depth chart for the Texans offensive line at this point for 2025. And obviously, this comes from a well-known source. He has left tackle Cam Robinson, left guard Laken Tomlinson, center Jarrett Patterson, right guard Ed Ingram, right tackle Titus Howard. And then for the backups, Trent Brown at left, Gruggs at center, Blake Fisher right tackle. And he lists needs guard with the draft a month away from today.
Yeah. Does this look right to you? Because I'm just going to be honest. Look, Jonathan Alexander, he's there every day. He knows more about the intricacies of what that team is doing than a lot of people. He's got Trent Brown and Cam Robinson kind of battling out with Cam Robinson as the first team, or at least going into training camp at left tackle. Trent Brown to me has always been a right tackle in my mind. Right tackle in New England. Right tackle, I think you mentioned during the break last season.
Yep, with the Bengals.
I mean, maybe he'll go back to left, but the reason I'm kind of questioning this is because one of the things that Nick Caserio and I guess by extension Cole Popovich and Nick Caley are doing is they're pulling right from the pages of Bill Belichick's playbook. They're trying to get big dudes. Like, to me, it's not even a question anymore what kind of run game they're going to have. They're going to have a power run game. They're going to have the New England power, beat you down, lean on you run game. And that, to me, would indicate that Trent Brown would be competing at right tackle. And maybe Titus Howard, who has that big body and came in big last year, maybe goes into guard. I would go Cam Robinson left tackle, Titus Howard left guard, either Jared Patterson or Juice Scruggs, and then either Ed Ingram or I guess Nick Broker at right, and then Blake Fisher and Trent Brown battling it out at right tackle. They want those big, heavy dudes, but is that better? Is that better than we saw last year?
I know. That's my concern. The offensive line's the one unit where I think the sum, the whole of the parts can be better than the individual stars. Like, you don't need to necessarily have 5 Pro Bowlers across. As long as they work in unison together and work well, it can be a very good offensive line. But I know I have, and I've talked about this here on various shows on the station, I love the start of the plan, moving on from certain guys, but then I wanted some bigger swings to help fill those voids. Yeah. And so when I look at this offensive line, I have a lot of questions. I'm concerned about Cam Robinson. Ed Ingram should not be on a starting offensive line for anybody in the league. And then you have, kind of like we were talking about with the Astros, where they're trying to fit people in certain places. You got a lot more tackles. So now Titus Howard, is he going to be a guard? Is he going to be a tackle? Blake Fisher, is he going to be just a backup, or is he serviceable enough in year 2 as a second-round pick to be a starting tackle, which allows you to move Titus Howard? Are you going to be able to draft a guard in the first round?
That would be your right
starter?
guard, right? If they go with Titus Howard, and then we don't, they're not saying how they're going to play it out. But I could see that happening. Then maybe Gray Zabel, whomever you feel good at right guard would be in that competition with at right guard, with Nick Broker or whomever. Now Nick Broker got some reps last year, not a lot, but he got some certainly during the preseason at guard. So I just don't know, but I will say this, referenced a second ago. So during the toss Friday, you were coming in. Were you with Clint or were you with Ron?
I was with Ron.
We were Ron,
Yep.
yeah.
And remember, he almost made him walk out.
That's right. That's right. And I kind of did the Looney Tunes, the blah, 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 what? When they shake their head like what? Because you said what?
I said that. Let me couch this a little bit now. If everything was equal, because I know he's coming off an injury and he's a couple years older, but if they were both healthy for the entire year, I think Trent Brown is a better starting tackle than Cam Robinson.
And that's when I did that. But I got to admit, that those 3 minutes I was driving home, and you stated a pretty strong case, if healthy. He's been that big dude that can be productive. I'm not there yet, but I feel like maybe that's their thought process. If nothing else, that Trent Brown, they can, that old thing that every coach in America at every level does. I can fix him.
Right.
Or he'll play for me. We can get it right again, and he'll be healthy and all that. I think I'll put it this way. I think Trent Brown is maybe a bigger threat than I was giving him credit for.
Okay.
Because I was immediately going, what? What are we doing here?
Yeah, and honestly, I wasn't too mad at this because they're not really paying him a lot of money. It'd be one thing if he got a 1-year, $12 million deal or something like that. To me, this seemed like they want to see what he got.
Yeah.
If you can play better than Cam Robinson or whoever, if you show
good for you.
Yeah, that's a plus. If not, they could just cut him.
Yeah, my whole thing was on Cam Robinson. And I know last year part of it was kind of like with Ed Ingram. Part of it was the system in Minnesota and Sam Darnold just holding the football for an eternity. But Cam Robinson last year, bottom 15 in sacks allowed, penalties, and very last in pressures allowed. Jaguars moved on from him midseason for a reason. Vikings thought, hey, if he comes to a contender, this is going to turn him around. He kind of played worse. Again, maybe Sam Darnold had to do with that. And then he's a 29-year-old former second-round pick on the open market, and the best he gets is a 1-year contract where his former coach, Doug Marrone, wasn't interested in bringing him in. So those are my concerns for him. On the flip side with Trent Brown, out of those two, only Trent Brown's been to a Pro Bowl. Cam Robinson hasn't. And Von Miller called Trent Brown a top 5 tackle. Now, granted, that's a couple years ago and a lot of injuries ago.
Yeah.
But I just think that potential, he's graded out better on Pro Football Focus. Take that for what you will, when healthy. And he's definitely better in the run game than Cam Robinson. And like you said, I mean, that's a direction the Texans with that power running game that he might become a better fit for them and what they're trying to achieve with that offensive line than Cam.
380 pounds worth.
My goodness.
That is – that's almost silly. He's 6'8", 380, but he gets hurt a lot.
Yes.
And he misses games. So that's why I'm not all the way in, but I am all the way in on what they're doing. I see what the Texans are doing.
Do you feel like this is a positive for him because he's been in this system, whatever this system, I don't know if it's a Patriot system or what, as far as the offense, but do you think this is a benefit for him just having all that success in that type of system before?
I think it could be, but the way I look at this is as you look at the arc of most, players that are always going to gather interest from other teams, at the ends of their careers, just pick any good NFL player. At the ends of their careers, and the Texans have experienced this quite a bit, they always find one more team that's willing to give them one more contract.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a sneaking worry that Cam Robinson's just trying to cash another check before he gets out of here. Now, not always does it not work. Sometimes it works, and it might work here. But it has all the markings of a dude that's like, hey, you want to give me whatever the number was? I'll take it, So I don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence, but you did state a pretty strong case for him.
Yeah, for the record, I would slot Cam Robinson right now, starting left tackle. I would have Tomlinson as one guard.
Oh, I didn't even mention Laken Tomlinson, yeah.
Yeah, I would have him and then the draft pick as the two guards. Center, I guess pick your poison. I would go Juice Scruggs, but, again, kind of pick your poison there. And then, actually, no. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. I would have Titus Howard be a guard with
left guard.
The draft pick.
Yeah.
And then Blake Fisher. I would like either Blake Fisher or Trent Brown if he's healthy and shows well, in the summer and the preseason. They'd be your other tackle.
Well, then you have the question about pass protection. Like, is this a better pass protecting team? I mean, I don't see how it could be.
I know.
And that's the one thing they needed to do.
The thing is, you never know, because even a couple years ago, I think this was C.J. Stroud's rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Titus Howard was out? I think Titus and Laramie Tunsil was out, and they actually did pretty good with a bunch of people. We thought he was going to get killed, and maybe they trying to do something like that without the super expensive offensive line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you ever see those houses that they start to build and then they kind of run out of money and it's just left there, like the framework. And, they started the process shedding some of these guys in the offensive line, but I don't know if the replacements have been good enough where you feel better about this offensive line.
You might not feel
now.
better, but maybe that makeshift offensive line could get it done rather than having the expensive offensive line that don't get it done.
That's true. That's the hope. New system might help. New coaching in that room as well. We'll see. Hey, coming up, what's popping? We'll let you know. We got all sorts of things to touch on when we come back. It's in the loop.
All right, let's get to, and you can do it.
Chapman, WebNow 1.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today, hanging out with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Let's get to What's Poppin'. I feel bad with this being the lead story because I feel like What's Poppin', that title is supposed to be for good things, and unfortunately we start with a sad story, but Houston's own, the great George Foreman, passed away over the weekend at age 76, and I mean we lost one of the legends, and of course, a Houston Sports Hall of Famer.
You know, the thing, every time I cross paths with Big George, I can say this, and I think we should all have someone say, if we could all get to this point, we would have lived a good life. I don't remember having a bad time around George Foreman, like ever. Like every time I was around him, you know, several times just because of the job or whatever. I don't remember having a bad time with him. Ever, but it did give me the opportunity. By the way, shout out to the Fifth Ward. You know, George Foreman, Houston born and bred, Fifth Ward guy. But it did remind me of George's greatest moment ever was when he fought Joe Frazier, and it was not only his greatest moment ever, it was one of the greatest fights ever, one of the most shocking fights ever, and I don't think it's even close. The greatest boxing call in the history of boxing.
Angie Dundee, Ali's trainer, right next to me is saying it. You may hear him. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. The heavyweight champion is taking the mandatory 8 count, and Foreman is as poised as can be in a neutral corner.
Man, not only Howard Cosell on the call, but like you hear that call now. Mm-hmm. Like today, and people don't even know what it was about. It was about George Foreman, and one of the shots, because Joe Frazier was quote unquote unbeatable, and I think he knocked him down 3 times in that fight, including the final knockout. But people still talk about that. But man, I never remember having a bad time around George.
Yeah, that's the one downside of that great call is that it mentions Frazier, of course, but. So everyone knows that line, but nobody knows who it was.
They don't know who the
Did you know that it was George Foreman that did that?
I forgot it was.
Yeah, honestly, I did not.
Yeah, a lot of people did. It was George Foreman.
For some reason, I always thought it was like Muhammad Ali. Or something like
a lot of
that.
people do.
But yeah,
76-5 was George Foreman, and of those 76 wins, 68 by knockout. I mean, just dominant. And then the other amazing part is, of course, the business aspect with the George Foreman grill, which I had one for a number. I love that thing. And it's
made
funny.
A mint.
Yes. I was reading the story or this morning where he got whatever it was, like 4%. I forget. And he said 1 month he got a check for $8 million in 1 month because they used to pay him every month.
Yeah.
So 1 month it was like $8 million because of how many we sold.
Who didn't have a George Foreman grill?
Dude, I know it.
It's crazy because when I found out he passed, it kind of made me want to get a George Foreman
Break out the grill.
Yeah.
Yes,
because all
that grease coming down. Man, I'm like, I'm eating a healthy ass burger.
No, you're not.
Let me cook a steak.
But it works. And the other thing that's kind of sad about George's life, you just mentioned his record was 76-5.
Yeah,
and he's remembered for his loss, like the Thrill in Manila.
That's true.
Like he's not remembered for Down Goes Frazier, which was him. He's remembered for the Thriller in Manila and the Rope-a-Dope.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a shame.
It's crazy because a lot of people don't even remember how he used to box.
Oh.
It's kind of like that, not to put these two in the same sentence, but kind of that O.J. Simpson effect where you just only remember him because of the obvious thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people only know him from the grill.
I was going to say that. I know. Like, people only think of Steve Harvey as, like, a television host and not, like, a great comedian.
Yeah.
There's a lot like that a certain generation only knows because what they did later in life.
Or even Ice Cube. So a lot of people don't remember Ice Cube being this rapper and NWA. They remember him from, like...
Are we there yet?
Yeah. Or Craig on Friday.
Yeah. And he lived in Houston, you know. He spent the rest of his life here, lived up in the Humble area. We would see him out at HEB Big George and all his Georges. That's the other thing. All
that
his
was
kids,
the other thing.
All his kids were George and Georgina and Georgette and all this other stuff. Legendary George Foreman.
Sure was. Rest in peace, and thoughts and prayers to his family and loved ones. I like this comment from Ray on YouTube. The Foreman grill walks so the air fryer could run.
Seriously, man. I had to find the George Foreman grill, man.
I bet you there's a run on him.
And the way the story goes, and Hulk Hogan is a pretty big liar, but he's always told the story that they originally tried to pitch it to him, but he was out like fishing or something. He didn't get the phone call.
Sure.
Yeah. And so then George Foreman was the second call, and Hulk Hogan still to this day says that was supposed to be.
I'm glad it worked out the way it did.
Yes, and his commercials were awesome. He was always smiling, and you got to try my grill. And it was so good. It was so good.
Those grills were great. Made me feel like a grill master.
Yeah.
Just throw on there.
I was working the grill as a kid.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I was like 12 years old.
Yeah,
with
the little plastic spatula. It was great. What's poppin'? Hey, the SEC has 7 Sweet 16 teams. The Sweet 16 will get underway Thursday in March Madness. And as we talked about earlier, Sweet 16 is comprised of the 4 Power 4 conferences, made up almost half by the SEC because, they had 14 teams in the field. Your thoughts when you see the SEC 7 Sweet 16 teams?
Well, my first thought was anger, but that's only because it just makes me feel worse.
Yeah,
there's 7.
Everybody at the party but your school.
7 teams from the SEC in the Sweet 16. The Aggies beat 5 of them.
Oh, man, that's the worst.
That's the worst.
That's the worst,
You beat 5 of them and you don't make it in yourself.
Oh, man.
Because, the ball is supposed to go through the hoop, not off the hoop. They had a 10-point lead on those fools from Michigan, and then they stopped making shots.
I was rooting for y'all, too, man.
Oh, they should have won.
Michigan
Well, they should have ended up away, but they could have easily won if the ball, goes through the hoop in the last 5 minutes of the game. But that's neither here nor there. SEC actually has a chance to get a lot into the Elite Eight. There's only one game of the Sweet 16 that the SEC faces each other, and that's Tennessee and Kentucky, which I think is going to be an awesome game to watch.
Yeah. Absolutely. Speaking of the SEC, Arkansas, the lone double-digit seed. Is John Calipari officially the underdog or the Cinderella of this tournament?
The hell out of here.
I tried.
That goes back to our point is they're forcing this March Madness. It's not even madness. It's March, what do we want to call it? March.
The kids have been calling it March Midness.
Oh, that's a good way to do it. March Midness. Yeah. That's what it's been. But no, come on. Calipari, Arkansas.
That's the best we got.
That's the Cinderella story.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, what would you do if all of a sudden you lost 3 inches? I guess it depends where you're losing those 3 inches. But, for baseball this year, they're using that ABS strike zone. So you can challenge strikes or ball calls, and they use the computer system. And because of this, they had to get the accurate heights of these athletes. Much like NBA players, even sometimes NFL players, when they go to the combine and they give a real measurement, like, this guy's been saying he's 6'5", he's really 6'2".
Yeah.
Some baseball players lost a few inches on their height.
How about that? Gavin Lux, I think, was the one that lost the most. And I like the way that's worded there. What would you do if you lost 3 inches? Hold on. We're talking about height and weight because they have to get this thing right, the system. So he went from 6'2" to 5'11".
That's tough.
He's been lying about his height the whole time. Rangers, Tucker Barnhart lost 2 inches of height because of again the Hawkeye has to get it accurately. I actually kind of like this. There was several others. For the record, no Astros that I saw. Lost any height on the ABS.
We got to see Jose Altuve's height.
What if he's like 5'4"?
No, he like my height, man.
5'3".
I'm 5'3".
Yeah.
He got to be my height.
And maybe they didn't do his, or I guess because of the road games they would have had to, but the Astros were one of the few spring training organizations that didn't have it at their home ballpark. They didn't use it, but they would have used it on the on the road ballpark. So, but yeah, so now some of these guys they've been lying the whole time.
Man, yeah, a couple of catfishes out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially for Gavin Lux to drop below that 6-foot plateau as well. Not only to lose 3 inches, but a lot of guys lie about their height to get to 6 feet or taller.
Yeah, I can guarantee you this hurts him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he's 5'11" now.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts him a lot.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow. It's like Bronny James was the one I referenced. He went to this NBA combine. Like, yeah, you're actually 6'2". You're not 6'5", like the James family's been saying all these years.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, refs aren't all bad. I know Danny Hurley might disagree, but there was a cool moment over the weekend from the NCAA tournament where a referee made up a wet spot so he could get some, like the walk-ons or the end of the bench in a game, which was pretty cool to see.
These guys don't know if they'll get time in the NCAA tournament.
I like the Roger Ayers to stop the game to get the sub in. Let my man get in here to get his opportunity to play.
That's right.
I thought this was one of the best moments. I really did. The referee, you know how they kind of skid their feet like, oh, it's slippery here. He saw the kid on the sideline getting ready to check in, but the clock was running and there was like 50 seconds left. So
I know you could sub somebody in like that.
He stopped the clock, referee timeout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so referee timeout, they could.
Because had he not done that, he was acting like the floor was wet there near the sideline, and he stopped the clock, said, "That's on me. We got to wipe this up," which they didn't even wipe it up. He just did it with his feet, so they could get this kid in the game. And it was in the Liberty and Oregon game. So the kid from Liberty probably doesn't play ever. You know, now, I mean, the rest of his life. He's going to say, yeah, we were in the NCAA tournament in 2025. Did you play? Oh, yeah. You know, it was 54 seconds.
That's right.
But he did. I thought that was cool. I thought that was one of
Is that something coaches could potentially kind of get over with as far as like, hey, it's a wet spot right here?
I don't know if coaches can.
Or the referees.
The referee would have to do it. Now, the coaches can call timeout.
Yeah.
But I guess the ball wasn't. I didn't look at the video that closely.
Yeah,
it wasn't Liberty's ball.
Yeah, I know the timeout. You could obviously get somebody in, but I wonder if somebody say, "Hey, this spot," or a player say, "Hey, it's a wet spot right here."
Oh, maybe
you sell somebody like a little cheat.
Well, that's apparently this referee is just a good dude. He's done it before. They were showing. Later on, I was looking at the thread. Some regular season game. You know, it was a 30-point game. He did the exact same thing. It was like, hey, wet spot here. We got to get officials timeout, and then they got, I think it was in 2 players in that one that never really play into the game. But now you're playing in the NCAA tournament.
That's cool.
I don't care if it was 54 seconds.
Yeah,
he got in. Man.
Yeah.
He got in.
Yeah, it is a really cool move. I always feel bad when those guys are waiting and there's just
no. They
dead,
never get in.
Yeah, no dead ball. That's brutal. By the way, real quick, last thing, because I know some people have also mentioned this as well, but the Longhorns are hiring Sean Miller. Speaking of college basketball, so taking him from Xavier. And it's interesting. Sean Miller hired and Will Wade going to be hired at NC State. Those are the 2 guys that got fired because of that whole shoe scandal a couple years ago. Now, name, image, likeness, all that stuff. I mean, obviously they're already back coaching, but now they're going to be coaching big-time programs. So I guess that's ancient news now, but don't worry about that stuff.
Great hire. I mean, he did a really good job at Arizona, which is a hard place to consistently win. Then, as you mentioned, the scandal, and goes back down to Xavier, where he started as a head coach. Really good hire by the Longhorns there.
Yep, and see how he does there now in the SEC with Texas. That's what's popping. Hey, speaking of basketball, how big of a missed opportunity was last night for the Rockets? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
The Texans signing of Lunchtime. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
How big of a missed opportunity was last night for the Houston Rockets? It's In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Reggie today, hanging out with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and you as well. Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line there for you.
Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Before we get to the Rockets, the question of the day was, we were asking, because of this whole Mookie Betts story, what's your worst travel experience that you've ever had? And you can continue to text those in, but I do feel the need to bring this one up, where a texter from the 832 said they set up a weekend in Louisiana to propose to their now wife. Mm-hmm. So that kind of spoils the ending, I suppose. But the plan was to take her car. I took her car to fill it up while she was at work, filled it up on my way home. I hit a hog and totaled the car. Airbags out, everything. Totaled the car, her car. Mm-hmm. So they ended up driving his car to New Orleans, and he had a tire blowout on the way. Mm-hmm. The only good thing that came from the trip was a wife. LOL.
Well, I got, because if it happened to me, I'd have been like, that's a sign.
Yep.
I totaled her car and had a blowout on my car going to New Orleans trying to propose to her. I'd have been like, I don't know about this. Maybe that's a sign.
My mood would have been gone. I would have been pissed. I'm like, we ain't doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. Or at least, you're right.
You have a good time.
Maybe even just postpone it.
Yeah, how can you have a good time knowing you got to figure out what you're going to do with this other car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now she better say yes, otherwise you have to pay for some stranger's totaled car.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the Jerry Seinfeld joke where I don't know what words I can use. So he says the reason why they make it so hard to open a prophylactic is because it gives the woman an extra chance to say no.
Yeah.
And same idea here. We're like, maybe this was just a sign. I'm like, yeah. But no, it worked. All's well that ends well. She said yes, and they're married, so good for them.
Yeah.
But that was a good story I had to get to. And, of course, we remembered George Foreman, Houston legend, sports legend last segment, and business legend, really. And a lot of texts coming in of just people with their experiences in Houston with George over the years, and nothing but good things. The text line is saying 832, so they went to school with George's kids, and they were all so humble, just normal people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing when you finally leave this place and nobody can think of a bad time they had with you.
Yeah, it's a good point. So thoughts and prayers to George Foreman's family, his loved ones, the people in his life, anyone that knew him or had experienced any sort of time with them. Unfortunately, lost a legend over the weekend. All right, shifting gears. Houston Rockets lost last night at home to the Nuggets. Without the Jokic-less Denver Nuggets last night. And for Houston, look, they had that nice winning streak, beating teams that were sub 500. Then you get a chance at home last night against a good Nuggets team, but without Jokic, and they lose that game. How big of a missed opportunity do you view that one last night with the Rockets falling at home to Denver?
You know, it's not a missed opportunity, but it's certainly like no more wiggle room. I feel like the Rockets, I was mentioning this with you before the show, if the NBA playoffs were an NCAA tournament, they'd be like a 5 seed. Like a good team that has beaten some really good squads, but they're not doing enough against the great teams to necessarily, be considered a contender. Like they potentially could make a lot of noise, but they have some holes. And I thought without Jokic, they needed to get that done. And the schedule right now is when the schedule is really starting to turn. And there's just so many frustrating little things. Nothing frustrates me more than the free throws. I mean, that's an obvious one that a lot of people, always like, hey, make your free throws. They're bad. Like they're bad on free throws. But it's kind of like the hiccups defensively that are really unpredictable. And then all of a sudden, they end up losing to a team that doesn't have Jokic. The other thing is not only the hiccups defensively, but this is a team that just goes long spells without knocking down threes.
Yeah,
and those two things happened last night.
For the Rockets schedule, here I have it. In terms of teams that are really noteworthy, you have one with the Thunder, one with the Nuggets, 2 with the Lakers, and then even if you want to say one with the Warriors, one with the Clippers, to see how they stack up with some of those top teams in their conference. Look, Houston, they're 20 games over 500. They're the 2 seed right now, holding on by a game lead over Denver, which is another reason why last night's loss was tough. Where are you with this Rockets team in terms of they had that winning streak, but again, against non-playoff
bad
teams.
Yeah,
so they're playing better, but not the best competition. Where's your level of trust?
Yeah, I do trust Ime Udoka. I'm a big fan. I think he's terrific. But sometimes the message doesn't resonate, and that's what worries me. I feel like the messaging is strong. He clearly has tried to use everything in the bag to try to get him to change things. They had you can't downplay a 9-game win streak. I don't care how bad the teams are. But at the same time, once it picked up, they kind of burped one up last night. And then the last 5 games of the year, you alluded to it, but the last 5 are Thunder, Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Nuggets. That's going to be the season right there. The seeding. That's going to be the seeding right there.
But that seeding could be very important for the overall season, if you will, because the Rockets right now are the 2 seed. If the season were to end today, they'd be the 2 seed taking on, as of today, well, it depends what happens in the play-in tournament, but Minnesota's the 7. And then from there, you would get Denver in the second round, assuming Denver wins their first-round matchup, and you'd have home court over the Nuggets as of now. And then if you were to advance, then you would probably face OKC, not until the Western Conference Finals at that point. That's still a ways away. It's only a 1-game lead over Denver and a 2-game lead over the Lakers for that 2 seed. So there's still a lot that can change and a lot that has to be figured out. But my point in bringing all this up is just for the Rockets' sake, maybe more so than the other teams, how important is that seeding, maybe getting that number 2 seed to try to set up any sort of playoff success?
Well, I would, to be honest, if you're looking at if the playoffs started today, I almost would rather they not be. I think the dangerous teams are going to be the 7 seed. However it is, however it plays out. You'll take the 2 seed, but the main thing you want to play at home.
Yeah.
That's it. You want to have home court advantage in the first round. If you look at the Western Conference right now, they're the 2 seed. The 7 seed, and it's a battle for them right now, is between Golden State, Minnesota, and the Clippers. The Warriors could get dangerous. We just talked about that when we were talking about the Astros. They still have that boogeyman factor. And the Timberwolves have played some pretty good basketball. I think they've won like 9 of 11 or 13 or something like that. So you almost like if you're the 3 seed, you almost feel better about it, or the 4 seed. The main thing is just get to the home court advantage. But I feel like that 6-7 kind of battle there, it could end up being tough for the Rockets.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's where there's this interesting battle here with the match home court, because there's this whole thing in the NBA about why home court is so important is because the role players are role players for a reason, where they'll play really well at home, but not so well on the road, certainly in the playoffs. And for this Rockets team, I'm not going to call them all role players, but they don't have that one star like SGA or LeBron or maybe even a Jokic that you can rely on in the big moment. And so my concern would be this team going on the road, especially with some of that youth, and playing potentially a Game 7, an elimination game, on the road in the playoffs with some of these younger guys who don't have that experience, and you don't have that LeBron to lean on or whatever. Pick your favorite star in the NBA, Giannis from Milwaukee, whoever it is. So that's where I think home court is important. But then to your point, then you look at the seeding, and it's like, well, to get that home court, you want the 2 seed, but then you got to go up against one of those teams you face. So I'm having an internal battle of what I weigh as more important. Making sure you get as much home court advantage as you can as the 2 seed, or maybe dropping down a spot and having at least an easier first-round matchup.
Yeah, but now, of course, it's going to change a lot. Like right now, if you look at 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8 for sure. I mean, you can throw a hat on them. They're so close. The Grizzlies and the Lakers are fighting it out for 4, 5. But I feel like if the Rockets are in that place where they're 2, you mentioned it, you can have potentially the home court longer, but the first round matchup gets tougher. So I don't know. I think the main thing they need to worry about right now is figuring out the consistency, and I don't know if they can with in the 3-point shooting.
That's why I think if you're someone who really wants that 2 seed, Last night was a bit tough because you could have had a 2-game lead over Denver with still plenty to decide, and you would have won the season series. And then also it'd be just a nice win, even without Jokic. After beating a lot of bad teams, you beat, again, even without Jokic, a good Denver team last night at home, and they just didn't do it in the offense, especially in that second half, the third quarter. Sometimes just really disappears in big spots. But what would you put right now as we sit here with what do we have? They've played. What do we have? 10 games left. What would you put as the ceiling based off of what you've seen for this Rockets team? How many rounds do you think they could go through in the playoffs realistically?
I think they've come so far already. All we wanted them to do was be able to get a lock in the playoffs and maybe a home first round playoff series. Well, they're going to do that. That's a virtual guarantee right now. So now you kind of change your expectations. Win the first round series, and then if you can get the old anything can happen in the second round type thing, that would probably be the ceiling. Make a little noise in the second round. I don't know, as they're currently constituted, if this is a team that can sustain a 7-game series against a quality proven squad.
Yeah.
No matter who these teams are in the second round, whether it's the Nuggets, I mean, come on, we just saw that without Jokic.
Yeah.
Lakers seem to be playing better. Obviously, they've made some big moves with Luka and LeBron still. The Grizzlies, I don't mind playing the Grizzlies. I mean, they've kind of owned the Grizzlies. If that ends up being the second, but then Warriors and Timberwolves, Warriors have that boogeyman aspect, and the Timberwolves have been playing pretty good basketball. So I think second round, I mean, I don't know where you stand on that, but I think second round, make some noise. I don't know if they can go much past that.
I'm in agreement with you. We'll win the first round, and then anything else is kind of gravy at that point. We'll see what happens from then on. I've been known to lay out a couple of unpopular opinions here on these airwaves, and I said a couple weeks ago I'd rather face OKC in the playoffs than the Lakers. And I don't know. I think I might have changed my mind in the week since, because since then, OKC, I don't want to face LeBron and Luka in the playoff series, but OKC, I mean, they just keep rolling. And in the week since I've said that, they went to Boston and won.
Yeah,
they blew out the Nuggets. I think they beat the Nuggets twice since then. There's a couple other. They've beaten some good teams the last couple weeks, and I've been watching them, and they've been blowing. The Bucks were the other ones. They blew out the Bucks, and I'm watching them thinking, okay, maybe they are as good as they seem on paper. Maybe I don't want to face OKC. Maybe I'd rather take my chances with the older Lakers.
I mean, they got 59 wins.
It's ridiculous.
They have 59 wins with still, 10 games or whatever it might be left in the season. The Thunder are the team that are going to clearly, by all estimations, come out of the West. And then the Cavaliers aren't far behind in the East.
I know.
I mean, they just keep getting it done, man.
We're seeing this across really all the professional sports where there's this big gap. You have some really good teams, and nowadays you have some really bad teams. We've seen that in baseball, the NFL this past year too. There's just there's not as much kind of in the middle. And so same idea, you get these teams, Cleveland and Oak years, and they get to beat up on Washington and Charlotte and Philly in the East. It's too bad the Rockets, at least for this year, aren't in the Eastern Conference, because outside of Cleveland and Boston, there's no one to worry about. And in the Western Conference, you just laid it out. I mean, we have to sweat over these 7-8 seeds in the Western Conference. Yeah. It's such a deep conference that the Rockets have to deal with.
And again, if you're not the free throws, like I said, that's obvious. But if you're not knocking down your threes, and that's been a kind of a sticking point coming into the season with this squad. If you're not knocking down your threes, you're in trouble against any of these squads. I mean, you could be playing anyone, and you're going to be in trouble. Now that seems a little bit obvious, but with this team, it just seems to be the most obvious thing with the Rockets.
From the 832 on the text line, hate to say it, but I expect the Rockets to get swept in the first round. Still a successful season considering. Are you at that point where
it depends who you playing?
Yeah, exactly.
If it's like Golden State, then I'll be like, I could kind of see it. I'll be disappointed, but I could kind of see it. But if it's like the Clip, if it's the Clip, I'm not really sold on the Clippers or
no.
And then the texter from the 832 says, "Are you stupid?" Well, first of all, no, I'm not. But then he says they have a top defense in the league and defense travels. That's also true. Can you predict when this team's going to play good defense? Ask the head coach. Ask Ime Udoka about this defense and how he can rely on it.
And with this being a younger team too, and the playoffs is a whole different monster. I don't want to sit there and that the defense going to come through.
I mean, they've had moments, they've had stretches of now this last stretch they've just taken over some good teams, some bad teams, but they've had stretches where you're like, oh man, and Udoka's just torching them, like about the effort and everything else that they're doing.
I've said this all year in regards to the Rockets that defense rankings in the regular season, it's almost like a trap because I think in the NBA specifically, you can effort your way to a lot of wins. Tom Thibodeau's built a career off of it. The Knicks do it. And then you get to the playoffs, and now everyone's playing tough defense.
Oh, you're comparing him to Tom Thibodeau now. Ooh.
And I love Tibbs. That's my guy.
He's going to be playing 48 minutes a night.
Yeah, well, look, the Rockets, I mean, the starting five has changed throughout the year because of injuries, but they are top five in minutes played by their starting five, whoever those starters are on a given night. And it's a younger team. They play hard. They play good defense. But come playoff time, everyone ramps up the defense. You can't just rely on playing harder and playing hard defense. Teams will actually start game planning. They don't do that so much in the regular season.
The other thing is they become much more half-court games, which means you better knock down that shot.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's going to be harder to do.
Yeah, you got to have some offense too, man.
Yeah.
Like, this ain't the 90s where you can just be a defensive team and go far.
Exactly.
Last year, the Thunder and the Timberwolves were 1-4 in defensive ratings, and then Luka rolled through them because he's just unstoppable.
Right.
So that's where I worry that, yeah, they're a good defensive team, but in the playoffs, you need those stars. You need to knock down big shots. You need to be able to score enough, and I just don't know if they've shown that yet.
Yeah.
You can text in your opinions on the Rockets as well. Hey, coming up, when we come back, it's time to do that thing. We got Lunchtime Confessions. I can't wait for the one from John Lopez. We'll get to it next in the Loop.
All right.
Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, before we get started on the confessions, George Foreman love on the text board. That is really cool. And then on my bat phone, a buddy of mine was texting. He said, you said you never had a bad time around George Foreman. You obviously didn't fight him. Yeah, that would be a bad time.
Yeah.
That would have been a bad time.
Especially for Frazier.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here's my first confession. And I don't know what people are going to think of this, but I full on, Figgy, 100%, 30, 40 minutes worth, I stalked Luke Morrow last night.
Oh, wow.
Totally online stalked Luke.
Man, what's wrong with you, man?
Well, the thing is, we all know Luke. And
you only do that to the ladies, right?
Well, that's just between you and me.
You do a deep dive on the ladies.
Because here's the thing. I was like, I know Luke. I've heard him. You know, we've crossed paths.
Mm-hmm.
But do you really know Luke? Like, do you really know the man behind the man? And I was actually kind of looking for some background information, have some fun today. But I looked up. It was 30, 40, maybe longer. So I found out a bunch of things about Luke.
Oh, boy.
Tell me if they're true, false, or whatever. You went to, I found this out first. I've been mispronouncing Quinnipiac University my entire life. I was familiar with it, but I always called it Quinnipiac. But it's Quinnipiac.
Yeah, Quinnipiac. Yep.
That's your alma mater.
Yep, went to Quinnipiac. Yep. Known for their polling and the hockey program.
Known
now,
for their
I guess.
what?
Polling. Quinnipiac Polling Institute. Yeah,
polling?
Polls, taking polls.
Like pole dancing?
I wish. That was actually my minor. No, like if you watch CNN or whatever, and it always has some
polling with two L's.
Oh, yeah. And then
it is the Quinnipiac poll.
Yeah.
Like they do it on election night.
Yeah, exactly.
They use it a lot.
Yeah.
That's
what the school's known for, yeah.
Did you ever do any polls?
I did not, but I had friends. That was a popular job for students that would have to make the phone calls and ask the questions.
Really?
And I never participated, and I never, on either side of getting a call about the poll or having to do the calling. But I had college roommates who that was their college job, was doing that.
And it's in Hamden, Connecticut?
Yeah, right outside New Haven.
See, I told you I did some stalking, but here's the other thing that I stumbled across. Figgy, let's hear it.
You're tuned in to Bulldogs basketball on the Citadel Sports Network.
The Citadel?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Southern Conference.
14:54 to go. First half just underway in the quarterfinal matchup between the Citadel and Chattanooga. And the Bulldogs have gone scoreless over the last 2 minutes and change as the Mocs have built a 5-point lead early on, 10-5 over the Citadel.
By the way, you're going to find out Citadel did not have a good basketball
from beyond
team.
the arc. Have to look out for some tired legs today for the Citadel after that overtime win last night. But the Bulldogs yesterday, they were just 1 for 10 from beyond the arc after
1
halftime.
for 10?
So dating back to last night, just one of their last 13 from downtown for the Citadel. And the Bulldogs down by 5. Mocs with the basketball coming out of the timeout.
Got to get a little bit of this.
Jean-Baptiste will jog it up the floor, working in the half court to our right. To Aini in the high post. Back to Jean-Baptiste.
All right, that's
Cross-court
probably
pass to
enough right
Ledford.
there. People are going to think we're on a tournament game on a Monday.
That's right.
Dude, that's pretty good. That's very good.
That sounds real good. We got to get you a job here, man.
I told them the same thing. Before the show. So you called, let's see if I stalked correctly here, the Daytona Cubs.
Yep.
The Daytona Tortugas.
That's right.
The Charleston River Dogs.
Yep.
The Binghamton Mets.
Oh, yeah.
Which I was familiar with their work. And the New Britain Rockettes.
Yeah, Rockettes, yeah.
Like the New York City
Yeah, I guess
Rockettes.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never put two and two together. I wonder if all these years, if it was a play off of that. It's two words, Rock Cats. But yeah, I guess the Rockettes. Goes back to that pole dancing.
What was the biggest game you called? Like, top line? Like the first one you put on the resume for everyone to see.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if I have that. I did Alabama football, Clemson football. But the biggest thing, I guess, for me was I did the Atlantic Sun Conference Championship game. And Florida Gulf Coast, that was the Dunk City. Florida Gulf Coast won in overtime. But I remember my producer was in my ear in commercial breaks and saying, like, how do you spell your last name? This and that. I was like, why? And he's like, oh, ESPN called. They're recording the broadcast.
There we go.
And I was like, nice. Oh, shoot, I better not botch, because it was a 2-point game in overtime. I was like, I better not botch the final call. Everyone's going to play it tomorrow and make fun of me on every radio station across the country. So I guess the Atlantic Sun Conference Championship, but nothing too major.
Well, there you go. See,
That's
now
cool.
we all know more about Luke Morrow.
Yeah.
I officially stalked him.
These are my confessions.
I'm one of those, maybe it's, I think the opening round, the opening 2 days of March Madness has now become like St. Patrick's Day, New Year's Day, where it sounds better in title than what it actually is. It's better in what it represents than what it actually produces. Sounds great taking Thursday off and going to the sports bar all day and watching the games. But the games stunk this year, Thursday and Friday. And not just this year. We've just had our first buzzer beater in 4 years. Last year was the most chalk based off of public betting tournament we've had in 20 years. We had only 5 first-round upsets 3 tournaments ago. This has been a little bit more of a trend. So my confession, I guess, is that I think the opening round of March Madness has jumped the shark. Just like I said, New Year's Day or New Year's Eve sounds like a lot of fun. It's overpriced menus and crowds. I have
Patrick's
more fun.
Day, I'm with you too.
Yeah, I'd rather be at like a house party or something instead of going out. Same with opening round of March Madness. It's great to be at the sports bar, take off of work, drink during the day, watch a lot of games. But then you sit there, you watch the games, and you think, this is what I played hooky for, 20-point blowouts all day?
This would be my only response to that. You're not wrong, especially in the last 2-3 years. But I don't think it's going to matter.
No, I agree.
I don't think it's going to matter at all.
These are my confessions.
I got a sports confession. I got to confess, I'm not really worried about the whole Patriot South thing with the Houston Texans. Now, I know the past couple weeks, it's been a lot of Patriots personnel coming in, former Patriot players coming in and all this other stuff. I'm not too, just for the simple fact that we have a quarterback that's pretty good. You have a head coach that's not a Patriots guy or anything like that. That's pretty good. So just a little signings, this person was the Patriots. I'm not really worried about that because I feel like they're not trying to make a Patriot South or anything like that.
I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but, not worrying about it. But, I mean, clearly there's an influence. Clearly they're doing a lot of Patriots. They're bringing in a lot of former Patriots stuff like that.
The problem I would have with that is, I mean, if it was an issue for me, if they were trying to get like a backup quarterback that was a Patriots guy that could potentially be the starting quarterback. Yeah. Or let's get this assistant that was under Bill Belichick that didn't do a damn thing. Yeah. And let's give him all the power in the world. To me, I feel like them days are over now. Yeah. And I feel like everything is kind of set right. I feel like Nick Caserio did a really good job, or is doing a good job right now. So it don't bother me that they bring somebody else in that was a Patriots player or anything like that. I'm not too worried. Now, back then I would have been a little worried if they needed a head coach and they decided to get this defensive coordinator.
D'Amico's kind of the sort of the guy that balances it out.
Yeah, I'm not looking at this overall as, oh man, they trying to be like the Patriots or anything like that. So I'm not too worried about that.
By the way, Luke, you're getting a lot of love for your play-by-play, including this one. Let's get Luke as the play-by-play guy for the new Houston hockey team.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? Have you ever done any hockey? By the way, I stalked Luke last night. I did see that Quinnipiac hockey is their best sport, and they made the NCAA tournament this year.
Yeah, that's right. They're taking on UConn.
I know way too much about Quinnipiac. Have you ever done any hockey?
No, I was offered the opportunity to do minor league hockey, but I have never felt confident enough to do hockey on the radio, so I've always said no to opportunities.
Yeah. We got to get him as the PBP for like the Roughnecks or something.
Yeah.
Man.
There you go.
Got to get him somewhere.
We're working on it for you. Yeah. You don't need to do anything.
Perfect.
Maybe you could take over for Mark Vandermeer whenever he retires.
Oh, God. You're going to get a text.
He's going to be like, I ain't retired for the next 25
what are you
years.
saying, Figgy? Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so Figgy, I think you're going to agree with me on this confession, and it's a hand-to-God, honest confession. Of all the Astros that have moved on, all right, I think by the end of the year, maybe by the middle of the year, the one that this team might miss most is Yusei Kikuchi. Like Bregman has a replacement. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be like Bregman. First base has, the right field, you got the phenom, Cam Smith, right? Let's see how he plays out there. And we might be missing those two guys more than we know right now. But Kikuchi's the opening day starter. He was named the opening day starter for the Angels and just killed it during spring training. And by the way, another hat tip to Alex Bregman, who really helped him throw that sweeper a lot more. I think we might miss Kikuchi more than we think.
I thought it was crazy that they didn't even attempt to try to bring him back.
Yeah.
Because I know it probably would have been way too much money.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he was pretty good.
He was real good.
Let's see what your numbers like. Let's see how much money you talking.
Mm-hmm.
At least try to, have that conversation. But it seemed like nobody brought it up. Like it was for sure he was gone and no coming back at all. I would have loved to have him back.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you on that. I think he will have the most success. Oh, Kyle Tucker. I was going to say, if any Astro to leave, maybe not Kyle Tucker, but I think he'll pitch well. I would actually say, though, my take would be, and this might be another unpopular one, I think Ryan Presley, because I have concerns about the Astros bullpen, and I know he became a bit of an unpopular figure here in recent years, but I think he might be missed in that bullpen as the year goes on.
No, I think all of them, and certainly Tucker, for sure.
Yeah.
But in terms of like what this team could have used and didn't replace, another starter like that?
Yeah, because I'm not like too sold on the starting pitching like that where I'm like, we don't need him.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he had a place here, man.
Yeah.
Like I know Framber is the ace here, but he would have been for sure number 2, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure. Here, or Hunter
maybe
Brown would have been in the mix, but still.
No, that dude was
at
pitching.
the end of the year, Kikuchi was.
Hey, that dude was pitching his ass off last.
We love Kikuchi.
I think he had maybe one bad start.
Yeah.
He was good.
And I know it's the Angels, but you get named the opening day starter.
Yeah.
You're the man.
It's true.
Yeah, you're the man there.
Now they're going to have to face him, instead of having him on the team, you're going to have to go up against him here a few times.
Yeah.
Coming up, the Texans. I want to get to this. Have the Texans done enough to close the gap in the AFC? And I actually, last about 20 minutes, saw this article about the NFL draft, so we'll tie that in. Have the Texans done enough to close the gap, and do they still have enough time this offseason to try to close the gap? We'll get to that coming up. It's in the loop.
Chef Caserio is still line. What else do Nick and D'Amico
all-day freshness.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow sitting in for Reggie today, hanging out with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here in the Loop. And you as well. You can always join the conversation by texting the show on the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Have the Texans done enough to close the gap in the AFC this offseason? And is there still enough time this offseason to try to close that gap even further? We'll get to that in a moment. I did see this just perusing the internet here during commercial breaks that the NFL is going to tweak the kickoff rule. The rule that they installed last year was only a one-year trial basis. Apparently it's going to stay the same, except now touchbacks are going to go out to the 35-yard line.
Thank goodness.
Really?
Yes.
Do you like that?
Yes. I see. You remember this past season, I thought we were going to have some really good returns. Just because the guys are from a standing start and all that. But too many teams and too often that they said we'll just take it at the 25.
Yeah.
You move it out to the 35. All of a sudden, the team that's kicking is going to have more incentive. Is going to have more incentive to make the tackle inside the 35. So you're going to get more returns. Like if the 25 didn't hurt, 35 hurts more. Then you go 20, 25, 30 yards. You might be in field goal range already.
That's my problem with it. I just feel like it's too easy. If you do get the touchback, you're already at the 35-yard line. Especially end-of-game situations where you're trying to get that stop in the final seconds. I mean, it's exciting. It's like the advancement rule in the NBA. Gives teams a better chance at the very end to try to get into field goal range. But I just hate all the rules already are slanted to the offense, and now a touchback, you put it at the 35, you need, like you said, already in field goal range. I like it to be a little more challenging to try to get into scoring range.
I get that, but the NFL is more about the excitement,
it is.
The big plays. And the kickoffs are no longer, which I said this last year, but this time I really mean it. There's no longer going to be a bathroom break for sure. Because the teams are going, it'd be interesting to see how Frank Ross plays this, how the Texans play it. Like, your incentive is don't just kick it for a touchback, because then you give them the 35. Kick it and trust your coverage team, to maybe tackle them inside the 25.
Do you see the receiving team possibly doing something where they just let the ball drop and see if it rolling and make it a touchback?
Well, I thought there was something.
Or is that even allowed?
Yeah, I thought there was something with that makes it a little more difficult to do. You have to catch it. But either way, the incentive is going to be now for more actual plays, actual returns and tackles, which is going to end up leading to more big returns. But I get your point. I mean, late game situations, just try to catch it, whatever, and get it to the 35.
I hope we do get more returns, but my concern is just that if it continues to lead to a bunch of touchbacks, I just don't like the offense getting it at the 35.
Yeah.
Kind of the unintended consequence. But I would like the idea. I would love to see more returns. I miss the days of Dante Hall and Devin Hester and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
On the text line, 832, you have some support. 832 said, I like the 35. They wanted more returns. 25 didn't make the change they wanted.
Exactly.
Hence this change.
Do you? I just thought about this. Do you even have like a Dante Hall? Ever had like a prime kick returner? I feel like I can't even name like a prime kick returner.
Who is the best kick returner right now?
Good question.
It seemed like they just
part of it is we haven't had a lot of chances to find out. I mean, because there's so many touchbacks.
Yeah.
We haven't even had really a chance.
It's crazy because
to find out.
Used to have players make a name for themselves just off kick return.
Jacoby Jones.
How about this? Yeah. Ranker.com. I searched the best kick returners of 2024. Ranker.com has number 1, Desmond King.
All right. There we go.
Desmond. He shouldn't even be in the same sentence as those kick returners we just named.
Devin Hester, Dante Hall, Desmond King.
Goodness gracious.
There you go.
That's how far we have fallen. I asked the question, have the Texans done enough this offseason to close the gap in the AFC? And I bring this up because, it sort of came up last week when I was in with Ron on Friday in the Drive, just organically through our conversations. But also another piece I saw perusing during the commercial breaks was the draft value for each team in the NFL. Based off of the amount of draft picks they have and when those draft picks are, how much value they have. in the draft. So I'm curious, have the Texans done enough to close the gap in the AFC this offseason? First on the text line, 972 says, no, they have not. The O-line looks terrible and might set the sack record. So that's not very good. But let's first start with that question before I even get to the draft and the second part of it. But John, when you look at this offseason so far, do you think the Texans have bettered themselves where they're in a better spot today than they were last with those teams that were ahead of them, like the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens in the AFC?
A lot of my if I had to give one answer, yes or no, it would be no. They're not better. But I think I'm like a lot of people forgetting about what this defense has done. Like we don't forget that this defense has gotten appreciably better, obviously better, and there was a really dang good defense as it was. It won a lot of games that can, give a lot of teams trouble in the postseason. So I think most people are just basing that on the offense because the offensive line, losing the pass protection of Laramie Tunsil, no matter all the other things that he did wrong and problems that this team had with him. But if you can just include the defense, then I think it's almost like not a wash, but I think a slight edge to they're better. The problem is that this offense could have some big trouble again if they don't protect the quarterback and run the ball. And so I think yes or no, I would say no, but you got to give them a little bit of thought on yes, maybe they have gotten better because of what the defense has done.
Which leads me to the second part of the question of if you are in the camp that says no, they haven't closed that gap at all, or they're not better now than they were at the end of last season. Well, is there still time to try to make those changes before the start of this season? CBS Sports put out a list based off of the draft picks, the amount of draft picks, where those draft picks are, and then also draft class. Different picks will be more valuable in certain years. Titans, by the way, are number 1 overall selection. And then if you scroll down, Jaguars are number 5 in that division. The Colts are 15th. And if you scroll down, the Texans, they have ranked at 23rd, so the bottom 10 in terms of the value they have in the upcoming draft, which begins a month from today.
But that has to do with where you finished, where you're drafting in the first round. Because those top 5, 10 first-round picks, premium picks, especially the top 5, I'd like – and does that take into account like extra picks, and I'm assuming as well?
I would assume so.
Because the Texans for this year may not have a whole lot, but then they added some picks next year, et cetera. I get it, and I think – to answer the question, do they have time? I mean, it's kind of hard to say yes because I'd like to, but you're projecting on training camp, progress from Trent Brown and Cam Robinson and them kind of dialing it in and becoming a better than they've been lately and staying healthy. That's a big ask. I mean, and that's not very much in terms of adding players. They've added them, but we don't know how good they are or how good they'll be.
We talked about the offensive line earlier, and of course that's still the big question and how that's going to work out. I would use, if I'm the Texans, I would like to see them use that first-round pick on an interior offensive lineman. So now, from that last question, to focus specifically on the offensive line, do you think the draft is enough to try to improve the offensive line enough between now and week 1 of the NFL season?
I think it comes back to the same thing. How good are these additions, Cam Robinson and Trent Brown, going to be? If you get great popular pick, I think that really bolsters the interior. I think you got some options. Tomlinson and Broker and obviously Juice Scruggs and Patterson and and all that. And then you had Gray Zabel in there. I think it would be a no-brainer that the interior offensive line figures to be better. Well, what about the ends?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to protect? Is Titus Howard going to be a guard? If he's a tackle, is he going to be better? As a pass protector. It comes back down to that. I think the interior line, if you get a top 25 at 25 a guard, I think they're going to be better. But that doesn't change what the big problem was. Pass protection.
Is that still your biggest question for this roster makeup, the offensive line?
Yeah, has to be, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, I have some little small things that I'd like to see them do, but it's going to be the story 5, 6, 7 weeks into the regular season.
It's true.
How good are they playing? Are they healthy? Is it getting more protection for C.J. Stroud?
How many sacks?
Those. It depends on who the tackles are, but it also depends on is Titus Howard a guard? We don't know.
I know. He said he'd rather play tackle with the current pieces they have on this roster. I'd like to see him as a guard. We mentioned Jonathan Alexander's depth chart earlier. He has him as a tackle. So there's a lot of different opinions on that. That is a big question. That is a big piece that needs to fall into place to figure out this puzzle. I'd prefer him at guard. I think that can help you put out your best 5 out there.
Yeah.
But that remains to be seen. On the text line, 832 says, I don't think the Texans will stand packed in the draft. Will some future picks traded to move around some?
Oh, he means moving, yeah.
No, I can see that too. Like moving forward, moving up, I can see that because they got them extra picks from the Laramie Tunsil.
And if they fall in love with one guy that they think is going to be an immediate starter, yeah, I could see him maybe move up, even if it's just 2 or 3 spots, just to make sure you get him.
Also from the 832, the offensive line needs to hang out all summer to get on the same page. Bowling, eating, vacations. They need to be a unit. Not a bad idea.
Well, and that's what they're banking on. I mean, if you're just reading kind of between the lines and what they've done, the whole Titus Howard thing, he was beloved in the locker room, but he wasn't a leader, per se. He wasn't the type of leader. Laramie Tunsil. He wasn't the type of leader that they wanted. In that room. Now they want that 5 fingers in a glove. They're all eating glass and, and just being tough guys that lean on people. That's what they're banking on. And can it happen? I mean, they're bringing in the guys they want. Trent Brown's got that Patriots mentality, big dude, going to lean on people. So that's what they're counting on, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it can work well, but it can also be bad.
Yeah.
It can be really bad to the point your quarterback is getting hit a lot.
I mean, let's face it, it's a risk. I mean, they're taking some big chances.
Because I think it's one thing if this is a rebuild or, a young team like that, but this team got to win now. They got to win ASAP because you got to pay the quarterback a lot of money.
I mean, let's look at the risks alone here that they're taking. And, they're confident that it's going to work. But Cam Robinson, I've been defending him because I think Sam Darnold was a big factor. But what if he's not? What if the guy gives up a lot of sacks? Titus Howard at guard or tackle, we don't know. At tackle, he gave up a lot of sacks at right tackle. Now, he had a better effort in left tackle, but, and then you got Juice. Tomlinson's a big question mark. Obviously, you're not a fan of Ed Ingram at all.
No.
And I can understand why. Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson, are they a center? I mean, I know Patterson is, but can Scruggs play guard, or is he just going to be a center? I mean, there are a lot of questions on this.
And that center position is a big question mark for me.
Who's going to make the calls?
Yeah. Because
is it going to be C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, because I feel like they both okay, but I'm not sure I don't think it's one set in stone as the guy.
Yeah. Trent Brown, is he going to be able to stand upright? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I know. Not even just because of his health, but just because he's also 6'8", 380, whatever he is.
Exactly.
My goodness.
From the 713, somebody said Trent Brown with the bad knees.
Yeah, is he going to be able to stand upright? And for how long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, I did like this question from the 832. Assume that the offensive line is a little bit better. How many more games, how many more wins could that add to 2025?
That's when the defense comes into play. The defense is going to be just a monster. And I think I think that could be a big – if they're just a little bit better and C.J. Stroud doesn't have to run for his life. And, oh, by the way, they run the ball better because of, obviously they're changing the scheme and they're going to be more in tune with the coordinator and the offensive line coach. The defense is going to absolutely, maybe carry this team.
I think you're right. And last one from the 503, best pizza in New Haven. That goes back to the stalking last segment. I went to college in New Haven. Everyone talks about Pepe's, Sally's, but the best one's actually Modern Pizza, lesser known in New Haven. And that's what we call narrowcasting.
Let's go to New Haven.
That's right. That's broadcasting for one listener out there wondering about pizza in New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah.
You're welcome. When we come back, opening day's 3 days away. Is there room on the Astros roster for 2 big-named prospects? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
The Texans signing. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Reggie today and hanging with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Opening day, 3 days away. If we do the math, I think it's, what time's that game anyways? On Thursday. Is that an afternoon game?
Got to be a night game.
Is that a night game? Well, just over 72 hours regardless. I probably should have looked it up before. Is there room on the opening day roster for the Astros for two big-named prospects?
3:10 p.m.
3:10. All right, so that's with 74 hours.
Is it here at home?
Yeah.
That's even better, man.
Yeah, that's even better.
They're about to work a little early.
Yeah, man, go catch
Hit
the
downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Go to a bar.
It's a good matchup, too, having the Mets in town. Soto, that's a fun team, so it's great. And look, we did our confessions earlier. Confession for me is I love opening day rosters. I don't know why. I love, even for other teams.
It's a great discussion. It always is.
Because, like I coach basketball, I believe, John, you've coached basketball, and the kids always, I want to start. And I always tell them it's not about who starts the game, it's about who finishes the game. And it's similar at baseball. Opening day rosters, with the injuries, so much changes over the course of a season. But I love going through the rumors, the moves, seeing who's releasing who's being optioned for all the teams in the league, not just the Astros. I don't know why. I have a weird thing about me that it brings me joy to read about these opening day rosters. So, with the Astros, I was reading Chandler Rome's piece from The Athletic over the weekend. And he said, when breaking down the opening day roster, there's 3 position player spots for 5 players was how he viewed things. So 3 spots for these 5 guys. Zach Zenzo, Zach Short, Brendan Rodgers, Cooper Hummel, and then, of course, Cam Smith. And he also wrote here 2 paragraphs later, given the lack of available at-bats elsewhere, it's difficult to envision both Zenzo and Smith making the opening day roster, both of them making the opening day roster. And I just wonder why. Why couldn't they do that?
Well, it's the at-bats, right? It comes to them. They will make sure that they get their at-bats. I think I know where you're going with this, and it's probably that toothpaste is out of the tooth. It's out of the toothpaste is out of the toothpaste. Basically, is what it is. Like you're going at move Altuve back to second base.
Why do we buy if both of those guys are in line that they're good enough, they're ready to be on the opening day roster, why did we go through the whole rigmarole of moving Altuve out to left field then?
But that, like I said, out of the tube, by the way, is what I'm saying. Yeah. He's already going to be the left fielder, and they're hell-bent on doing it. In fact, Danny Brown's saying he's going to play 100 games at least in left field. Is this more, I don't know if ego is the right word, or just like they have that much lack of confidence in him at second base?
I said that
last week. Is it that
week,
bad?
That it's like a commitment to the bit. Yeah, that ego, like that stubbornness that, no, we're doing this. Like, we already started this, but we're not. The train has left the station. Like, we're not going back on this.
Yeah.
I don't know, because, or the other option even, put Zenzo out in right field, leave Altuve in left, but then put Cam Smith at third base, his natural position, and Paredes at second, where he's played before. Like, I don't get why we would have Altuve, your Hall of Fame player, and your top 2 prospects all changing positions in the same offseason, and then you have Dubon, who's a Swiss Army knife. You make him a full-time player, which is not his best role at second base. I just don't get all the move. It seems like it'd be much simpler to have these pieces fit than moving everybody to the outfield.
We kind of had this discussion before today's show. Like, Luke, you lead the show because there's no reason for both of us to change our role.
Right.
That's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? Like, just why have 3 or 4 guys changing their roles when really if you just change one, it probably is a little smoother and more like what they need.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I thought about the whole time, because it's one thing if you got Altuve in the outfield because you want to get some extra bats in the lineup and all that stuff, but if he's not even good out there, I'd rather him at least be comfortable at the position he played all his career and just figure it out elsewhere. Like, ain't no point of having somebody, like, ain't no point of trying to put Cam Smith out in the outfield if he don't really play outfield like that.
It's so funny when you put it in words like that. So Altuve is not a left fielder, but he's going to play left field. Cam Smith is not a right fielder, but he's going to play right field. Mauricio Dubon is not a second baseman per se, but he's going to play second base.
Permanently.
Yeah, permanently. Is there another one?
I mean, DeZenzo, technically, I don't know what they're going to do if he does go to the minors, where they're going to play him, but, I mean, they've been using him in the outfield. He's an infielder. They got him in the outfield. That's what I mean. It doesn't make sense. And
we playing MLB The Show.
Yeah, that's right. I get that this is not what you do, but go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
It's
do
like
it.
they focus on the lineup more than the actual defense.
Oh, the batting lineup. Yeah, for sure.
But I would argue that if you didn't make these changes, it'd be better for the lineup. Cam Smith, DeZenzo could both fit in my alternative scenario. Dubon, who goes back to that position player. Altuve's at second base, right? Then you get both in the lineup. Dubon's the Swiss Army knife. I think that's almost better 1 through 9 as well, to have all those bats instead of replacing, let's say, DeZenzo with Dubon every day. So I just don't. And for the record, I was actually pro Altuve to left field. I like the idea, but for me, it makes more sense if then you leave Cam Smith at third base, move Paredes over to second. Like we're missing a big piece of this puzzle. I don't know why we're moving everybody to the outfield, especially these young guys that, Cam Smith, originally Joe Espada said, no, we're not going to shift Cam Smith to the outfield until he gets to his minor league team this year. Then we'll try it.
The other thing is you're kind of shortchanging some people that would have had a chance to make your roster in backup roles or or other positions. And certainly, the Astros have made some moves. By the way, John Singleton is not going to make all that weight loss, all that strength. Didn't do him a lot of good. I think he was batting like 171, something like that.
Now you about to go eat a cheeseburger.
They're going to have to release him. He's out of options. He's not going to be an Astro.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Are you sad to see him go or not be on the opening day roster?
I think sad might be a little strong. It's sort of like a too bad. It's too bad kind of thing because he was such a great story, but he's gone. By the way, Rafael Montero makes the roster according to reports. So maybe he's going to kind of rekindle some of the magic that we saw back in the day. But back in the day, it was 2 years, 3 years
before the contract.
Yeah, before the contract. So, but it is interesting the way you laid it out there, just to kind of put it to here. Everybody's changing positions. Okay, why?
Yeah, so that Dubon could be your everyday. Like, who are we opening space for?
Yeah.
So Dubon could be your everyday second baseman. I don't think that's the best move. I just don't get it.
Yeah. Well, it comes down to Jose Altuve, and we kind of broached this topic a little bit because it's so uncomfortable. But at some point you could be staring down the barrel of a very uncomfortable conversation when it comes to Jose Altuve, because it's all indications are. I said this earlier. I feel less confident about Jose Altuve right now in left field than I did at the start of spring training. I do. I mean, because of the really bad errors, balls hitting his glove and falling out, not being able to get in position getting in position to make a throw, but it affecting the catch. It could get really, really ugly.
It could get really ugly, especially if he ain't balling out as far as the bat.
Yeah.
If the bat goes, if he's struggling a lot, then we're talking about, hey, let's sit him for a little bit. And I don't want to do that, but like he got to be hitting the bat, like he got to be hitting the ball like crazy for you to just keep him in the lineup and keep him out there making bloopers in the outfield or whatever.
You can't bench him. You can't.
No.
Can't do it.
You can't.
No way. Not ever. Not now. Not ever.
No. And the bat is still good enough that you wouldn't want him on the
like what Figgy's saying. Like, let's say, he's
right. If he's struggling. Yeah. I know. You got to stick with him.
Because if you struggling hitting the ball and you a liability out in the field, what are we doing?
I am a little more, I'll say this, I am a little more positive about Altuve than most people in left field. I think those blunders were more mental than anything. I think he approached, he had a good jump. He took a good route to the ball. He got behind the ball. Both of those drops, which were incredibly embarrassing, no doubt, but they were with guys on third base that he's setting himself up to try to make a throw. I'd like to think with more reps, he'll get more comfortable out there. And last week I compared it, and this is probably a bad comparison nowadays, but you only hear about the bad incidents with plane flights, but you never hear about the thousands that land safely.
Yeah.
And so everyone has this idea of like, it is so dangerous to fly because you only hear about the negative. And I think it's similar to Altuve where you only see those embarrassing bloopers, and you don't see the routine plays. Those don't get passed around the same. And so now you have this idea of like, oh, it's a disaster out there. And, like, it's not great, but I think those two plays were more mental than anything, and I think somebody of his caliber with more reps, I think he get comfortable. I think he get better out there in left.
I think the other side of that is every single team, starting with the Mets, is going to say, we get a runner on second base?
It's true.
We're going.
And see,
we're testing.
And see, that's the part I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Like, not necessarily the bloopers, but if somebody's on second base and somebody hit a fly ball way out
Third
there,
base.
or third base, it might not be a blooper out there, but can he strike?
I mean,
all the way to home?
how many Major League Baseball players would test a sacrifice fly to left field from third base? Not a whole lot.
No,
not a whole lot. He's going to be tested,
especially in Houston.
Yeah,
he's going to be tested.
It's just people do try to test in general, like born outfielders.
And on your thing with the, you're totally right. It was a head thing. It was a mental thing. He's trying to circle the ball, gain momentum, catch the ball, make a quick transition, and get it in. By the way, he's going to have to put extra juice on that ball too. So that's kind of in his head.
Right.
So what you're saying is right. It's a mental thing, but mental things can go two ways.
Absolutely.
Mental things can be like, oh, he'll figure this out. Or mental things can be like, he's a mess.
Yeah, he's Steve Sax or Chuck Knobloch.
Yeah, exactly.
When we look at those two guys, I know where I was going to go. What does this also mean for somebody like Chas McCormick, where if we're talking about Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo, who are not normally outfielders, that we're shifting those guys, even Altuve, we're shifting to the outfield, and Cam Smith might be the opening day right fielder, or Altuve might be the opening day left fielder. Does this signal kind of the start of the end for Chas McCormick?
I feel like it has to, and I don't know how closely you paid. I know you did, but how close attention you paid. They've been giving Chas McCormick a lot of opportunities in center field this spring. I think that was kind of like his last stand. To see what he could do. I saw his batting numbers this morning. They're not great. I can't quote them to you, but I think they were like, all right, let's see if he can do. Let's get him some more at bats in the spring. Let's get him in center field with Cam Smith and Altuve or whatever. And I think he kind of failed the test.
Yeah,
so it could be. It could be.
Do you think both kicks thing off with the Mets here in town? Do you think Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo, both of them are on opening day roster? Only one? Neither? What do you project to start the season?
I feel like it's going to be Cam Smith, and that's it. Keep in mind, by all rights, they were going to start Cam Smith in the minor leagues.
Yeah,
he just made the decision for him. But all of them, both of them, I should say, I can't see that happening. Do you?
I think it should.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does because of that. Both guys need to be playing regularly. And the way that this roster and lineup is currently constructed, I just don't think there's a spot for both of them.
Right.
Which goes back to my whole question off the top of this segment. I think it's silly. I think Altuve should just be at second, play them both in the outfield if you want. Or move Paredes to second base and put Cam Smith at third to start the year. And then DeZenzo could be your right fielder. I think that's your most talented 9 guys, at least batting-wise, most talented 9 guys on the field at once.
Yeah.
But because of this gung-ho, Altuve's our left fielder no matter what. Like, we're not changing now. I just don't get it. I think you're limiting yourself, and because of that, I think there is only room for one. And the other guy's got to go be your everyday, whatever, third baseman, outfielder in AAA in Sugar Land.
Yeah, and from the 346, Biggio did it not that long ago. Why can't he? All right, let's try to remember what Biggio did. Biggio made an incredible transition from all-star catcher to all-star second baseman. When they put him – Biggio will tell you this. When they put him in the outfield, it really wasn't that good. Like, Biggio was better than we've seen so far from Altuve, but he got tested a lot. He was not great. Let's not rewrite history. He was okay, but he wasn't, an all-star like he made this transition from catcher to second base.
Yeah, we'll see if Altuve can make it a little swifter. By the way, also in terms of the roster construction, if you only take one of those guys, then maybe you could take Cooper or Hummel on the bench instead of a DeZenzo, and that might be better because he's at least a switch hitter. Right now, the position players on this team, you have only 2 guys that do not bat right-handed. And we know Joe Espada last year used more pinch hitters than the Astros have in nearly a decade for any one season. And there's just not a lot of options. It's all righty hitters. There's not a lot of roster flexibility is what I'm trying to say, the way this roster is currently constructed.
Yeah.
So if you use Cooper Hummel, at least you have a switch hitter coming off the bench. He could play multiple positions, and that might be better. But it is crazy we got here. I know Astro fans have been hoping for this Cam Smith be your everyday starter at some position to start the year. A lot of people were saying no chance a few weeks ago, and now we might be 72 hours away from it becoming reality.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. Hey, coming up, it's that time every day here on In the Loop. We do it, Reggie, you guys do it. I'm just filling in today. But Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what do we got coming up today?
So we got bad manners that are socially accepted in this day and age. Awkward name call at a graduation, since it is graduation season.
It's getting close.
And more comments.
Perfect.
All right.
Can't wait. We'll do it next. It's In the Loop.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. I got 11 things that seems like bad manners, but are actually socially accepted now in 2025.
Oh, I'm curious.
I'm gonna run through this list. I want to know if it's a yay for y'all or nay. It's like nah, that's still pretty rude to me. So the number one thing on this list is table.
Rolling through your phone at dinner.
Yep.
I think it depends on context. If you're going out to a restaurant, put your damn phone away. If it's a Thursday night and you're at home, whatever, I think people can. What do you think?
I'm actually fine with this now, man.
Like out at a restaurant?
Yeah, because a lot of times you kind of be having a conversation a little bit, scrolling, and that's kind of the entertainment at this point. I hate to say it like that, but I feel like it's not. I wouldn't look at nobody as being rude if I saw somebody scrolling.
I think it should be rude, but it's just become such a part of like society that it's just become norm. But I think if you boil it down, I think it is pretty rude to be scrolling when you're at dinner with somebody or with a group of people. But I mean, everybody does it, so
yeah.
Oh, man, I don't know about that. My thing is like if we're having a conversation, let's say we're out to dinner with all our significant others or whatever. I would put the phone away, but if the conversation goes like, hey, what was that actor that did blah? Then I think it's okay. Let me look. Let me check. Yeah, that's okay. But otherwise, no.
Yeah. I'm kind of rolling with you, but I'm not going to look at nobody as rude if I saw them just kind of scrolling a little bit.
If you're tuning out your company to instead be
that's where I was getting at.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line. Right,
now,
looking up information. That's fine.
If I'm sitting here trying to have a conversation and you're totally
got
out
your head in your phone,
your
face in your phone,
rude. That's rude. What about using emojis in a work email?
I don't mind this one. Emojis become an entire language.
Yeah, I like emojis. I'm a very, in general, like sarcastic person, so I have to use a lot in text so people know like I'm not being serious. So I'm a big fan of emojis, even in work emails. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. What about texting instead of calling?
Does anybody call?
I know.
Yeah.
Please text me. I'm not picking up your call.
If I get a call, I kind of start to worry that somebody died or got hurt or something.
But see, that's where I was going with it too. I think it depends because if I text somebody that so-and-so passed away.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah, some people will be upset about that, but that's some people's way of communicating. They text every single thing. But some people, me, I'd rather you call me. Give me that call. Don't text me that my mom died.
Hey, Bill, mom died. What?
What? Hey, some people do that. Some people be mad that you text that, and then other people be mad that you called and told that. So that one could go either way.
Yeah.
What about not shaking hands?
I'm old school.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Same.
I'm always shaking somebody's hand.
Yeah. You got to.
What about ignoring unexpected visitors?
Well, I'm not going to say I've never done that.
Yeah, this has really changed. And Sebastian Maniscalco, stand-up comedian, does a really good bit on this where 20, 30 years ago, like you were excited when you got the random knock on the door. Like, we have company. You have specific desserts, like just for when company comes.
Yeah.
And now, you pretend if there's like a knock on the door, you pretend you're not. You turn off all the lights, pretend you're not home.
Yeah.
I'm in the camp now. I don't want you showing up at my door. Even if you give me a heads up, I probably don't want you stopping by.
The unannounced drop-in is an absolute no-no.
Yeah,
like
it is now.
Like my parents, my mom and dad, especially my dad, like he just have friends just like stop by like all the time. Like just hey, what's good? Just want to see what was up.
Yeah.
What?
It seemed like because it's funny because I wasn't sure if that was an old school thing or is it a thing when people get older, where the older you get. Because I had a grandfather. He don't give a damn who's stopping by. Yeah. He is not letting you in this house if it's past 7:30. Like one day I went to his house and he just like opened the window and like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, hey, you gonna let me? You're like, nah, man. All right, man. Have a good
Visiting hours are
Let
over.
me in. So I'm not sure if that's an old school thing or just people getting old.
Mhm.
What about waiting to respond to texts?
Waiting to respond?
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't want to respond too fast. Right? Yeah, like they're just
You
like
look thirsty.
Yeah, like you're thirsty or like you're waiting to, whatever. But you also don't want to respond too late. There's like a sweet spot.
Yeah.
When you should respond.
Sometimes, I try to wait for that sweet spot, especially if somebody asking me to do something. Like, hey, can you do da-da-da-da-da?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to respond no too quick.
Yeah.
Or, I don't want to wait too long, so I try to.
Yeah, you hoping they find someone else to do it instead?
Yeah.
I use that move.
Yeah.
I think that's the norm. I think it can be perceived as being rude if it's like an urgent matter and you're intentionally just ignoring the person.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. But in general, just on. Look, we treat now text messages like it's instant messaging. The original idea was send a text, you get to it when you get to it, you respond. Now it's like, I've dealt with people who get very upset if you don't text them back right away. And that's not what it's supposed to be.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. What about wearing casual clothes at work? Now, we don't really
Look
fall
who
in
you're
that.
talking to.
Now, I'm taking this
No,
out.
you're talking like a real job.
Just a like a real job.
Like a place of
office
business.
job,
I wouldn't wear shorts like I am now. I wouldn't wear a fishing shirt like I am now, which, contrary to popular belief, I do have other shirts. But, I think you got to at least wear a dress shirt and even jeans, like nice jeans.
Hey, I'm a hypocrite. I like to be comfy, but because I don't work. I've never worked in an office either. But when I see business people that are dressed down, I'm like, that looks, dress
exactly.
Yeah.
But
Put a little effort in.
Yeah. But at the same time, I do want to be comfy too. So I get it. But yeah.
All right. This is where it gets a little tricky right here. I'm following people on social media. Is that considered rude?
I think it's rude if it's a real good friend or relative. Like unfollow, you can do that. I mean, like I'm just not interested. This person is just not, anything I care about or nothing rude. But like family members and friends, I think that's rude.
Yeah, if it's used as like a passive-aggressive ploy, I think it's rude. We get a lot of that in sports now. These athletes or whatever unfollow teammates or teams.
God.
It's my least favorite storyline.
Yeah.
So I think given the context, it can be rude. But in general, just nothing wrong with that.
Titus Howard unfollows the Houston Texans.
He's one
what
of the
did this
kings.
mean?
He's one of the kings of it. Yeah.
What about leaving events early? Lopez might be the king of this one.
No, Seth is. Seth is.
Don't try to give it to Seth.
He'll tell you that. He'll tell you he's the king of the.
He king 1 and you king 1A.
Irish goodbye.
That's right.
But at least tell somebody you're leaving. Don't just dip. You know what I mean? I'll usually, like, if Figgy's there, I'll tell Figgy or Reggie, hey, I'm gonna split. At least tell someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar to the clothing thing, I think it probably is bad practice to dip out early or all the time, but at the same time, I mean, I do it, so who am I to say? I think it's fine.
All right, the last two right here, quitting the job without a 2 weeks notice, and then the last one is breaking up by text.
All right, so I guess the last one first has become so much more commonplace.
Yeah.
I don't, and maybe this is my generation not getting it.
I could never get down with it, man.
I don't understand how you could look yourself in the mirror if you do that.
Yeah,
I just don't understand. Like, you had a relationship, whatever level that relationship was, good, bad, indifferent, 3 weeks or 3 years. Text? You're breaking up on text? I'll never understand that one. The 2 weeks notice, I think I'm kind of indifferent on that. I think sometimes it fits to just go ahead and get out.
Yeah. Now, forget the 2 week notice. They don't give you a 2 week notice when they fire you. So give it right back. And the texting thing, if you're in a relationship, you can't do it over text. And ghosting, which I think is the most repulsive thing you could do to somebody. So yeah, that's where I stand.
All right. So, have you guys ever been to attended a college graduation?
Oh yeah, a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we kind of in that season now where people are starting to graduate high school and college, and here's what it sounds like when you're at a college graduation and they just naming all these names. I feel like it's for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
But here's the name portion of the graduation when they walking on stage and all that.
Charles V. Maynard.
You hear the little families?
Yeah.
Haley N. Meyer. Benjamin D. Myers.
All right. Sounds familiar.
It sounds cool, right?
Yeah.
So just imagine, you know, and I want to use college because you got all type of walks of life.
Yeah.
When it comes to college and different names. So it's a guy by the name of Yuang Shi. So Yuang Shi.
That's his actual name.
Say it with me. Yuang
Shi.
Yep. Yuang Shi, who graduated from UC Berkeley.
Cal Berkeley, yeah.
Yeah. And
Aaron Rodgers School, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sure.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. I just figured Cal. But Yuang Shi. This is his name called
at graduation.
At graduation. And before that name was called before him. She feel a little disrespect right here.
Adrian Marquez Jr., Yue Chip, Frank Guan, Erica.
Wow. So it sounds like the next name is actually talking about the previous name.
Yeah.
Hey, Adrian, Yuang Shi. Although she said it a little more with the Chinese or Mandarin accent on it.
Not great. I can relate though. Whenever there's a tough name, I do the same thing. Just like John, and you just blend it into the next one. I just try to get through it as quickly as I can.
His family's probably like, "Wait, what they say about him? What they call our son?"
A little disrespected from that.
Yeah,
I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
The way it sounded.
So I want to know if this is taking it too far right here. Are these comments taking it too far? So Holly Rowe, who do a good job, she's a sideline reporter for college sports. She do a lot of women's basketball and all that. Here's her talking about Juju Watkins and the impact she had on USC.
I mean, she is cultural. She is a cultural icon here in LA. And I was at a game here last year, and I thought I was at the BET Awards. It was like every star in that community. We've seen so many people here. They just want to get a glimpse of her, and they are buying into her as their hometown hero.
She felt like she was at the BET Awards.
Dude, is she getting some heat on this?
I don't know.
As it shows.
Why you say BET Awards?
Just say at an award show. You know, because it's very well. I will say this: she made it very clear who the celebrities are that are there.
Yeah, credit to that. Holly Rowe. I've talked with her before. Really nice woman. I don't mean to put her down, but I think and cancer survivor, all these great things. But I think she just sometimes tries to be like too hip with things, and that might be a case there where she obviously probably didn't intend it to come off that way, but she's trying to be too hip with her reports, and that one she might have put her foot in the mouth.
Like why you gotta say BET Award? You wouldn't have said that with Caitlin Clark.
Why'd you say Grammys? Or something.
Yeah, you could say anything. Star Studded event.
Yeah,
you could say anything. Like, why you gotta bring up BET Awards? All right, I'm gonna get y'all out of here on this. Is this taking it too far? So, Funkmaster Flex, who was a legendary DJ for Hot 97 up in New York, 14 years ago, he premiered a song, a Jay-Z and Kanye West song called Otis
on his show.
Yeah, on the show. Okay. First time ever being played. And here's a little background on how he premieres a song.
You know what it is, Hot 97 Funk Flex. Jay-Z, Kanye West.
You see how hype he sounds?
Yeah.
New York to me right now, this is what it is for the summer, understand it.
Man.
It makes it. This record might keep the summer warm till December.
So
he was into it.
Yeah, so he was into it. And just imagine 14 years ago, you buy your radio because people ain't leaking no songs or nothing like that. You listening because this is your first time hearing it, and you keep rewinding it back. So this is the middle of it right here. This is him just keep continuously to play the song.
Last week I was in my other biz. All your diamonds up, could we in his bed? shoot fresh. Looking like wealth, I'm about to call a paparazzi on myself.
Yo, man. This guy said he's about to call the paparazzi on himself.
Now, this is where I want to get to. I want to know if he taking it too far with this comment. Here's Funk Flex during the song, just keep stopping in and making his comments.
Now I'm about to make them tuck their whole summer in.
New York City, you listen to me. If you're near a convenience store right now, any type of 24-hour store, go into the store right now and put your hand in the cash register for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be a tad bit too far there, Figgy.
Yeah, hopefully you guys don't listen to us radio guys.
Yeah.
Telling y'all what to do. But here's a fun fact about that whole little segment he did. So the actual Jay-Z is 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay.
The premiere of the song took 22 minutes.
Because he kept going back?
To play the whole song. To hear the whole song took 22 minutes. Funk Flex started the song over 25 times. And he dropped 62 bombs, the bomb effects that you heard in here. 22 bombs during this time. Or not 22, but 62.
That's too much. You can't appreciate the song.
Right. I'd be so annoyed.
Right?
People were so annoyed because they wanted to hear the song.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept bringing it back and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. It sounds cool now, but
actually doesn't.
When you trying to hear the song, like the exclusive song,
I want to hear it.
Play the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't even know the song, and those clips are already pretty annoying. Just let me hear the song. I don't want to hear you talking over it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I got for you, fellas.
All right,
Perfect.
man.
Appreciate it. Figgy's mixtape, which you can find same time every day here on In the Loop. When we come back, put a wrap on this Monday, here for us at least. Opening day is 3 days away, but have the Astros lost their swag? We'll get to that next. It's In the Loop.
Chef Caserio is still cooking. Laramie Tunsil and further solidify the offensive line. What else do Nick and
Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Aaron Rodgers visited the Steelers Friday, and there are some reports he's likely to land there. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The first weekend of the college basketball tournament is in the books, and we are down to the final.
Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
Luke Morrow filling in for Reggie today, along with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Appreciate these fellas hosting me. And we'll get ready to hand things off to the drive here in just a few minutes.
Hell, you hosting us, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well, appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah.
You doing something Reggie
We learned a lot
doing
about
right now.
We learned a lot about Luke today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder what Reggie doing right now.
I wonder what he's doing. He's on vacation.
Look like he working.
Nah, man. He's taking a couple extra days, take a couple of days off. I'm sure he's probably just chilling. Maybe, found a nice female companion to hang out with, go to the lake, something like that, right?
Looked like he was doing the toss. And not with no lady.
I'm leaving this topic. You guys could go ahead.
I mean, you take a couple of days off, you got to just chill, get away from it all, right? You got to get away a little bit?
Yeah.
Some people like to work on their day off.
Okay.
Hey, opening day.
That's how rumors start.
I know he better not say nothing about Dallas. He better not slip up and say no Dallas, nothing when he come back.
Sorry, Luke. Go ahead.
No,
continue.
hey, you guys keep going. I like it. I like watching it from afar.
Oh, this will be brought up again, but go ahead.
I could imagine. Opening day is 3 days away, and as we get ready for Major League Baseball season, we've been wondering today, have the Astros lost their swag? Season starts right around the corner. The win total for the Astros this year is about 86.5. John, you told me the World Series odds that were just released. They're about, but more so maybe even just the feeling as we get ready for this season. Would you say the Astros that we've come to know over the past 8 years, this version this year, do they have the same swag as the last couple of years, or does it feel different?
Look, not to bury the lead, I don't feel it. But it's also a question for our listeners, 713-572-4610, because and credit to Figgy, he brought this up probably 2 or 3 years ago. He calls him the boogeyman. And I think that's perfect because, you go to bed at night, about to play the Astros, you're like, oh, crap. I know we're good. I know, we can be we can beat the Astros, but they're the boogeyman. I'm a little bit afraid, you know?
I think last year was a perfect example because I think everybody thought they was dead.
Yeah.
And you know how you thought Michael Myers was dead? Mm-hmm. And then you threw him out the window, he laying there dead, and you turn around and look back out the window and he gone.
Yeah.
You like, wait a minute. That was them, man. They end up making a run, winning the division. And I know they got beat by the who they get. I forgot who they got. Was it who they get beat by? I forgot who they got. I know they beat the. Oh no, they lost. They lost to the doggone Tigers.
Yeah, that's right.
But
you see what I mean, Luke? I mean, I think if we're being honest, they're not the boogeyman anymore. But they have some tendencies. Like they still feel like they can get it done. But do they have the pieces to kind of make it happen?
Are they Mike Tyson in the 60s, where he's not a?
Oh boy,
he's not a threat in the ring. Yeah. But you still kind of a little nervous to see him in person.
Yeah, like before that fight, everybody was like, it might not go more than one round because all he's got to do is land one punch. And then we saw it and we're like, yeah, that's Mike Tyson. Looks like Mike Tyson. Sounds like Mike Tyson. But that ain't Mike Tyson. I think the Astros are going to look the part. They're going to sound the part. They maybe even feel the part.
But still in the back of your brain, you're like, man, that's Mike Tyson, man.
Yeah.
I don't care what y'all.
That's the Astros.
He could be 90 years old. That's Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
I liked your comparison, John, earlier to the Steelers, where it's similar, where they have that persona, but now you look, it's like, it's been almost a decade since they've actually won a playoff game. And so it's more about reputation than it is performance for the Steelers, where you could get to that certain point. With the Astros, say Cam Smith is on the opening day roster, everyday player. I know, I think it was Chandler Rome again, had an article in The Athletic where someone was quoted saying he could be the next 60-homer guy. Say he has a huge rookie season. Does that change the conversation at all? Just that contribution from him? Do they suddenly become a little scarier as that having that swag or being that boogeyman?
Yeah, no, I think it does. Because, just because Alex Bregman gone, and he was such a big part of that swag, staring at the camera after a home run and, the 4 fingers out, you should have walked me. I mean, that was swag. Tucker, not so much overtly, but was a guy that clutch. You could count on him. Altuve, not overtly either, but you get in a big situation, either he or they're going to end the game. But so it's still there. It's kind of simmering a little bit. So I think if Cam Smith can all of a sudden put up those big numbers, maybe it's kind of a baton passing kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's not just passing the baton to the next generation. It's passing the swag. But as we sit here today, this is not a team that has a guy that you can point to and say, yeah, he's going to keep it going. It's not going to be Altuve, other than with his actions.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be Jordan, other than with his actions, which is big. I'm not trying to downplay that. But Dubon is not a regular player, but he's kind of that guy that can be a little more vocal, a little more out there, and well-liked and all that. But there's no Bregman, even Springer, which is long gone, and Correa, if you don't know what the bleep you're talking about, that stuff.
Right.
That was the Astros. There's not that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sort of the shell of the house is still there,
On the text line, 832 says, I believe that personnel creates identity. Identity brings fear. We no longer have the same personnel. Therefore, we don't command the same respect. As the Astros obviously have shed some pieces in recent years. When it comes to the AL West, are the Astros still the boogeyman of their division? Is it the Rangers? Is it someone else?
Well, I don't know if you want to call them boogeyman. I think they're just better.
Yeah.
I think they're just better than everybody else. But it's going to be a little closer. You said it, 86.5 is the over-under.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's interesting.
Taking the over?
Yeah.
I would take the over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's going to be a lot, by busting past that over.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the team approaching 90 wins, being a wild card team, making it to the playoffs.
Yeah. I just don't know where that whole, and again, just not to beat a dead horse here, but that whole boogeyman mentality is going to affect other teams, because that's what it does. It affects other teams. It's not so much us talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Rangers would go to bed at night thinking, oh, man, those guys are going to kill us, aren't they?
Yeah.
It was just like, how they going to get it?
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
like the Astros would go into – I still think they probably have that go into, especially against the West, but go into series, especially big ones. Like, we know we're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know we're going to find a way.
They know.
And they were, and other teams are like, well, I don't know, man. I think we got it. I'm looking on paper like
we should be better.
I think we have the pitching advantage over here, but I don't know. Yeah,
how much? But that was a lot. Bregman was the last remnants of that Springer.
Altuve's right.
No, Altuve does it with his actions. He's clutch, but he doesn't.
You're talking about the vocal.
Yeah, the boogeyman, the guy that gives you your identity. I don't know if Altuve really does that. I don't know if Jordan really does that. Like, their identity is going to be different. Now, the history and maybe the inside, the clubhouse.
You're still scared to death.
Yes, yes.
In big moments,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, the kind of the physical swagger of the team of
that everybody feeds off of.
That Springer pass to kind of Correa to
Bregman. Hell, Verlander. Verlander kept that. He didn't pitch a lot, but he, and he kind of gave him that swag, whatever you want to call it.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing as we welcome in the fellas from The Drive, Ron and Clint. Hey, speaking of the Astros, and Thursday is opening day for baseball. It's also Sweet 16. Houston's in the Sweet 16. As a sort of a small picture versus a big picture, what are you more excited for this week? The Sweet 16 heading towards the Final Four, or the Astros starting their season?
I mean, me personally, the Sweet 16. I'm a college basketball. That's my thing, and we got good matchups, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll talk about a little bit here coming up. The kind of the disappointment somehow. Clint's SEC Arkansas Razorbacks is the Cinderella.
I ain't gonna call them.
That's a joke.
You know what I mean?
That's a joke. Calipari and Arkansas.
That's the Cinderella.
That's the Cinderella.
Like, that's where the tournament is going. Right?
Y'all just make sure you eat buying a Tyson chicken and Tyson food. They built a hell of a basketball program up there.
They're just trying their darndest.
But with that, if Arkansas is your lowest, your highest remaining seeded team at 10, and they have the talent they have, and you're looking up at everybody's from a power conference, like this should be good games.
Well, Colorado State should be there if the dude didn't travel.
Evenly matched. I just saw a really good shot by that young man. he made it. I couldn't quite tell where he.
I had Colorado
where he
State,
gathered.
obviously,
and I had Maryland.
It's
there.
3.5 steps.
Yeah, I mean,
count them.
Listen, I could not tell
100%
where he gathered.
Yeah, you could.
Where he gathered and picked up the ball.
Yes, you could.
I'm not, like while it happened.
In
were
real
you
time,
thinking?
yeah.
I didn't think travel.
Yeah, I thought.
I thought, how the hell did he get it off the glass from that angle, moving that fast? And why is he wearing long sleeves? By the way, listen, I have done several shows with Luke, and I guess maybe sitting next to him, I didn't realize it. But I mean, I'm driving in, and like, I thought you were gonna call balls and strikes. I don't know if it's maybe you're driving. I don't know what it is. I never noticed how like it makes me like when I hear you start talking, it makes me want to convert into it.
Shell some peanuts
tonight. Really good, man. I was listening on the way in, and y'all played that little cut.
Yeah, I missed
That's
that.
good stuff, man. You ought to be doing. You ought to. I've worked with a bunch of guys that just off that little sample right there ain't near as good as you.
Yeah, I told them I'm gonna make some calls.
I thought Luke was gonna go. Tonight's time and temperature is brought to you by the parking spot. Easiest spot, easy to park. The parking spot.
That's right.
I thought he was gonna go in and start rolling. I said, "Damn!" I said, "Wow, I can hear it."
He's good.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he can't even help it right now.
Well, I appreciate it. I better leave on a high note here before things start to turn.
Look at it. Listen to him. Come on. Just make me up one right now. Just make Altuve's at the plate in a 2-1 count. So go on. Give me right now. Give it to me right now, Luke.
I can't.
Come on. 2-1 count. Altuve's
can't work a command like that.
Come on. Yes, you can.
And the pitch. No.
It's outside.
That's right. Well, I appreciate it. Hey, you're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. And The Drive is live.
The drive.
Oh,
live.
man, here.
Like
Peanuts, popcorn.
I gotta hear his home run call. I feel like Luke's home run call is subdued. I feel like it's like and I guess maybe if he gets real excited, I feel like he's more of and that's gone.
And that one's out of here, folks.
That one's out of here.
Like the old boy off Major Leagues. Like old boy off Major Leagues. I don't know if that was.
I could hear him. That ball is hammered to right field, and it's out of here. It's his third homer of the season.
That one soars over the left center wall, and he rounds the bases and gets to home plate.
I love it, man. Damn. Like I sat here the other day and worked with him. He sounds like he is about to, like he is sitting there doing the show with a scorecard right there.
When he's driving, it is blatantly obvious there's some history there. There's some
damn
schooling.
right, man. There is a damn minor league position somewhere is ready for you. I don't know who is doing it in Sugarland, but I'll be damned. Somebody might want to take out Luke. Just give Luke a listen there.
Well, this city, we got whether it's college ball of all sorts or pro ball of any level. That man ought to be working somewhere.
Yeah, that was good, man. He
Some
can't
goofball and a hat.
That like when you know it's in you, when you just can't talk, when you just talk regularly and you just sound like you're about to call balls and strikes in regular conversation.
The best thing is Luke's got those. He's got one-liners that you can tell were dug up and practiced, and And he, as we're doing radio, he says, like, I can't remember who says it, like, so and so said, you can't run a marathon until you get them Band-Aids on your nipples.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Do you get those Band-Aids on your nipples? Ball one, right there inside.
He had one today, but I can't remember what it was. It was too.
It's pickup lines. Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Can I buy you a drink?
Like to buy you a drink? We've got plenty of options here. Would you like to go with the ice cold beer? Mixed drink, maybe a margarita. They've got them frozen.
Fella that works here was telling me how good the old fashions are.
Oh man! Shout out to Luke and Lopez and Figgy as they just got done. But no, fresh off a great. I wouldn't say great actually. A solid weekend, March Madness. I was a bit disappointed until we ran into finally a buzzer beater, Maryland against Colorado State, and we saw some madness there, both back and forth. So I felt good because I did pick Maryland to get past in that game. But I here, fellas, are y'all a bit disappointed, people on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch? Any disappointment in kind of the lack of madness, the lack of upsets, the lack of Cinderella? Again, the Arkansas Razorbacks with John Calipari. And you know how talented a group that he brought in. A lot of those kids,
they got a lot of talent there. Money can get you there.
That is winners. But that's the Cinderella. There's no team left in the field that is outside of the power conferences. And, everybody's either, obviously Duke's the only one from the ACC, but the SEC and the Big Ten and the Big 12, they're all power conference teams. Any disappointment? No Cinderella.
Oh, I have no disappointment.
You're good with it, huh?
I have none. I'm good with the Hogs being that Cinderella, or a lot of folks say no way with that kind of money, that kind of roster, and that coach can't be a Cinderella, even though the man did it. Last time I heard him talk before the season started, he took over a program that had one player. One player left. Everybody left when he got that money.
You know I love Arkansas.
But Tyson stepped up and gave him that $5 million check. So he went shopping and brought him in there. So no, I'll be honest with you. My sister-in-law got married this weekend, and when you're that close to the family, it's rehearsals. I got my wife's in it. My mother-in-law's in it. By the way, Cindy Lewis, she's out there listening, coming through Houston. Did a tremendous job. I didn't get to see.
You didn't get to see a lot.
I did not get to see a whole the bits and pieces of the Arkansas game. Through a 1 and a 3-year-old screaming at me from the couch, wanting to watch Peppa Pig, and I was taking up their time. But I damn sure didn't get to catch a lot of the other games. Once that old 4-leg parlay hit, before I left.
Yours hit.
Before I left. Twin Peaks the other night, and then other than the Hogs, I hadn't got to see a whole lot of it.
Yeah, listen, I'm not, as someone said here on the text line, tournament has been good, has been great and exciting so far. There has been some really good games. I would disagree. Like, Sunday saved it. Like, if you go look at these scores the first two, or the first 4 days, a lot of them are games that aren't close.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of games. Now, Sunday, that Florida-UConn game was a good one. And Michigan State and New Mexico was good for a while, but even that stretched out. Last night, Oregon, Arizona was pretty good, but really it's been pretty chalky, which to me is why I'm cool with it.
I was going to say, you better be cool with it. I remember you complaining because of the damn Final Four was so raggedy.
Like to me, I like a good amount of madness. And maybe a couple of Colorado States in there, like one or two.
Yeah.
But, that's the first part. And then, but once you get to the Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four, I like to see the really good teams and the good talent go up against each other. And I think that's something when it's the highest seeded team left. That is something. So it should be entertaining. It should be some good games.
From a man that's watched it all and watched it all year long, do my Hogs have a real shot? Or I'm going to ask you this: do they have a real shot? And I know, look, with Calipari and the obvious the stars that are behind these guys' name, the way they think you can build a team now, the transfer portal. I get it; it's not a legit Cinderella, but do they have a real shot? Or are they closer to if they pull it off?
Me there's a chance.
If they pull it off, it's going to be Cinderella-ish.
I think they have the more talented team, just natural talent. Now, that shooting thing could be a problem for Arkansas. They have weathered both of these games and not shot the ball from three. And I think Texas Tech is going to test that by zoning. But their length is going to give Texas Tech problems. So, they just have athletes and players all over the place. So they have a shot, and I don't think it would be a crazy upset if they got Texas Tech. Right, St. John's was really good all year long, and Arkansas really controlled that game from the whole time. So yeah, your Hogs got a shot. They got a shot.
Hey Tyler, you betting on them?
I might. I got to see these lines. I gotta think about that one.
Yeah, I agree with Champ Slice. But they've seen him have a shot against Tech. At Florida, thing's a different situation. If you're able to get through Tech at Florida, and they had some struggles, and they played a tight game against UConn that has good talent too, and they can hit you from so many angles. So if you get through Tech, man, it's already all right. This is already a successful season.
Hell yeah.
Year one, right? Sweet 16 for Arkansas. It's already a successful season. Houston. Houston really about pissed me off. I came out Friday missing. I said, hey, it ain't no
go Coogs.
No worries against Gonzaga. People was having some concerns, and it was going that way. It was like a 9 to 12 point game the whole way, and then Houston just started to just self-destruct there for a second, then before they turned it up and got it going. But they got a pretty good roll ride in front of them as well too. So it should be fun. The story of the weekend though was the game with Arkansas and St. John's, mostly Calipari and Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
And then that's what we thought was going to be the deal, but then it became Rick Pitino's interesting thing, and I want to play this and discuss this a little bit, because there is nothing like a good college coach, whether it's football or basketball, that has, as Clint would say, pelts on the wall, that's done it. Hell, there might even be a Hall of Famer, because that's the sport where you can be a Hall of Famer and still be in it, that you just can't tell them nothing. And then when they get questioned even about fair stuff, they get themselves. I envision Nick Saban at the podium getting pissed off at people and like, how dare y'all ask me this? I can have every last one of y'all asses removed around here. So at the end of the game against Arkansas, his best player, R.J. Lewis Jr., second-team All-American, Big East Player of the Year, averaged over 18 a game, 7 rebounds. Their best player.
He sucked that day.
Yeah, he was 3 for 17. But Rick just sat here, man. Go ahead, man. Just ride this bench the rest of the way the last 5 minutes of the game, man. Yeah, not coming back in. Just rolling with the rest of them. He had other guys foul out too, and of course, the questions after the game for the media is what went along the thinking of you benching your best player for the final 5 minutes.
You had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
Played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play.
Well, what was the reason?
Oh, my.
Because he was missing?
Somebody's upset.
Rough night?
I don't know. I'm going to assume it was because he was struggling in the game. But again, if that's the only logical thing, unless he cussed out Rick and we missed it or something else happened.
Yeah, right.
But I don't think that is the case. It is because he was 3 for 17 and he was struggling. I think it's a very fair question to wonder. Hell, the best player on the team, he left the game. They were down by 2. They ended up losing by 9. But he left the game. They're down by 2. It's got to be. It's got to be really, 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 really bad for me to just hit the bench with my best dude, right? And then at least, you the coach like that. Don't come in and respond as if you're being asked something that don't make sense to you. That's just like a crazy ass.
You had to see that coming from a mile away.
Of course. Talking about your leading questions. That one is wild to me. I think he's in. First off, the decision, and listen, Rick Pitino knows more basketball than I'll ever know. But that one, if I was a St. John's fan, I got a real issue.
Well,
I got a real issue.
It's hard to. I mean, I'm a believer in going down with your best. I mean, I'm a ride or die kind. I mean, if you're my guy, especially if you're an All-American, second team All-American. I mean, I'm if I get beat, it's going to be because you weren't good enough. It's not going to be because you were sitting on the bench next to me the last 5 minutes of the game.
I've at least got to use you as a decoy.
No question.
Something.
No question.
Something. I mean, a
lot of teams lose out of the playoffs, and in this case, out of the tournament. A lot of teams lose when their superstar's doesn't have an on night.
Yes, but I mean, not that they ride to the bench.
No question.
I said it to you.
I appreciate it though, Rick. Appreciate it though, Rick.
I said it to you before the show. How many times would Derek Stingley have to be beat to have to be benched the final?
Ain't enough. Short of an injury, there ain't enough.
He could get beat for 4
Nico,
touchdowns.
Joe, CJ, Will, Daniil.
Yeah, you're right. How many interceptions in a playoff game would CJ have to throw to grab the bench in a close game?
He'd have to set a record because he ain't coming out. He'd have to set a record. I'm going. This ship's going down with C.J. Stroud, not Davis.
Right.
I promise you that.
Yeah, that's a little strong.
I promise you that.
I forget the alternative has to
Well,
be
I mean,
Davis.
you went All-American to the bench. I mean, that's...
you went all. Yeah, it's just I couldn't. Someone said, didn't Marino throw 6? Hell, he'd have thrown 7. I'd at least handed it off with him as a decoy. That's my part is, man. It's like 3 for 17, man. All right, man, keep shooting. I mean, or whatever, or maybe he ain't got it today. We're gonna roll somewhere else. But damn, not on the bench.
Boy, in a day and age where you think it's a little more player friendly, coaches got to kind of conform. And no, he said, "Hell," Rick said, "I'm going the other direction."
You think, and now it's the thought. You think RJ's contemplating? Well, hell, I think I might make me a move.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And they kept showing him two boys. CBS or whoever had that, they ain't slick, but they kept every couple of minutes, every couple of seconds, they kept showing him. He just had that look of disgust on his, like he was handling like a nice kid, but he just had that look of, the look in his eyes looked like Kentucky, Duke,
maybe walking down the court.
Man, I just about to say something, but I mean, Rick just, I'm out. We ain't doing that. That was wild to me, but story of the tournament, man.
Wasn't this the crew earlier in the year? Rick was calling them soft and all. I mean, Rick was going hard on them, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean,
what's the problem with this generation?
He's multiple coaches did it, but Rick was one of them. Yeah, he came in his guys. Yeah, but no, you're right. Like you go coming into that thing. Coming into that press conference, that's where this thing is going to be at. You got to answer that question.
Absolutely.
And I don't hit nobody. You hit me with a leading question. What do you mean a leading question, Rick? I have no idea why you
know the answer to that question. No,
do I? No, I'm asking you.
No, that's the craziest thing we've seen in the tournament this year. What the hell you think?
If I was a St. John's fan, that was a tough one to swallow. That's a tough one right there to deal with right there. Even me, Tyler, you know how I feel about Hunter Dickinson. He can't be on the bench at the end.
No, man. In all seriousness, like he was playing like ass, but that dude got you to where you were.
Yeah,
you don't. Yeah,
and I know for you had a tough weekend too. Wade, he was rifling up some shots there, but
first half was rough.
But he ain't going to the bench. Not at the end. Sorry about you, Aggies, man.
It's all good, man.
That damn
it's life of being an Aggie.
We'll take you, man. Come over here.
That damn thing turned quick.
We got the fighting Ron the show Hughley's on Thursday and turned around on Saturday and got them old fighting Spike so far.
Hell yeah!
This is the one that gets me from the text line, guys. I just think Patino isn't going to throw a player under the bus to a reporter so he can put it online or on the paper or something. What? No, he just did it in the game.
Yeah.
He just did it for the final 5 minutes where everyone just kept sitting there looking at him sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I'd say having your best player riding the bench the last 5 minutes is a version of throwing him under the bus.
With the camera just rolling over there on him.
Yeah, it's again, I know there's a lot of fans that disagree, but I don't know where we've gotten to when a coach can't say, "Hey, man." He was 3 for 17, man. He wasn't shooting it well, man. I had to go a different route. Yeah, it's still a stupid ass decision.
But I mean, yeah, that's clearly, I guess, what it had. It's the only thing it had to be.
Yeah.
There wasn't no way where you're like, yeah, you know what? I think we got a better chance with Mike here. All right, Clint wasn't here the last time. Clint was here. Trent Brown wasn't a Houston Texan. And I know you've got some thoughts on what that move means overall. We'll hear that from Clint. Coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Had a big ass.
Payne and Pendergast.
Over the course of the next couple of days, we're going to find out if indeed the improbable happened.
at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The old office pool is what's going on in here. We got him up here, and
I got to send in a correction.
Oh, you got to send in a correction. Oh, he's going down and looked at a correction.
Found a correction on mine. Got to get it right, boss man.
I know Tyler's in bad shape after.
I don't know how similar to my digital one.
I remember your paper one had A&M going deep.
I had that on the digital one too,
like real deep. Yeah, I was gonna say say it up here.
I mean, you got A&M and Houston in the final.
Yeah, you got them in the final. That's right. You have Wisconsin in the final. Don't you?
Were you trying to win?
Yeah.
You have Wisconsin in the final, right?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Were you trying to win?
Well, yeah.
And Badgers.
They almost came all the way back.
Yeah.
My man Tanji just got that one piece of hair that hangs right here.
Hell of a name.
Oh, John, one piece of hair. Another one of these fellows who's been to about 3 schools. Went to Missouri last year, didn't play. All right, Clint, when you were out, Trent Brown, which to me was, again, they are signing these tackles. Now, not as many on the interior where, it felt like it was more the issue, but now, like, they signed Trent Brown, who, if you forgot, 9-year veteran. He played 3 games with the Bengals last year. He tore his patella tendon, so that's kind of one to watch with his injury. But he had good years with the Patriots, the Raiders, played with the Niners. And Luke, you missed it. Luke came out the gates smoking fire, and he said he thought that he thought Trent Brown was a better tackle than Cam Robinson. So.
Oh my God!
And then when posed the same question with Titus Howard, he took too long with his answer. So it was me as well. But
holy smokes!
They signed him after signing Cam Robinson earlier in the week, and obviously they traded Laramie Tunsil. But now at this point, they've got Titus, who is a starting tackle, Blake Fisher, who started the tail end of the year last year, including multiple playoff games. Cam Robinson, who has 101 starts at left tackle in his career, including starting the last 2 years at left tackle in Jacksonville and Minnesota. And now they add Trent Brown as well. All these tackles. Where is this taking you with the Trent Brown signing?
Well, look, this is the direction that I think it's first and foremost to me is D'Amico and Nick Caley, they have got to be sick and tired of playing guys out of position due to injury, right? Like the depth across the board last year was very, very suspect, right? Across the board. One would say the starting lineup, the starting 5 was suspect across the board. But the reality of it is your depth was a major problem, right? And what I see him going out and doing now Trent Brown at his age – and at his size, he may not be able to give you but 6 or 8 games, right? But you've got, and maybe he can give you a full season. I don't know. But when you look at the tackle depth right now, you're 2 injuries away from Nick Broker having to back up a guy at tackle. Remember that last year? You got Titus Howard bumping down and playing guard, and you got Broker. Potential, who is? I'm guessing maybe he was just the best suited to try to play tackle, but I'm pretty sure that he's a guy that needs to be inside, right? He was 1 injury away from needing to play tackle at a time when you needed him to be a backup guard, right? And so your guard situation. You look at, you had to move Titus Howard down there because the depth at your guard situation, your guard positions was thin, right? Was suspect. So. I think, to me, with all of these moves at the tackle position, and even the moves interior-wise, I think it's
Are you surprised it's more at the tackle position than it has been?
Oh, yeah. No question. I'm shocked that there was not bigger splash, more aggressive, riskier moves taken at the interior interior offensive line position.
They have 4 tackles now that you could say, am I right on that? Yeah, 4 tackles now that could be starting caliber, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, look, but I mean, this has got to be, we're going to create competition. We want to bring in dudes that play the game at a nasty level, even if they do have some flaws and they're not as good pass protection as obviously Larry Tunsil and even Titus Howard on his best days. This has got to be a depth play.
That's what I was thinking.
And a physicality play, like a mentality every day. Like, how are you wired as an offensive lineman? Like, all of these moves have to first and foremost be, it seems to me, it's more about depth and physicality. Depth and mental approaching on a daily basis. And how have you had success to date? Are you nasty? Are you a dog? And they're going to hope that pans out better than a bunch of high-paid guys that, as Larry would say, were wearing skinny jeans and posting on Instagram. So that is, we'll see how that plays out, because there's a lot of work to be done inside. I'm blown away with what the decisions that they've made. I don't dislike any.
I'm about to say, what do you mean? Are you blown away in a positive manner?
No, just the direction. Direction. I mean, again, you got to remember, we've heard every decision maker in the building over there since the season last year talk about fixing the pass protection from the inside out, fixing the offensive line from the inside out. We heard the head coach when asked specifically, how do you grade offensive linemen? Can they pass protect? And every guy they brought in here, you can argue has struggled recently in the pass protection department. You can argue that every move that they made, none of them were aggressive moves that were, hey, man, we got to protect our quarterback at all costs, even if it costs us a little bit more money, and we got to be aggressive early in free agency. Like, they didn't do any of that. They didn't do any of that. They've taken their time. They've been super patient. They moved out the best pass blocking linemen that they had on the whole team. They signed a bunch of
bargains.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's a 1-year deal or a $2 million deal, a bunch of bargain deals, and most of those bargain deals, the most impressive ones are at the tackle position, right? Even if you give Lakin Tomlinson a chance to be like a true blue starting guard, even if you give that, even if you accept that, and that's not how I view it. We'll see how it pans out. But even if they think that, you're still a couple of guys short inside.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the path to me is more of like, well, I'm like, what the hell's going on? But the actual individuals and the actual, like, temperament in that room changing, I think they've,
does this mean that they view Titus as a guard now to you? With
that's the scary part.
All of the tackles that they, like, all
that's the scary part, because I just don't believe. Now, I think if you're going to do that, now's the time to make the decision, move him in there, let him play guard, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I believe that Titus Howard is better suited to be a tackle. And I believe that he'd be one of the better tackles on his team if they'd let him play tackle. I think he's out of position at the guard position. So for that to be a fix and an answer now would be a very interesting move. Be very interesting.
It's definitely on the table, right? I mean, like, it's on the table.
The numbers will tell you it is. Yeah. It's what's going to happen.
Yeah, because Blake Fisher and Trent Brown being your swing tackle, that's a lot of swing tackles. And guys that you don't envision that can play multiple positions, right? Like, I don't get the sense that Trent Brown can play others like guard or center.
Well, the interesting
or Blake Fisher.
The interesting thing is you got a second-round pick that has maybe a bright future at the tackle position, and you've got a couple of older players that you signed that even if they are the best version of themselves at according to what you paid Titus Howard, you think more highly of him. And now the plan is going to be to bump him inside. It's again, I don't. The path that they've taken has been really, really interesting to me. Yeah. But the guys that they've signed, I think are going to be really, really, really good in a sense of flipping that O-line room.
All right, coming up. Speaking of that, they got a little cash to do some more potential adding more pieces with the cash they still have under the cap. We'll kind of look in what could be options there. But before that, we got some important news for a member of this show. Important news that we've got to discuss coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right.
or visit MoKaramLawFirm.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Hughley has came in the game.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The whole crew is here and ready to roll today. As always, Tyler, good to see you in the building. Clint, good to see you in the building.
Good to see you, bro.
Brandon on YouTube and Twitch in our last conversation. Bargain shopping is how you get ahead.
Yeah, getting ahead and winning the Super Bowl is two different things.
That's a way to look at it. That's a way to look at it. Getting ahead.
Yeah, look. I mean, I'm.
I get. Yeah,
well, I mean, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, boys.
That's a take.
Just from a talent perspective, do you think this offensive line is better right now than they were a month ago?
I'd say yes.
No,
but not. That doesn't mean that they're an upper echelon unit around the NFL or anything.
You're still at a point where, in order to say that, you'd have to play Titus Howard at guard,
which is the scary part.
And you would have to think that Laken Tomlinson is
resurgent.
so much. Well, just simply so much better than Juice Scruggs or Kenyon Green to offset the Laramie Tunsil to Cam Robinson or Laramie Tunsil to Trent Brown. So, I mean, it's a conversation, right? And the thought coming into this with the Texans' offensive line was,
I don't even know if I have the answer to that question you just.
That's the scary part.
That's the scary part. I'm still trying to put it together.
You're still, in order to put the best five on it, which I hate that phrase and that verbiage anyway. But in order to put the best five players on the field right now, you would have to move Titus Howard to guard.
Because, like, right now, if they had to go play a game today, their starting offensive line would be Cam Robinson. Probably, you're right, probably Titus Howard. Probably Juice, Tomlinson, and
whichever other tackle you want.
Blake or Trent
Brown at your right tackle.
Probably, I guess, Blake Fisher. Yeah. Is that better than Tunsil, Titus, Patterson, Mason, and Blake Fisher?
Or
because Tunsil is clearly the most talented guy out of all of them.
Yeah.
Just talent-wise, not the other stuff that I do think it made a lot of sense to move on from.
Well, the thing is, and not to get too deep into that conversation because it was more of a rhetorical question. Like the thought for the Texans coming into it would be, oh, by this time they will have bulked up that interior offensive line and it's going to be off to the races. Let's ride. Let's go. Even if they, like, my thought was blow it up, move on from Tunsil. Still, hey man, based on everything we heard, just bulk up that interior offensive line. We'll help tackles if we need to. Let's get this thing right. And that's just not what's happened. So, even if you like the moves, which I'm not opposed to the moves, even if you like the moves, you still got to sit there and go, is this really a better offensive lineman? Have we improved our chances of making a run?
Coming through overall talent, no. Hopefully the coaching is the difference maker.
Yeah,
it should be.
Agreed. There's no doubt about it.
Right now, what they're looking at, that's what the hope is.
Well, the saving grace, and this is, I think, the better way to look at Houston, right? Instead of debating, is the talent better or worse? Is this, like, the reality of it is with the Texans' offensive line problem, there were so many layers to it. And I don't know that any one layer, like, I don't know that talent trumped all the other problems just head over heels, right? Like, I think the scheme sucked. Clearly the communication was bad. Clearly the coaching, just like the ability to cut through to the players and get them to understand what you want them to do, clearly that was not good. Yes, the Stroud not having command and not having the ability to change things from the quarterback perspective. I think that was a problem. The CJ and Bobby wanting to hold the ball and drive it down the field. I think that was a problem that contributed to it. So all you got to do, if you can just, which has got to be how they're looking at this thing, Ron. That's got to be how they're looking at this thing. Like, no, we don't expect Nick Caley to come in and just be Andy Reid overnight. We don't expect any of these offensive linemen that we're coming in to be Titus Howard. I mean, Laramie Tunsil. We don't expect Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, to be the best offensive line coach. But all of them being just a tick better will give us a better offensive product, which all together will give C.J. Stroud a much better chance to play winning football. Yeah. That's got to be the thought here.
Yeah. And as of right now, we'll see what they add in the draft. As we talked about, there's still some moves, free agency or trade wise, that we'll see if they make, but probably not the route, as you said, probably not the route you were expecting to see it go. All right, got a little news about a member of the show. Tyler Milner. Tyler Milner is going to be with us tomorrow. But in the 5 o'clock hour, old Nighthawk Chris Santiago is going to take over,
a.k.a. Klay Thompson,
because Tyler has to get out of here. Because what is your Tyler, member of the executive producer of the #1 sports show in all of Houston?
Oh, that sounds good.
What is your?
I've had some responsibilities bestowed upon me.
Oh, bestowed.
I have graciously been asked and graciously accepted a position as a local Houston media representative on the Texans fan council.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Do we know what this consists of?
Not really.
Isn't it the same thing that like Larry was on last year?
Yes.
I think, what's her name? The Texans, Debbie the Texan.
The Texans been on the fan council, yeah.
Yeah. So you're on the
coming and making some noise. Let's go.
Well, I mean, like what? I'm curious to know like what your responsibility is going to be. Like, what is a media member? What is a media member? Like, why does that make you any different? Why are you just not just a member of the fan council?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna have to report back on Wednesday after I go to this first meeting tomorrow night over at NRG.
Is that tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Oh, it is tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. So it's your game plan? I think you need to be extremely aggressive.
Oh, I'll set the tone.
I mean, your role has to be something along the line of like, let's keep everything and everybody involved. Keep it transparent. Like I'm a member of the media. Yeah. Like I'm this is how it went down. If anything was to go sideways,
I'm always down with some good old fashioned transparency.
Okay,
I'll be there for the people, with the people, amongst the people. It's going to be
It's good. That is really good.
Yeah, man. We got a member of the drive on the Texans fan council.
It says join the dynamic group of fans that inspired the new Texans uniforms and H-Town made as a part of the fan council.
That's a lot of pressure.
You will engage in exciting discussions throughout the season on topics such as game entertainment, fan experience,
this is right up your alley,
annual marketing campaigns, and so much more.
Tyler, I think you should wear a tank top in there and show your tattoos off.
Oh, yes, at least a cutoff.
Should I go tank?
Yep.
I got some pretty good ones.
You got some good tanks. Yeah, get in there and go tank.
To the gun show.
No, I don't know walking there like that, but yeah, I mean, you're a tank guy. You're a tank and vans guy.
Yeah, that's true.
I think you should do it, man. Show the tats. I think the tats are what puts you over the.
When I leave here at 5 o'clock, just switch on over to a tank real quick.
Yeah, don't wear it before. You'll end up pink by the time you get over there. You can't be out in that sun too long with that fair skin now, Chief.
Guilty. I am pasty.
Don't be go sit on a patio drinking Manhattan.
You're going to be one of 60 members.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got to keep people honest or something, which that's scary.
I want to say there might be like 2 or 3 of us media folk.
Oh, I'm going to need you to report back on who that is.
Oh, I will. Yeah. I can't wait to see who.
I can't wait to see what you did.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they listened to you on this show and they said, damn it, this is a job.
That's psycho.
For Tyler Milner. This is a job for Tyler Milner.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
But as I said, I think you need to be aggressive and take this bitch over.
Hey, sit in the front row, man. You gonna sit in the front row? Don't be a back row Joe.
No, I've never been a back row
Don't get
Joe.
a phone or your computer. Get you one of them yellow notepads right up front.
Vigorous notes.
And take your contacts out. Wear your glasses and really get after it. And I don't even care if you agree with everything. Have like 5 questions in the holster.
Okay.
Like, I mean, really, like, yes, like set the tone for this thing.
I like where your head's at. I'm excited, man. It's gonna be fun.
Like right now, I want people to text in. Like, what if you were Tyler? Like what kind of things you would want Tyler to bring up in that fan council?
Mm-hmm.
Like what kind of things? What did they say? It was a lot about the in-game experience.
I was about to say like the fan experience,
game day entertainment.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to trump the jerseys, man. The fact that the last year's crew had the jersey input, man, that's big.
They set a standard.
Yeah, to me, it's like I would propose Cecil get a raise, and more, more Cecil Shorts the third.
Oh hell yeah, you're on to something there. I like that.
I want Cecil to start parachuting out.
Yeah, can we suspend Cecil from the ceiling a couple times a game?
Maybe he can just be wearing the Toro head mascot, but maybe Cecil could have the Toro head on as he suspends down the field.
No, you can't make a Cecil Toro now. That's Toro's job. There's already Toro's already. Now you're pissing Toro off.
Well, no, it wouldn't be Toro. It'd be more of a, what are those called? Like the half man, half bull. It'd be more like a centaur.
Yeah, no, I think. I mean, Cecil's a good-looking dude. I think covering his head would be a first mistake.
Sam Slice, find ways to make fans to get to their seats before kickoff. Now, listen, this is a fan
I'm on
council, not Jesus.
I'm on it though.
I'm not trying to make.
I'm here to find answers, Ron. I'm on it.
Well, I don't know if that's the place to find that answer, right? Like, I mean, we're not expecting you to turn water into wine and feed.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Feed people, everybody with 2 loaves of bread.
A few fish. Maybe a churro burger.
All right, coming up this week, very, very soon, the Astros start this thing up. And we don't know exactly what the opening day roster will be, but this is what I want to discuss, and you chew on this through the break. Do you think you need Cam Smith to make the opening day roster? Does he need to be on the roster out there to start against the Mets? That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, this is the best time of year.
badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We may at some point have to go over things, over these, Tyler, because a lot of people are really chiming in on both YouTube and Twitch and on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line about things that they think you should push.
Let me know
tomorrow as you join the fan council.
Yes, sir. Y'all let me know. I will be your representative in there.
For the people.
Are you opposed? Are you like scared to ask questions because the other 40 people or 60 people in there may get a little
doesn't sound like me
with you?
Mm-mm.
He said it doesn't sound like
you gonna get your questions out there.
Yeah, if I got a question, I'm getting it.
Doug, wait a minute, Doug. I can't see the numbers, man, with them on them dark uniforms with that red. I can't see the numbers.
Yo, Doug and Fresh.
Right. What are we going to do about that? Can we get some neon piping added to those jerseys, or take 4 years to do that too through the NFL? I can't. John McClain damn sure can't see them. I mean, I know if I'm struggling, John has no chance. Berman, no chance. Right? My boy Matt Musil, no.
I didn't know that's where you. I didn't know you were so passionate about that.
I mean,
I didn't know that's where you had.
I just think I'm not overly passionate about it, but I do think it's something that needs. I thought it was a good pull out of the bag real quick, like what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, right there.
I'll take all the ideas, man. I'll take them all.
Can we get some piping on there, or is it going to take another 4 years?
We'll get some neon piping so these old heads can see the damn numbers, or what, man? Or do you want McClain to continue to roast you on game day every time you wear those unis?
Does he?
Yeah. You know, John don't hold back on the old tweeter machine, boy. That's great.
Oh God.
Cockamamie idea.
There you go, that guy right there.
A little cockamamie idea, huh? Hey, look at you, John. Hope you're having a good day today, John. I hope you sure are. All right. Something that John's also interested in, I'm sure he's got a take on this, and that's the Astros getting going as the regular season will be here before you know it, as they'll take on the Mets. And Clint, we're starting to hear some folks not make the team, or some folks been told, like we've seen that John Singleton is not going to make the team, at least right out. Some guys in the bullpen, they've gone in another direction. They've talked about, but there's still no decision on the final 3 spots. This is coming from Chandler Rome of The Athletic, as he reports still no decision on the Astros' final 3 position spot. Said they will take it down to the wire, not finalizing anything until Wednesday. Cooper Hummel, Zach Short, Zach DeZenzo, Brandon Rogers, and Cam Smith are all still in contention to make the team right out of the gates. And I would pose this to everybody. You can jump in on this on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well. But for you, do you need Cam Smith to be on this roster opening day?
Needs a strong word, but I'll play the game. Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do. I to be honest with you, I'll be completely honest with you. I want it to happen because I feel like I've been spoken down to by multiple baseball.
Just these right field things seem to have.
Well, no, just these baseball know-it-alls, man. I just feel like I've been just borderline disrespected. Ain't no way, man. You got to understand. Bud Norris pulled this T. You got to understand, man.
Scratch golf.
Damn,
spring training means numbers mean absolutely nothing. You know, you got to understand, man. Like,
why do we do it then?
It's the business side of it with Cam Smith, where boy, if he's not on the roster opening day, it's the ups and downs. I get it, man. I didn't tell Bud. I just kind of grinned and bared it. But yeah, I'd like to see it happen because it seems like there's that side of the baseball know-it-all that just there's a level of arrogance and there's a level of disrespect that is just shouting from the roof. rooftops, bad for business. It's not the right thing to do. That's not how Major League Baseball works. I'd like to see him out there for that reason first and foremost. Number two, I do think that if he's going to – whenever he comes up, if there's going to be a major struggle, he's going to struggle whether he's up from jump or he comes up midway through the season. Let's go ahead and get them struggles. Let's get him weathering that storm. Let's get that adversity behind him. Let's get those plate appearances. Let's get that developmental process started so that later in the season he hopefully can help us move the needle a bit.
Do you need to see him? Clint says yes. And listen, this is my thing. If the plan is for him to be a starter, that's the only way I want him up here to start right off.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's got to be the plan. It's not like, all right, I'm not even platoon. Like, I don't even want a platoon with him and Chaz. Like, I don't even, or whoever. I don't want that, or platoon at third or whatever. If the plan is for him to get every day at bats and he's in the lineup and you are saying, all right, we are giving you right field, or we are giving you, that's what it seems like right now. We are going, if that's not the case, then I don't think he needs to be up here. Because I do agree, and they've said this about Zach DeZenzo too. Like, those are guys that don't need to go sit on the bench and don't need to come up and only play 2 days a week or come up and pitch hit. Right? I don't think that is the case. He needs to be playing every day, and whether you think that should be at Sugar Land or whether you think that should be up with the big team. But to me, it's just make the decision. You are our right fielder, and let him feel that and know that, and not thinking like you are our right fielder in platoon or you're our right fielder until you struggle. No, let him hold the job, or let him be whatever you want him to be in Sugar Land.
Yeah, look, I don't care if it's third base or right field. I mean, obviously with Altuve going to the outfield, you got to hold it second, so you got some flexibility there, which Cam Smith plays into it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, there's no reason on that business side that gets thrown around loosely. Yeah. Like, there's no reason to waste and fast track the kid if you're not going to play him and get him development. No question about that. But if he legitimately has turned them to a point of like, hey man, this kid, there's a really good chance he's going to be like inside that building. I know I want it. I'd like to see it. But if they really feel that way, then I'm gung ho. I'm all about it. But you're right. I mean, obviously,
it's starter or go down.
Agreed. And I got
just be a starter somewhere.
Yeah, and surely that's what. That's
got to be right.
Yeah. But what he brings, it's just people say, well, I heard Luke Morrow and John Lopez talking a little earlier about if you total up the level of competition that he's faced all spring training. It's just, I can't remember if he said area, right? And so the competition, let's not make too much of the numbers. Well, while I'll agree with that, those advanced stats, I agree. I love that bit, right? But at the same time, there's a bunch of other dudes that are facing that same caliber that ain't swinging the bat as well as he is. Yeah. And so he's swinging it better than the other guys are, no doubt about it.
He's definitely done something to force this into a conversation.
Yeah. So they just missed me with the spring training don't mean nothing, the business side of this thing. Like, if he has convinced them, and I know Dana Brown he's on record multiple times, right, saying he doesn't mind fast tracking players. He likes to fast track players. So I mean, if he's done enough to impress them to that point, man, I'm all about it.
Yeah. Julian Morales just he's at the Icebox for the first time.
They're playing a little Sugar Land, ain't they?
Old Dyken, eh?
Yeah. That Dyken, for the first time ever. Cam Smith out there to be your new right fielder. I think he is going to be the starting right fielder. It feels like
I do too.
Damn Chaz.
That damn Chaz can't catch a break, boy.
Come at me about white boy
Think about this will be a little easier to stomach than Jake.
I screwed up.
Yeah, a Cam Smith fella who, as you said, has been facing the equivalent of AA pitching has just come up here and took your damn job when they came out in the offseason and said, all right, man, we got 2 spots basically penciled in before the season starts in Chaz and Jake.
Yeah, well, that Maybe they realize they're going to need Chaz over in left field a little bit, too.
I don't mean because he's going to be the fourth outfielder or whatever. I don't mean it. What a fall.
Chaz?
Good God, man. Like, this was, 22 homers. Not even just that. The year before, a World Series hero starting all the games in center field was not good enough for him to come back the next season to claim his spot. But then he just forced
well into the season. I mean, wasn't he top 3 center fielders OPS? I mean, wasn't he? I mean, he was swinging the bat like with, and I know that wasn't ever going to that was not who Chaz was, but that's where he was at that moment.
Bump that at the end of that year when MLB does their top 10 positions. He was in the top 10 of center fielders.
Yep. Jake
and I want to say, I'm not saying that Chaz. I thought Chaz last year was a bit screwed over. The years lead. I thought the year after they won the World Series and what he did against the Phillies, he deserved to get to be the center fielder, and Jake took it, and then he had to just snatch it from his ass. And then I thought again he earned the right when he hit 22 home runs and 70 RBIs and had that great OPS and was the guy struggling in the postseason. But I thought he deserved the spot, and he was going to be given the spot. He had some of the injuries and stuff like that. But I want to say that he's getting screwed. No, his play has absolutely opened the door for this to happen. Now, I think maybe he's thinking to himself a little bit like, I don't know what Jake's doing on at the plate to just keep his job so solidified. But
screwed it up.
Jake's got a bronze gold. Got that bronze glove right there that you don't have.
He's got to be wishing he got dealt in that damn Tucker trade or something. Wishing he's up here in the Windy City.
Change the scenery. Is that what Kenyon Green said?
Yes,
need
indeed.
Need to change the scenery. Damn, boy, that is a fall. By the way, sad day. Local ties to this as well. We lost George Foreman.
Yeah, man, legend.
I want y'all to be honest.
I saw George Foreman not too long ago at Steakhouse here in town.
Used to live next door to George Foreman Jr.
Sitting over there just chilling.
One of the Georges?
Yeah.
He's got a couple of them, doesn't he?
In Georgetta.
It was our one of Foreman's sons. I guess one of his older ones was our next door neighbor in our apartment complex when me and Megan first got married.
All right, seriously. First thing you think of when you think of George Foreman?
Grills.
Absolutely.
Me too.
I was hooked on that George Foreman.
I can't. He is one of the.
In all seriousness,
he is
for real.
One of the greatest.
Mess around and lose your little grease catcher, little grease catcher bowl, and have to use a napkin or something.
Boy, how many times did Teresa kick my ass over that thing? just sitting there, still in the dishwasher. Forgot all about that thing.
I mean,
he is one of the greatest boxers in the world.
Yeah,
and all ever, like not currently, and all three of us, it's them damn grills.
Right. He was a great grill maker too.
And this is ranging from mid-30s to 40 to
7,
late 40s. This is ranging. I mean, he's more synonymous with grills than Paul Wall is.
I bought 2 of the little ones and 1 of the big ones. I'm in for 3, George. I'm in for 3, George. Just in case you wondered.
The
man,
real
I'm a
big one.
Oh yeah, big dog. You can get you a good 8 chicken breast on that, George.
I'll never forget my homeboy Ian took it. We took it to school.
The George Foreman?
Yeah, took that thing to school, man. Had the big one. I'll never forget. His nickname is Ball Fade. I don't even know his real name, but he was an offensive lineman on the football team at Missouri Western. But he took it and tried to do some pork chops on him. Broke that damn thing.
Too thick?
Yeah, too thick. Yeah, broke that thing.
We've all been there.
You had to go. Well, we still talking about chicken breast?
Oh, yeah. No.
Burgers. Yeah, man. So Foreman, boy, that was it. You ain't lying about that grease run on that cat.
Hey, mess around and lose that little grease bowl that goes on the bottom of it, boy. It'll mess up your world now.
Yeah, that commercial, boy. You know, those almost could have been the Hulk Hogan grills.
Yep. Where is that on the documentary, the George Foreman documentary?
Might have been. I know.
I never heard that.
They had the same agent. Someone just
Hogan turned it down, didn't he?
Well, no. So they had the same agent, and Hogan said that. Quick story. He said that he was picking his kids up from school, and they always complained about him being always last because he would get up there late. And so this day he said, I went up there, I went to McDonald's, got everybody's food, and I got there early, and I was the first car. Let's tell you how long ago it was. First car. He said, I got in there, got all the kids, and he said he got home and he listened on his answering machine because him and George have the same agent. And they had 2 products. They had a blender and a grill. And he said he called Hogan first, but Hogan didn't answer because he was in the pickup.
Damn.
And then Hogan said, hey, Hogan, I got a grill or I got a blender. And then Hogan called him back and was like, I want the grill. He said, oh, George already went with the grill.
Damn. I never heard that. That's a wild-ass story. Talk about a shift in
Terry,
bank
and then I
accounts.
believe this is Terry Bollea talking at this point, not Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea said that $400 or $500 million later, he's got the grill, and I got this damn blender that I put water and protein powder in, and
it probably lost money on it.
doesn't work.
That is
Yeah,
great.
man. Rest in peace. Oh, George Foreman. Damn. I thought maybe Clint might say boxer.
No, man, them grills, man. I'm telling you,
Rotisserie chicken,
I was
baby.
right on the front end of those, man. When them things hit, boy,
it felt like it was so easy, man. And he was such a spokesman. I mean, he had me, boy. Maybe want to run out there and
smile.
run up there and get him. He's
kept
like,
that breast succulent.
I believe them bad boys. All right. One thing that hopefully the Texans, they've done a lot of things in the offseason. This point, I don't think they've done. They still have time. This is something we hope, and I think the Texans need to improve. That's coming up.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, man. I was up in the hill country this weekend.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
By the way, we got some people like Gus and Katie about to lose their mind. Thriller in Manila.
I wasn't born yet, Gus, but I hear you.
So look, I'm with you. Look,
I do. Yeah, I get you. I think about God, man, and it's him on the losing end of that with Muhammad Ali.
I mean, unless you were old enough to be watching that when it happened. I don't know how, if you're being honest with yourself, when you're sitting there, somebody says George Foreman, the first thing, the grills, no doubt about
easy. The white one I had.
And even if I'm talking about the his face, like an image of him, it's him standing next to that grill, smiling his ass off.
With the shirt tucked in and an apron,
smiling his ass off.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, that's just. I mean, I'm assuming
70. By the way, 76-5 boxing career record, and he's known for some grills.
I could see where like people that were watching that are like, man, who are these idiots? But I'm just telling you, that's just. I mean,
I do remember him knocking out Michael Moore. I remember watching that getting that fight on pay-per-view and them knocking out and winning it like 20. I think it was like 20 years in between. Championship.
From like the boxing that I like remember seeing myself live was the Holmes Foreman, just big bodies just laying on each other.
I'm more Michael Moore when that lefty was the champ and he came and knocked him out. He was going to lose that fight. Only thing he had was to knock him out, and he got him. Yeah, George Foreman made Houston proud from the text line. He did. And them grills, man, they were huge. All right, Clint, the Texans have done a lot in the offseason, especially offensively. They've done a lot in the offseason. The one thing to me that needs to be a priority at some point, and this isn't even on the offensive line, Clint, is I would hope, and if I'm a Texans fan, I would definitely hope this, Clint, that by the time we get to training camp and we start to get to a point where we're getting close to the season, that we see some influx of speed on this offense.
Come on.
Right now, if you look at it, there aren't a lot of just guys that take the ball and they can go at any point. Right? It seems like there's not a lot of big play elements on this team. And, Nico is probably at the top, but still, like, you look at Nico when he beats people, it takes a little bit of time for him to hit his stride and to get open. Now, he can take short catches and make them big plays because he's tough to tackle. But, just that outright speed, right? And I like Christian Kirk from the inside, but he's not anyone that's confused with like a guy people. And especially with the injury to Tank, it really is lacking it. Like, Brevin Jordan at the tight end spot might be, just from who was going to be covering him, the best speed situation that you have if he plays. Because their skills are Mixon, Pierce, Nico, Christian Kirk, Mechie, Hutch, Schultz, Stover, Brevin Jordan. That group to me lacks just that element of speed right away.
No question whatsoever. Absolute great point. I mean, if we're talking overall offensive football, we've spent a lot of time talking interior offensive line. We've spent a lot of time talking overall offensive line, given the tackle movement, right? But the reality of it is the other problem is the wide receiver position. But it's really not a wide receiver position, right? It's a offensive skill position problem. Right? Because I love Joe Mixon. Obviously, I was higher on Joe Mixon last year when he got signed and he went for 1,000 yards. Right? I kind of like Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon misses that hit your head on a goalpost type of speed.
Yeah, you're not probably going to see a lot of Joe Mixon handoffs for 50.
No, probably not. Probably not. Dalton Schultz is bringing 0 to the table from that perspective. On top of the overall speed, Dalton lacks twitch, if we're being completely honest, of just a good NFL tight end. And so I think you make great points about Nico. Nico's a great player. The speed is there, but the win right now, a bitch or just 0 to 100, the speed, that burst type deal. Nico doesn't necessarily win with that. That's not his go-to. You're right, man. This group has a good defense. Will smother the hell out of them if they don't find it. That's why I think in the draft, or if they find that guy in free agency, or if they trade, like they've got to find to take the top off of it. Speed guy. They've got to, at the very least, if not you'd hope, depending on how early of a draft pick they use to do that, you hope they find a guy that can run polished routes, that is a more polished receiver, more accomplished receiver. You hope some of those things happen to come along with it. But at the very least, when the Texans are on the clock, if there's a receiver out there that poses a threat, a lot like Xavier Worthy did last year, right? He was late first, wasn't he?
Yep.
Obviously. With the Chiefs getting him, like that kind of player, that element, to this offense is needed big time, man. That's a great point. There's no question about it.
Because right now, if you're a defense, just currently right now, if you're a defense and you're like, all right, down the field, who's gonna get me down the field? It's Nico. Right, like
yeah,
right now,
I'm dedicating to Nico.
Yeah, but also with Nico and his frame, like Nico, it's a long play action. You got to get to it, and he gets open. It isn't a right now where you just see it.
Yep.
Like you can see Tank different how quickly Tank cannot just get open in short spaces, but just like down the field. There was a fear a bit that he put in you, especially on the other side of Nico. They just seem to lack that now, and
they've got to find it.
Yeah, they have to. And again, Clint, we've talked about this in the past. This player doesn't have to be a great player. Like it doesn't have to be Tyreek Hill, right? It doesn't have to be. It just has to be like Xavier Worthy. I don't think is a great player yet, but you see him on the field and you're like, okay, like he can run past you, or reverses, or jet sweeps, or things like that, to where he gets his hands on the ball, and we make one mistake, one missed tackle, that it could be a big, like this guy gets going and it could be a real problem.
They need it, man. They need it badly.
Yeah, they just don't have that element, and hopefully that comes in the draft, and they're looking at that, but they have got to pick that up somewhere in this thing moving forward. All right, as we continue right here live on The Drive, the biggest story, and listen, this is going to be something that the Texans should be paying attention to, but the biggest story happening in the league right now, still no resolution. We all think we know what's going to happen, but it still hasn't happened. That through the weekend. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Underdog Fantasy.
SportsRadio.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35. From George Foreman.
Great tasting, healthier food in minutes.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, bro, people are these. I would think, and maybe I'm off. I would think it's some of the older folks are really, really upset about the George Foreman thing.
Uh-oh.
Can't believe he was a tremendous boxer.
I didn't say that.
Y'all are idiots. He wasn't the chicken man. He was the boxing man.
It was burgers, wasn't it? We're on the grill.
I think it was.
They had a
I think it was
rotisserie.
just the old grease cutter.
I mean, former.
Who would have thought squeezing the grease out of the piece of meat and letting it drain up towards the front, and then
I'm telling you,
letting it go.
Let it rip, man.
Yeah, former gold medal winner, 1968 Olympics. You guys must have something against talking about Houston Cougars, even our Odyssey app.
You clearly hate us, Coogs.
Texas Tech.
You hate us because you think of chicken and food when you think of George Foreman.
We have discussed all of that. And again, 1968 Olympics, guys. I mean, for you, that may have hit.
2 years after my dad was born. My dad was crapping his diapers, folks.
Yeah, that may have hit, baby. That may have hit. That had me. That had me right there, baby.
We're all aware he's a boxing great. We just, when we first think of him, we think of his awesome grills.
I think of him.
In Huffman, Texas.
I think of him and Emeril Agassi, right there in the same boat, right there. I used to watch those infomercials between the two of them, Emeril and George Foreman. There it is.
I used to drive by his estate up there in Huffman on the way to work every day.
My man said 1968. The hell's wrong with y'all?
Read the history book, okay?
1968.
It was back when boxing in the Olympics was actually, I mean,
something.
Well, I mean, yeah, people gave a rip.
Yeah, it takes 50-year-old Mike Tyson.
Like, listen, I don't think of The Hangover when I think of Mike Tyson. I still think of him knocking folks out.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I think about him.
That's a great
ears
point.
Off.
That's a great point. But I mean, I literally, that was my prime. That like I would not miss that now. I mean, I'm dead in the middle of that. I watched it all live. Yeah. I didn't watch Foreman do his thing.
But
again,
also,
until his big ass was laying on Larry Holmes, and two big bodies laid up on each other.
But also, Mike hadn't had a second venture that just, I mean, exploded like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah,
Mike
nobody thinks of Ronald Reagan the actor anymore.
Yeah,
he became the president.
Donald Trump, the reality star.
Yeah, no, but I don't think of hey, Donald Trump, the apprentice. Yeah, it might have been a time. Might have been a time.
When he was boxing, it wasn't even in color, it was black and white.
Yeah. Someone did text in, you all talked about Texas needing speed. You got an idea of somebody who might be available. I think the Golden kid from Texas has good speed. Luther Burton kind of
get there, man. They got some, I mean, if they can do some moving and shaking, there's some guys at the top of this draft that can roll.
There's some receivers in the draft. Yeah,
there's some receivers in the draft that give you some options. To me, again, I'll go back to the running back conversation. I think there's 2 or 3 running backs in this draft where you could draft them early. They could sit. They could you mix them in with Joe Mixon. That way you get a more elusive, a twitchier, more explosive, bigger speed guy out of that back and you can just give him a third down package early in the season. You can up his play as he starts to learn, be able to listen, retain, and apply a playbook. And then when it's time for Joe to move on, boom, you got your guy. You slide him right in there. There are speed players. In fact, Ron, we hadn't talked enough about this. This is a great get by you. Great pickup by you. Like, this is a big enough problem on this offense where you can argue that it rivals the interior offensive line problems. And that's a mouthful for me. But I think there are ways, as I mentioned earlier, there's so many issues, there's so many things that contribute to poor pass protection. Like, they can fix just a handful of them and have lesser players and actually be better protecting. But, boy, when you don't have speed, man, you are handcuffed, son. Yeah. And so, there's receivers and running backs.
The Texans and their skilled guys, they've got several guys who, once they get going, they got some really good speed. And they can pull away from people once they get going. Yeah. But like Dameon Pierce, once he gets going.
Agreed. Needs a crease.
Right there. Once he builds up to it, he gets going, he can boom. Nico, I think, way as well.
Agreed.
Not much, just boom, soon off the snap. Like they touch it, it's immediate separation and go with them. So, hopefully that is, and I would imagine they see that too, Clint. I would imagine that the Texans and Nick and D'Amico could see that because they got the damn speed on the other side.
There ain't no doubt. D'Amico's got it.
there is no thought of they got a bunch of dudes that can go run folks down. Wow. That can go and stay with folks on that defense, just kind of lacking there on the other side. All right. This Aaron Rodgers and Steelers thing is still not occurred yet. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, said it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And I find this really intriguing because, for real, who has the leverage in this Aaron Rodgers Pittsburgh Steelers thing? Who's the one? Which side is the one that's having to do the sale job?
When I came out of the darkness,
is it Aaron? Is Aaron in there pitching, having to pitch himself more, or the Steelers are the one that they met for 6 hours the other day and they still have not come up with anything? And that to me, it would appear that one side is having to really push the other one, and I'm just who has the leverage in this thing? I'm inclined to think because I think Aaron, you could really say, I could look at Aaron and say Aaron could just retire. I don't think he wants to, but I could see Aaron you know what, all right, I'll just hang it up. But it is, I just wonder who is holding this up. Who is the one that is being wooed more?
Well, if this were any other player, take the name off of it. If this were any other player, the narrative around this whole situation would be totally different. I mean, tore his Achilles 2 years ago, came back, didn't play well, didn't handle some things great, but threw the ball threw the ball in a way that there's not many are going to consistently throw it down the stretch last season in a dysfunctional organization. To me, the Aaron retiring or playing holds all the dice here. I mean, it's Mason Rudolph is the alternative, and they can talk about Mason Rudolph and votes of confidence all they want, but I mean, you're Duck Hodges, Mason Rudolph. I mean, Fields and Russell Wilson. I mean, we're on a different planet. At least if you're flirting with him now and you're gonna pay Aaron Rodgers to play, you think he's on a different. You're not doing it as some kind of experiment. You think he's on a different planet from those other guys and your other options. And so it seems to me like it would be Rodgers without a doubt, and the Steelers.
What that has the leverage.
Oh yeah, it was with the Giants. Now that I think the Giants have signed Jameis Winston, but now it could be the retirement thing. I don't think this is a big leverage play for either party. I really don't. I don't think it's as much. It's as trivial as some people make it out to be. They got to figure out if Aaron is a guy that they want and if they like and are they.
What you think the holdup is?
I think there's a chance that Aaron's deciding whether he wants to play again or not.
Yeah, you think retirement's on the table for Aaron?
Possibly, yeah. I do think that there are possibly other teams in play. I don't know who that would be right now, but I do think there are possibly other teams that would be in play. Whether that's Tennessee
49ers,
or the 49ers or any of them. when you got a chance to, and it's not an ideal situation, but when you got a chance to make a run with a quarterback like that, if you've got the pieces together, like you look at Pittsburgh, like why would you pay DK Metcalf $150 million and then go, I'm going to give you Mason Rudolph? Like it just that doesn't make any sense. Like for them to not go all in, and all in right now for the Pittsburgh Steelers is Aaron Rodgers or nothing else. For them to not go and want to go all in and be like, hell yeah, man, let's make this happen, it would be crazy.
I mean, I guess their only other option is if they make a real run for somebody in the draft.
Yeah. I mean,
to me, that's because the other is the Russell Wilson, the
run it back.
Whoever else is out there, I can't think of who else is out there is available that would.
Let's ride. That's about it.
Starting, yeah.
I mean, Justin's gone. Jameis is gone now.
Yeah, that's their only other play is we're gonna, I don't know, make a real play for Dart or the kid from Louisville who is starting to climb up boards because they're sitting at 21. That would be the only other play. Yeah, like I said, I'm inclined to think this is more the Steelers waiting on Aaron.
Yeah.
Than Aaron waiting on the Steelers.
Well, I mean, Cam Hayward, I know there was some audio that went viral with him last week, or maybe it was the week before of I think it was taken a little bit out of context, but there's some audio this week. It may come from the same podcast, but it's starting to surface this week about Cam Hayward talking about, hey man, there's me and a couple other guys on this team. We ain't got much. We're on borrowed time. We ain't got much time left. Well, I mean, that's even more of a reason to go. Yeah, well, let's take a shot with however crazy you think Aaron Rodgers is because he goes away in the darkness. Let's take a shot with his ass because our other options are more than likely not going to get us there.
Yeah. What you got coming up at the 4?
We got a new sponsor for Dirty's Daily, y'all. Got a big shout-out coming next. And the Texans, they signed offensive tackle Trent Brown when I was out. What does that tell us about this team? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
From George Foreman.
Great tasting, healthier food in minutes.
Daily's Dirty.
The Texans signing of new left tackle Cam Robinson is
Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Sports 2610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. Dirty's Daily every day at 4 o'clock, baby. Dirty's Daily is powered by Mocaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Big shout out to Mocaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Big shout out to my Mocaram Injury Lawyer family over there for showing the love and supporting. We greatly appreciate y'all. And I'm telling you, if you've been injured in an accident,
we keep it 100.
Yeah, y'all do always. If you've been injured in an accident, sitting there right now, or if you are ever injured in an accident, make sure you call Mocaram Injury Lawyers. You will get a real person, not some automated answering service, baby. 281-222-2222. All right, boys, when I was out over the weekend here, the Texans signed another offensive lineman.
They did.
Interesting sign, and I'm sure you guys nailed it. Was it breaking news on this show?
No, it happened right before our show. Yeah.
It was kind of like right at the toss within the loop.
So you had to ball up your rundown and just and work through it a couple times,
had to work
right?
through it a little bit. Yeah, I was more. I just looked at this has to be depth, and then it's just immediately.
Yeah.
It's depth and immediately, boy, they're really going hard in at tackle, as opposed to the interior. And does this mean something for tight end?
Yeah, well, there's so many different talking points about this. Trent Brown, former New England Patriot, and 10-year pro, 31 years old. He hadn't just been with New England. He's played with
the Raiders,
with a few different teams. Signed a couple of big deals.
Bengals.
There's obviously a history there with Cole Popovich, Nick Caley, Nick Caserio. There's a history there, so they know what they're bringing in the building. But Trent Brown being the position is the one that surprises me. Again, the way the Texans are going about fixing their offensive line problems, fixing their pass protection problems, is an interesting path to me. I think they've made bigger splashes both in trading Laramie Tunsil as well as who they've signed and who they've brought into that offensive line room in the form of tackles, not guards. I think it's been splashier, higher ceiling guys, more pelts on the wall type of guys at the tackle position, which is interesting to me. But I got to thinking about this, and I've had more time because I went on air Friday with you guys. But this strikes me, Ron, as a reactionary move to what they experienced last year, which I guess everything is to a certain degree. But when you look at really how this thing went down last year, we know the pass protection sucked, right? But if you look at it, the fact that there were so many guys that were so quickly thrust into situations where they were playing out of position, right? Titus Howard, once again, that's the elephant in the room because he was making so much money to be a right tackle, and he ends up playing guard again, right? Nick Broker, a depth player that wasn't even in your two deep to start with, but he's an interior offensive lineman, ends up one injury away from having to play right tackle as the season moved along. They end up, because of injury, having to play second-round pick
Blake
Fisher, right? Juice Scruggs literally, now he got injured as well, but Juice Scruggs literally played all three interior positions, right? Jarrett Patterson at one time when Kenyon Green got hurt, had to go in and play guard, right? Before he ended up playing center and then getting hurt after that. So to me, this is the moves that they've made signify a couple of things. The Texans have made several moves on the offensive line, and I think they signify several things. Number one, I think they had to improve their depth. And there's no doubt about it. There is better depth across the board on the current Texans offensive line than at any point last year. Like, I don't think interior offensive linemen having to play guard and tackles having to play interior offensive line having to play tackles and tackles having to play inside. Like, I don't think that's going to be a problem in a reactionary form. Titus Howard may end up being a guard, but I think it's going to be a plan. It's not going to be because somebody got hurt. So I think, number one, better overall offensive line depth, I think, has been achieved. Number two, I think there is a more physical mentality in this offensive line room. Like, it wouldn't have been hard, and it's not real hard to have done this, right? I mean, I think they were super soft, relatively speaking. But I think the physical mentality is closer to what DeMeco Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach, the Swarm head coach, actually wants. If you look at like what Ed Ingram brings to the table, struggled in pass protection, but is appears to be an absolute beast in the run game, right? You look at the Laken Tomlinson kid, same thing. You look at Cam Robinson, there's some weaknesses there, but is a more physical. There's some dog in there. You look at Trent Brown, again, there's some dog in there. It seems like there's guys that are going to be on a day-to-day basis. There's going to be a little bit more of a physical mentality, Ron. And then number three for me is I think there's an identity. It looks like there's an identity more so to this team, which is going to be a downhill run team instead of, hey, Trent Brown, we're going to toss this thing your direction. Can you get 360 pounds or whatever it is? Can you pull out there and stretch to the sideline? Like a more between the tackle, attack downhill, hit them immediately instead of stringing things out sideline to sideline. So whether we're talking better O-line depth, the mentality, more physical mentality in the O-line room, or having a clear identity of, hey, we're going to run the football right at you when we do run it, I think they have accomplished some things with these O-line signs.
Yeah, I think they do want to get more physical. And that's why, to me, I just wonder when you say to yourself, all right, I know we traded Laramie Tunsil, but since trading Laramie Tunsil, we've added Trent Brown, who you just spoke of, Cam Robinson, who, listen, of all the guys they brought in, he's coming in getting like a little over 12 guaranteed, up to 14 on a one-year deal. I'd imagine he is starting.
Yep, absolutely.
At left tackle. But you bring him in, and now that gives you four guys that I think for a lot of teams, or maybe not a lot, but many teams would be looked at as starters, not necessarily like Charlie Heck is a swing tackle, like straight up looked up at it as that. I think these are four guys in Fisher, Howard, Robinson, and Brown that could be looked at as guys that would be starter caliber, like more than just swing tackles. And with that, Clint, it just makes me have to wonder, well, you don't have four of those guys.
Yeah.
Does this mean, is this signaling to us that is not viewed as a tackle, but viewed as a guard? And that's the part for me that I look at this, and you looked at this Trent Brown move, and maybe it's just depth, and maybe it'll be like Marcus Cannon, who they brought in and had some history with, but didn't ultimately, remain with the team long term. Who knows? But that just sent me to the thought of, was this a signal to us and everybody that Titus Howard is in the fold as a guard?
Could be, but I hope not. Could be, but I hope not. I hope this is a play of, we're going to have plenty of tackles. We're going to keep one on the shelf. We're going to make sure we've got tackles in our building that we can rely on, and we don't have to go out there midseason and move a guard that can't even play guard on this team to potentially tackle, or go out and hunt down Austin Deculus somewhere else and bring him back and have him start at tackle again. I hope this is a concerted effort to build that tackle depth, and we just haven't seen them address the interior offensive line the way that we hope to. There's still some time left. There's still some players out there that could potentially fill those voids. Assuming they're healthy, they could still make Nick Caserio could make a late push here in free agency and the draft and really put some pieces together on the inside to go with all these tackles. I hope the plan isn't to move Titus down. I think he's a tackle. I think the Texans are better with Titus Howard at tackle as one of the starting tackles, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But any way you slice it, the Texans have made a lot of moves. Again, not the path that I would have taken. But if we just look at the moves the Texans have made, we're talking better O-line depth across the board. We're talking about a more physical mentality in the O-line room. And I think there's a clearer identity of what they want to be in the run game as well with this most recent signing of Trent Brown. Again, any of these signs could end up being, guys that don't have anything left in the tank and we're just trying to make a push for one last contract. I hope not. I hope they do. But that's what I'm pulling from.
I can't believe Cam Robinson fits in that.
Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, 14. If this is a guy who can go out there and get $12 to $14 million, I mean, this guy's still got tread on the tires. He can still play. I mean, he's got to be. At some point in time, you hope they're pretty confident in a couple of these tackles that they're going to be here and they're going to play at a high level. They're not too old. They're not out of shape. They're not. Their best years aren't necessarily behind them. They still got something they can prove moving forward. But that's where I'm at, man. I think the depth is significantly better. Boys, I told y'all my sister-in-law got married this weekend.
That's right.
My future reality, I don't know if that's right, but I think you'll get my point. It hit me square in the face. My two little girls were the flower girls, Ron. And I don't know if it's just being a dad or if I'm just like somewhat emotional now in my older age, which I've never been before. But I walk in and I see my littlest one in her little flower girl outfit, and I ain't gonna lie, I shed a couple tears.
I'm not.
Right there in the bride's changing quarters, man. Walked in there. Now they would have looked up Merkin.
Oh,
they're all dressed.
I really wasn't thinking of anything nasty.
Man, my little girl. My little girl. She's over there in that mirror, three-way mirror over there, man, with a little white deal on.
That's cute.
Yeah, man.
Now, where did your sister-in-law went? Where did she go to school?
A&M.
A&M.
Gig 'em.
She had
a lot of Aggies in that building.
A lot of friends. A&M in the quarters.
Old father-in-law was giving his little talk to everybody, and he had a little pause in his speech, so everybody could give you a little whoop-whoop thing.
Did they do the war hymn at the reception?
No.
Really?
They went whoop.
Most Aggies, that's like a given.
Yeah,
I know you did it.
Yes, I did. And the last wedding I was at last week did it.
They did not. Not that I saw. I was dealing with a 1 and 3-year-old.
You probably
at that
just
time their head
out.
was spinning like Beetlejuice. The other thing, boys, my reality. I'm going from emotions to finances.
Those can be tied together.
I was thinking this whole thing. You're talking about the damn pony. I've been thinking as soon as we went for that ultrasound and I saw that it didn't have a penis. And oh my God, we're not renting tuxes. We're buying prom dresses. We're buying prom dresses, multiples. We're buying wedding dresses. We're buying all of this. We're paying for weddings. Oh my God.
Hey, I don't even want to know what my father-in-law paid. This venue up in the hill country, the chandelier, it was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
You fathers of brides, man.
He's got two of them.
I feel for you.
Open bar, and I'm watching these kids. I'm watching all these sunbucks, these youngsters walking around. I'm like, hey guys, it's not gonna close, man. It's not gonna close. I mean, I'm just watching money just flying. Like I got little emojis around me of just flying money.
Just look at it. You looking at all this? How much all this?
I told my daughters they can't get married.
You ain't lying, boy. Let me hold. I'm so thankful of these 2 rehearsal dinners I'm paying for.
Oh man.
Let me hold rehearsal dinner.
Well, I'm
hold
lucky.
them down. I mean, hell, if we get there. Yes.
I mean, Lowe's got a little. I don't know if Lowe just conveniently says this because we didn't have a choice, but like COVID was a blessing. Right? I mean, we can only invite so many people. Like there's only. I mean, it's just hell. We had a hard time finding anybody that would open their doors to even just take us, like to take the liability during COVID, right?
Yeah.
And so we were kind of handcuffed, and we got off a lot cheaper than you would think. At least I think we did. Boy, that damn venue last night, that looked like one of them deals. You got to drop a check, son, to get
they went on a Sunday.
What? To open the doors, you got to drop a check. Much less when they started bringing them damn flowers in. DJ sets up.
Somebody texted in, start saving for them 2 weddings now, Clint.
Hey, man, I got savings accounts all over the place.
He's got to get a pony now.
Yeah, I got a horse. Luckily, I got a wife that works too. So she's helping. She's making some bread now.
And you think Liv's the only one who wants a pony?
Ooh. Oh man, we're gonna stick with those My Little Ponies right now.
Because that other one gonna want her own pony too.
Those plastic ones.
Golly, I'm over here thinking.
Laney gonna be sitting there. You think you just getting her a pony?
And we said 3 nights. We had 3 nights in a B, big and about 5-bedroom Airbnb. What do you think that hit for it?
I do not envy you fellows who have daughters, because that's a thing, man. That's a big.
I'm telling you, let me hold rehearsal
expenditure.
Dinner. I have you the greatest rehearsal dinner you can think of.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you know it now, man. Shoot, mine is only 8, and I like when we get down to that point, like even for me, that's gonna be a hard one to. No, we ain't doing that. If I got it, that's gonna be a hard to just say.
If you ain't got it, it ain't hard.
Hell, if you like, hey, let's buy a horse to ride down the aisle. No, I ain't got that.
I'm just picturing Ron freaking haggling however many years down the road when it comes time for little Lauren to get hitched, haggling with the venue.
Just get a deal.
Hey, y'all know I do radio.
I'm telling you, I hold you all down. Cakes, all of them. As I'm telling you, I watched mine just rise and rise, just rise and rise. Just not even because anything that we were asking for. Just rising.
Now, Lauren, do we really need the 6-tier cake, or could we get away with the 3-tier? You think? Just cut them.
Speaking of cake, I did. Hey boys, I've been.
That gets pricey.
With the exception of alcohol, I've been pretty good for shoot, man. We're going on 10, 11 months now. I mashed this cake.
Oh,
I don't know what the hell was in that cake, but I was feeding it to there was light left. I was like, hell, let me go. I just went ahead.
You went and got on, didn't you?
I was like, God, what? It had some kind of cinnamon flavor. Like it was vanilla, but it had some kind of cinnamon flavver to it. I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah, I eased on over and got my own piece.
Sounds like a little snickerdoodle action or something.
That's exactly what it was. That's unbelievable. That's exactly what they told me it was. This guy knows his cake.
Knows his cakes.
Great description right there, Clint. Teamwork.
There he is. That's why they didn't. Listen, the Texans knew what they were doing, putting him on that fan cake.
That's right.
This guy knows his
snickerdoodles,
This guy knows his damn cakes. Can't get anything past this guy.
Our cakes and the sweets are going to be fire.
Yeah, right. Coming up, we'll figure out why Tyler Milner has issues with Mr. Reddick and why he's shirtless with his wife. And the Rockets, their 9-game winning streak got snapped last night by the Denver Nuggets without Jokic. Was that just a hey, can't win them all, a tough loss to the Nuggets at home without Jokic, or a loss that has a concerning sign moving with it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's Josh Reddick, former Astros. How would you describe that? If I'd say former Astros what?
Fan favorite, I'd say.
Okay. All right, that's better than what I was going to say. So former Astros fan favorite, Josh Reddick.
Such a hater.
What? I was going to say former Astros player that the team was able to work around, Josh Reddick.
Win in spite.
Win in spite. Big Josh Reddick. Tell me if this is fair or foul. Tyler told me a story which ended with Josh Reddick half naked. So I and his wife.
Yep.
So I want you to tell the story.
Not Reddick's wife, my wife.
Your wife, yes, Megan. Shout out to Megan. Happy long belated birthday for you. But tell the people what happened. Is this fair or foul? You got a problem with Josh Reddick for his business, for he goes about doing his business with this?
I think that's fair, certainly. I don't know if I'd use the word I have a problem with Joshy, but I'm not a fan of how he went about his business here.
Let the people know. Let us.
So last month was my wife's birthday, and she was is a massive Josh Reddick fan. Big Astros fan, my wife, and Reddick is arguably her favorite player during this whole golden era run. So I decided to.
That's a damn shame, by the way, Megan. You're better than that. I mean, there's so many to pick from. And it's Josh. I mean, he ain't that attractive. But go ahead.
She got his jersey and everything.
Oh, wasted that.
But no, big Reddick fan, my wife. And so for her birthday last month, I noticed that old Josh Reddick out there in Old Crosby, Texas, is doing a little cameo action for some money on the side. He's doing these cameo videos where he personalizes some sort of message for people, right?
Sounds like a Josh Reddick move.
Yeah. So I hired him to wish a happy birthday to my wife, her being such a big fan and all.
Oh, so he knew it was to your wife.
Yeah.
All right, that's nice.
Yeah, he knew off the jump it was for my wife, her birthday. This fool decided, and the message is great. The birthday message he gave my wife was great. But Josh decided it was a good idea in this cameo video to be strolling around with his shirt off. Just showing it all off, just right there. I mean, we're talking, right in the camera, got that camera flipped around to him for these videos, and I mean, his torso is bare. And my thing is, what the hell, bro?
Yeah,
that's for my wife. I told you it's for my wife, Josh. Is he attractive enough?
You think that's his thing? You think he goes shirtless on all his wishes? I mean, that's it. Put your damn shirt.
You want to hear the message?
I think Tyler led that horse to water.
What do you mean?
You have a copy. Let me hear it. You have the message. Let's hear it.
I got it for you. And
so this whole thing is a shirtless Josh Reddick giving this message.
Can you see both nipples?
I'll have to look.
Does he have the? Can you see maybe the V that he has going down to?
No, he didn't go that low.
Shorts.
He didn't go that low.
If he went that low, now
it was pretty low overall what he did. But this is what it sounded like.
Hey there, Megan. Josh Reddick here. From what I hear, your favorite player. So I want to say thank you for that. We won't even talk about Tyler's favorite player, even though he is a Hall of Famer. So I really can't blame him for that. So I want to say thank you for being a fan. Thank you to both of you for the support for the Astros, past, present, and in the future. Happy 35th birthday, Megan. Like I said, this is from Tyler. So I just wanted to wish you the best of birthdays, and I hope it's the best one yet. Woo! Go Stros.
Sound like he just woke up with that woo at the end. Yeah, it was from me, Josh. So you hammered it home as you're standing there with your nips out, your traps bulging through the screen. Glenn, like, what are you doing?
Glenn, that's a hell of a move.
Even talk some trash on me.
To send that with your shirt off.
We're not going to talk about your husband's favorite player.
Did you request it shirtless?
Did you?
Hell no.
Did you request it?
No.
You tell us the truth.
I told him that my wife's favorite was Craig Biggio, and I made a joke like, sorry, Josh, Biggio's my favorite. But hell no, I didn't tell this fool what to wear, let alone not to wear anything.
So you probably pissed him off with a little Biggio, ha ha ha.
And so he went out there and said,
okay,
I'm going to show it is.
I mean, what? He said himself he's a Hall of Famer.
I got better nipples than the little dime sizes you're throwing out there.
And I'm going to do this with the shirt off.
It was sure as hell a lot less hairy.
Does he have an OnlyFans?
I mean,
if the way his mind's rolling.
I mean, the money they're making, I thought about it.
And with the way his mind is rolling, I'm going to do this thing shirtless.
I mean, just be professional, man. Just,
Oh, get the hell out of here. Like that bothered you.
I spent my hard-earned money on this. I'm not paying for Chippendales to wish her a happy birthday.
You probably got laid that night because of Josh.
I would have got laid no matter what that night, but that's besides the point.
Hey, I didn't know Josh was such a look-at-me guy.
I didn't know he had that in him either.
Y'all know that golf tournament?
I did. That's why I have a feeling, my personal feelings on
it. You may have to Google this, T. But that golf tournament I played in the other day, he was one of the guys, one of the celebrity golfers that was out there.
Should have hit him in the knees.
My man's got it's either a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. That's got a big spider on the side of it. I don't know if he's a Spider-Man fan.
Big Spider-Man fan.
It's got his name, bro.
How do you know that?
It's got his name written on the side of the car.
Because he used to make.
Really? He lets everybody. It says Reddick.
It says I think it says Josh. I think it's his full name.
Was it
I
Josh
think
Reddick?
It's down by the curb.
World Series champion.
I think it just says Josh Reddick. I saw that on his car.
He's a huge Spider-Man guy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, Spider-Man, Ferrari, Lambo, cool.
You chose to drive.
You got to put your name on it, man.
I need to keep an eye out for that around Old Crosby.
Text line coming through. Tyler, did he make his pecs bounce at the end?
I don't know. I'll post the video on Twitter here in a second. Y'all can take it in for yourselves.
That would be a bit much. Hey man, wish my wife's favorite player.
I'm gonna pay you to wish my wife a happy birthday,
man. And then I'm coming out.
You're coming out.
Should put on a nice polo.
I think you put him up to that.
I swear to you, I had no request of any sort regarding any attire for this man.
I think Tyler's a stand-up guy, but I can see how you get to that point. Just because I just don't know how that comes to a man that says, you know what? Like, you think he did it at first? In my mind, I'm thinking he did it at first and said,
I think he just woke up.
This ain't it. No, let me come on out this shirt.
Let me come out of this shirt.
I think he woke up and saw a request.
Is it oiled? Is he oiled up?
It doesn't look shiny and oiled, no.
How did Megan feel about it?
Oh, she loved it. Oh, yeah. One of the best birthday gifts I've ever gotten her.
I think you probably sent a pineapple emoji at the end of your in your exchange with him.
Red mulch.
And by the way, Josh, if you're a fan of red mulch
and pineapple,
have that at
emoji.
No.
Hey, wink, wink. My wife's is your biggest fan. You think you can throw a little baby oil on?
Oh, really grinded my gears, man. You don't record a shirtless video for another man's wife on her birthday.
That threw me off. When you told me, I said, well, hold on, what?
So are you not a Reddick fan anymore?
I don't know.
You know what? To combining what you talked about, what he showed up in vehicle-wise, and listening to him on that, he does have a little bit of the look at me. Look at me like
man. It's a little bit more of showmanship than is it the right word? It's just like
it's probably fair.
It's a little bit more than I thought with Reddick. I didn't see the Ferrari with your name on it. Spider-Man, if you're a big Spider-Man, cool, that's whatever. I just like
the name
literally
does take it to a different level.
I'm talking about literally block letters on the side of the rig, man.
That's me. It's me. It's my ride.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, so maybe is he getting into wrestling? Because it strikes me as he really strikes me as a like that's the end game is wrestling or something.
Can you play it again? He said something at the front that was really.
We're not going to talk about who your favorite player is.
Hey there, Megan. Josh Reddick here. From what I hear, your favorite player. So I want to say thank you for that. We wouldn't even talk about Tyler's favorite player, even though he is a Hall of Famer. So I really can't blame him for that. So I want to say thank you for being a fan.
Hey, Megan. This is Josh Reddick. From what I hear, your favorite player.
Shouldn't have told him. Shouldn't have freaking told him.
Where's Josh originally from?
Maybe one of the Carolinas?
A little accent there. Try to figure out where Josh Reddick is originally from.
Not sure. No, he's got the Crosby now, though.
Well, damn, T, won't you just give everybody his address?
I had La Crosse, Wisconsin on there.
There's one house in Crosby that a former major leaguer would live in. So
you know where it's at.
Yeah.
All right, Rockets. Was it just a loss or something concerning down the line? We'll discuss that next.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Payne and Pendergast.
When it comes to the Texans and trying to
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey there, Megan. Josh Reddick here. From what I hear, your favorite player, so I want to say thank you for that.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Okay, everything Josh said in the message was fine. It's just not cool that he did it shirtless.
Right?
I tried. I've been.
The real thing here is, like, what did Megan think?
She loved it.
Well, you did a good job, man.
I don't want to do a good job if it involves another man without a shirt putting a smile on my wife's face.
I mean, he just teed her up for you.
I don't like that
phraseology. What he was thinking? You think that's what he was thinking?
I mean, I don't know if that's what he's thinking, but it's just, I like to at least.
You think,
at least for Tyler's sake, I'd like to think that's the only option here.
You think he is? You think Josh has that type of awareness of, like, yo, I'm her favorite player, probably because of the visual and not really what I do.
You probably understand there's a combo of there's a combo of things. It's not all baseball.
Not all baseball. So he said, I'm gonna go ahead and ham that thing up.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Megan.
Here you go, Tyler.
35.
Thank
Get
me
ready.
later, bub.
It could be more. 36 is what he said.
Wonder if Josh's wife knows he's recording these shirtless messages for strange women around Houston.
What are you gonna do? Tell her?
Maybe she needs to know.
It is interesting. What did that cost you? Do you mind telling?
No, I can't remember. It wasn't too much. It was.
I mean, those things are.
It's less than a Benjamin.
Yeah. So how many of those does a guy like Josh Reddick have to do to make it make sense?
Right. To be able to get them block letters on that car.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, is it just a way to stay in touch with your fans?
You think Josh's numbers?
I mean, the city of Houston, the Astros fans really, really love Josh Reddick.
I don't doubt that Astros fans love him.
You think they call his number a lot, though, to do
like in order for Tyler Milner. Let's say that. Well, you maroon money. Let's just say money's not an issue. You're driving around in a Spider-Man Lambo. Like, what? In order for you to do something and take time out of your day and send somebody videos like that, like what do you have to, like, let's say in a week, like how much do you need to make in that week for it to be like, all right, this is worth my time?
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's all got to just be a fun way to stay connected for a little bit of supplemental income.
A lot of time.
Yes.
Nothing to do with it?
That's what I think. Huh. Yes.
Now, I always wonder how much those guys can make with it.
He's doing something. That wasn't his first rodeo. He's done that one multiple times.
I mean, I guess if you can roll out of bed and before you ever take a shower, just say, "Hey, Meg, heard I'm your favorite player, babe."
Yeah, throw in your damn Astros jersey.
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess if you can roll out and throw and do 2 or 3 of those and make you $300, $400, $500, I guess. Yeah, why the hell not?
Woo! All right, the Rockets. They are, and you're going to the game tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah.
I am. I'll be at Toyota tomorrow.
Yeah, Toyota tomorrow. But the Rockets had their 9-game winning streak snapped last night against the Nuggets, and it was a Nikola Jokic-less Nuggets last night, and they lose 110, 111, something like that. They lose that game, but they're coming off a 9-game win streak. And as I said to folks, and I see some people who are commenting not only on Josh Reddick but also on the Rockets, is, hey, that just a loss, or is there any concern? Is that a sign for you losing to the Nuggets like they did last night without Jokic?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not a concern for me, but I mean, as there's no doubt about it. Look, the 9-game stretch where you played a bunch of teams sub 500, that was impressive ball. It was an impressive run, yeah. Right? But ultimately, what this thing's going to boil down to is there's about 4 or 5 teams in all of basketball that can impact you sliding up and down, and whether you have a home series or in the playoffs or not. And the Nuggets are one of them. And so, yeah, you let one get away at home with no Jokic. That's a game that you'd like to win, knowing that down the stretch, particularly the last 5 games of the season, are all against teams that are in that run right there. It's going to that's where the seeding is going to be decided in the last 5 games of the season. You got Denver again one more time, I believe, but you let one get away from you. You let one slip by because that would have won the series. That would have helped you right now. Again, maybe building a little bit more cushion on Denver.
They remain in the 2 spot, but now just a game.
So yeah, I mean, look, it's a missed opportunity. I don't think it's a major and down the stretch. You're going to have about 6 to 8 games that are going to be quote-unquote opportunities, and you're going to need to handle business in order to stay up there and not play on the road in the first round.
Yeah. Someone texted in, why is it always a concern or a sign they lost down the stretch? Okay, one got away, play harder the next game. Well, listen, the facts of it is they are coming off of a 9-game winning streak that's really helped them jump up in the standings. As Clint said, every last one of those teams are below 500. Maybe the Suns or the Magic, maybe the best out of the bunch of the teams they played. It's just not a good run. And then the part to me that jumps to where there could be a concern or a sign, their last 10 games, like we do remember like that stretch where they went off and they beat the Cavs and they beat the Celtics. They beat the Cavs, I believe, multiple times. They got the Thunder. They beat all those good teams. Well, the last 10 games they played against teams that are above 500, they're 2-8. Like they're 2-8. And look, I'm mad at myself because Clint, I keep flipping up and down on my expectations on this team. At some points I'll get to it and I'm like, all right, nope. They're a young team, damn it. They're young. I should have just, hey, they're out of the play and that type of. And sometimes you'll see them have that stretch like they had against Cleveland and Boston and OKC, or have a 9-game stretch, and then I look at them and I just have more expectations, and maybe they're too big, but I got more expectations that they beat the Nuggets, especially without Jokic at home. But I feel like at times that I am not being consistent with the expectations I have because I get lured in by their play.
Yeah.
I get lured in by their play. And, like, what my mind wants to say is you're the 2nd seed. You have been a top 4 seed virtually all year long. Like, for you to make a run, you gotta be able to take care of the Nuggets without Jokic. For you to make a run, like DeAndre Jordan, who I'm certain was at A&M prior to Tyler even getting there. That's how long he's been playing. Can't be the primary defender to, like, and I'm not saying that Şengün played bad. I think he had triple-double, 17, 14, and 10, but that's one where you're like, our all-star centers should go ahead and dominate DeAndre Jordan and guys like that. So that's just my thing is they're going to the playoffs, and yes, they have taken care of business against the teams they're supposed to take care of business, but their last 10 games, they are 2-8 against teams above 500. That's why I posed the question, was last night just is this a concerning sign? Because they have not played well against winning teams here.
Well, I think that's just a matter of what we've said all along. I mean, I think down the stretch, late in the season, definitely in the playoffs, in the fourth quarter, more so than the first half, teams are going to tighten down. They're going to tighten down, and it's going to be a different ball game. And we'll see if they can continue to figure out what their offensive identity is going to be. Look, when Jalen Green's shooting it well, that's the piece that makes everything else go around. Because then
for 22 last night.
Yeah, I mean when he's shooting it well, then you got a real shot. And so otherwise, it looks like they're running 2 or 3 different offenses, and it depends on what kind of night it is. So I don't know exactly what they're going to do either on the offensive end of the floor. But they're young, they're inexperienced. We'll see how that plays in the playoffs. I know the defense travels.
Yeah.
The depth travels. and we'll see if that's enough to be competitive in a playoff series.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But yeah, if this was just like a one-off and bam, but like you go waltz that schedule here of late to go look at what it's looked like, right? They took an L against teams like the Knicks. They took an L against held the Kings at home. They took an L against a lot of these teams that are above 500. And that's what they're going to have to run into here. They're like when they get in the postseason, that's what they're going to run into. Like they're good. They're not dropping to. There was a question there when they were struggling a little bit out of the gates from the second half. If they fool around, might flirt and fall out to the play. And that's not. They're there. It's now the games they have left against better teams. You want to see them to start get some of those.
But what you just said is like I love the fact that they had a lull in the schedule. They handled their business.
They handled it.
And what they did was, to your point, solidified a seed, not a play-in, right? And that's a lot. There's a lot to be said. I know it wasn't great basketball teams, but 9 games, a 9-game run is impressive, especially when the expectations are that you play that way. They met or exceeded expectations. That's a big plus. Now let's see what they do down the stretch against the teams that actually will impact the seeding in that 1 through what I guess it'd be 2 through 6, right?
Yeah, the 2 through 6. Yeah.
2 through 6 is the number. Let's see if they can stay on the top end of that and get a home series.
Yeah. Tyler, I know they should take care of business against the Hawks tomorrow at home, right? They should.
Oh yeah. Mark down's a dub.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, take care of the Hawks.
Trae Young and his weird ass hair.
I just, man.
I don't know if he's got a whole lot of control over that hair, does he?
No, he doesn't, man.
That was a low blow.
But it's still, man. It's
go from Josh's nipples to
ever since he was in Norman. Well, it hurt people, hurt others. Ever since he was in Norman, like it's just like, man, what's happening there?
Get rid of it, man.
I think he has some real concerns on what that looks like.
But he's got weird nipple hair.
What does get rid of it look like? What's that look like? Ooh, he gets run up and down the court. Like when the sweat hits and it starts to lay.
Looks like it starts melting off of it.
That's when it gets rough. Coming up, Lance McCullers got out there against live batters again. Joe Espada will let us know the latest of that. Get ready. This looks like close to potentially a starting lineup here. Some guys in and out, but they get ready to take on the Space Cowboys tonight. We'll give you the latest on that. Some moves, and including local move here in college basketball as Texas hires a new coach. We'll discuss all of that coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. That's next.
DC to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Fellas, good to be here.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, has the latest. And the latest for you, it is 5 o'clock fire and Lance McCullers. Big Lance.
He's coming.
Back on the bump again against live batters in game scenarios. Lance McCullers threw an inning and 2/3, 33 pitches in his outing in a minor league game today in Florida. The captain, Joe Espada, said it went well, and McCullers would make his next start over the weekend in AAA Sugarland. So, listen, I know you, as you yelled that out, Clint, he's coming. He is moving through this, right? We're starting spring training games, getting one inning in. We watched that, and it looked pretty good. Touched 93 in that game. Now we're stretching him out even more. Like he seems to be now on track to what guys like Hunter Brown and Framber and Spencer Getty and Ronel Blanco, who's pitching tonight, by the way. We'll get to that in a bit. But he seems to be on the track of what those spring training, and he is moving through this. It seems to be they seem to be treating him like a pitcher just starting up here, and he is moving through this thing. Next time he gets out, wonder if this time was 33 pitches, which was a little more from the 12 he threw the first time out. In a spring training game, do they stretch more? This, it almost looks like, Clint, that he may be even positioning himself to be able to get on the field with the big league club if there's a spot for him earlier than maybe we even thought it could be, if we're looking at it right now, the track that it seems like he's on.
Yeah, look, I mean, it looks like, assuming that he's coming out on the back end of this thing and there's no arm issues, there's no soreness, there's no tweaks, there's no nothing, hell yeah, he's trending in the right direction. And I just was reading something there where Chandler Rome said he pitched on a 6-day schedule, which leads you to believe that there's obviously some kind of method to the madness here. And he'll throw again in the future in Sugarland, and we'll see if he can get to the bigs. I think it's just a matter of staying healthy at this point. He's there.
Yeah, and like it. I'm not saying they're not worried about health. It seems like this is more along the build up, their arm strength. Like not as much as, all right, man, we're taking. Like I said, I am certain they are obviously taking his health into account here. This is a guy who's not pitched for multiple years, but it's less, all right, is he okay, and more, let's get his arm strength up to where it needs to be a starter.
Yeah, I hadn't seen any details on that other than the inning and 2/3 and 33 pitches. So I'm anxious to see
how that looked.
How it looked, what the pitch count, not the pitch count, but how they divvied up the pitches. Was he throwing everything?
Did he give up 4 home runs in that 33 pitches?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
it feels huge.
5 outs and 33 pitches. That's see that could get a little hairy. Let's see how that went.
I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. I didn't think we was gonna be getting an inning and 2/3, almost completing 2 innings with 33 pitches in any kind of game on March 24th from Lance. I thought we'd have been into the season when it comes to this. By the way, the Astros, as they're getting closer and closer, they are here at Daikin Park, and they're going to face the Space Cowboys. We just talked about that's the next spot that Lance is going to pitch in over the weekend. But here's the lineup tonight, Clinton, and it looks pretty close. There are some other spots here and there that I think obviously will look different. But Jose Altuve in left field leading off. Paredes at third base. Jordan is the DH. Diaz, the catcher, batting cleanup. Jeremy Pena behind him. Cam Smith is in right field tonight. Zach DeZenzo at first base. Brandon Rogers, a guy that's going to see action, is at second with Jake Center batting ninth and Ronel Blanco getting the ball tonight. So outside of obviously at first base and second base, this looks like this might be close to the lineup we may be seeing most days for the Astros.
Yeah, and look, as an Astros fan, I'm looking forward to watching just because you've got a lot of unknown. I mean, look, the Isak Paredes. I mean, I know he's a proven player, and this isn't some kind of project or something. I get that, but I just haven't watched Isak Paredes night in, night out. So seeing him in that 2-hole, seeing him in that lineup, in the top of this lineup, is going to be fun to kind of watch how it unfolds. Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena, we've talked multiple times about, like, if anybody on this team can take the next step and continue trending in the right direction, it's Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, and Jake Myers to some degree, some more than others. But those three guys, I think you're looking out for that. And then you mentioned Cam Smith being in right field. I mean, this thing over the next couple of days is can Cam Smith be a guy that legitimately is on the opening day roster? I think it's becoming more and more reality the more we see it.
And it looks like, and obviously as you're looking at this lineup, maybe he'd be a little bit further down, but to potentially have him in this 7th spot in the lineup, like that if he continues to do anything like he was doing in spring training, that does seem like to strengthen that lineup. By the way, Isak Paredes, you are in the glory position right now. That's the position in the lineup with Altuve in front of you, and you're going to see pitches. You're going to see pitches. You're probably going to have him on base in front of you. Like that is the position to want to be in if you're not one of them top 2 guys in the line.
Go Stros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, college basketball, as we know, the Sweet 16 is decided, but now we're starting to see some teams who have been eliminated, and not only are we seeing players roll to the transfer portal, we are starting to see new teams get new coaches. And the University of Texas is one of the latest schools, and they go get Xavier Sean Miller. He agrees to be Texas's next coach. By the way, Sean Miller's Xavier Musketeers, they're the team that knocked Texas out in the first 4.
Well done.
Yeah, he went ahead, knocked them out, went ahead, executed Rodney Terry's job up out of there, and then got him paid. And Tyler, I know your feelings towards the University of Texas. I think this is a great hire for them. Yeah. Sean Miller, who was at Arizona first, and Sean Miller had kind of the same issues that Will Wade is having, who just got a job at NC State, same issues that Bruce Pearl had, who had to sit down for a little bit, and now at Tennessee, and now is got the number 1 overall seed in Auburn going, and now he's at Texas. And when he was at Arizona, he had Arizona rolling. They went to Final Fours. They did their thing, and he could be a great hire for Texas. Got one of the best coaches in college basketball.
Well, you got to think so. These guys were great at NIL before NIL was legal.
Yes, and now they get to be.
And now they've been at it for a while. They've got a lot of experience. The guys you mentioned, Bruce Pearl, Will Wade, now Sean Miller. I mean, these guys were doing it via the shoe deal. I think back in the day when they got popped the first time. But obviously great coaches, and now they can pay them, and now they can go to these smaller schools and get these boosters to push up a lot more money than they typically would because of who the coach is, and then here they are right back on the scene in the Power 4 department.
I would expect that they have this thing, and Chris Beard was probably going to do a really good job there before he got in trouble.
Yep.
As we see, he's got Ole Miss in the Sweet 16 right now. But I think Sean Miller has a chance to get this program back to where it was when Rick Barnes was there. And they got to a Final Four in, I believe, 2003. I know they did, and they were a team that got players like, Kevin Durant, obviously, and DJ Augustine, and they were I would say at least right there with Kansas as maybe the second best team in the Big 12. I'd imagine they potentially get back up to that level. Iowa hires Ben McCollum. He was at Drake Clint 1 year, 31-4, 1 year, bam. Out of there. That dude 2 years ago was the head coach at Northwest Missouri State. Place I got caught with a fake ID.
You're getting caught with fake IDs, and he's up there climbing the coach. charged you too.
So stupid.
What'd you do? Was it a white guy's ID?
No. It was me.
Tyler, you didn't like that, Tyler? You think it was funny?
No, man.
It wasn't the white Ron Hughley?
They had
Sir, this is not you.
This is not. They had one of them stops right there where they was because I went to the school that was about 25, 30 miles ahead, and they got you right on that interstate, right when you about to get on the highway leaving. They had a little party night. We went out there. They got you right out there. You got on the interstate, and they just stopping everybody, just making sure people ain't drunk. And the guy, I wasn't driving. I was in a passenger seat. Got pulled over, but he had the flashlight and said, "Can I see your ID?"
Said, "Oh, damn!"
I had the fake directly behind my real one.
And he saw you when you took
it. And I pulled it out and handed it to him, and he still had the lights in there on it. And he just saw that other, and it was.
Hey, why don't you hand me that other ID?
I had it in a full one, right? And you could just see it. And then he said, "Yeah, you want to hand me that second one too?"
Cheeks clenched pretty tough right there.
And I thought I was going. They had a paddy wagon. They was putting people in them. Damn.
Right.
He just gave me a ticket.
Not you, huh?
I just gave me a ticket. Took all them. Took that ID from me.
What'd Teresa say about it?
That got intercepted, baby.
That never got back to Mama.
Huh? Get to her, man. Oh, the way she know about that thing is she's listening to this right now. Yeah, that address got to my dorm address, baby. That's for that. Good for him. Got him a new gig out there.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
5 o'clock fire.
God, I was so mad at myself for that thing. Boy, I mean, because I was a little drunk. And I never put it back. In fact, they're always hide it in the back. God, I can't believe I did that. All right, today, a big day in Miami as Cam Ward had his pro day. And obviously, you wouldn't be surprised, Clint and Tyler, that Cam Ward had a good day. Had a good day, threw some dimes. There's some tape and some things that people are showing. And he is expected to be the first overall pick in next month's draft. And I guess my thought to you as somebody who obviously watches quarterback play and watches quarterbacks in a much different light than we do, do you get the sense for you, Clint, that Cam Ward is a legit top number one, top 3, top 5 type of a pick, or is it maybe just this year? Do you put him up there in normal years with what he brings to the table as a guy that would be like a top 5 level quarterback?
Yeah, no. Look, I think he's a top 10 pick in the NFL draft on any given year. I think he's. I mean, obviously there's some. I think it'd have been difficult for him to jump Caleb Williams. I think he'd have been right there in the mix with Bryce and CJ. But I mean, this when it comes to there's two things that he's got going for him in this new day and age: the physical ability to just throw the ball on platform and to generate as much power as you possibly can. That is going to turn heads in today's scouting arena, and he's got all of that. And then number 2, I think this one is more real than necessarily just being uber talented. Everywhere that kid's gone, he's left that university in a much better place than when he stepped on the field, when he stepped inside that program. And he's done it damn near immediately, right? He went to Incarnate Word, did big things there. Went to Washington State, did big things there. Went to Miami, did big things there. And now here he is. I legit think the talent and the resume of taking over, the ability to take over an organization. And when I say take over, I mean just the locker room, going in there, adapting, leading, being that dude, that natural, genuine, sincere, authentic leader. And I don't know the kid. I'm just going to assume that that's who he is given his track record. And when you have those two things are real. There's no, there's guys that can have better tape maybe and maybe have a better highlight reel. But when it comes to just sheer getting on the field and throwing the football, it's going to be hard to look better than him in sweats.
I just say that because, most likely quarterbacks are going to go in the top 5, and he'll most likely going to go 1. But sometimes it is just the pure teams in that position and such
I think he's legit.
aggressive. Like for me, I don't look at Jackson Dart and think Jackson Dart generally every year would be a top 10 quarterback.
No, I don't think he will be anyway. But I don't think he. I agree with your point.
I mean, like that. That's what
I think Shedeur could have a hard time if there was anybody other than Cam. I think when you look at, because you get into Shedeur Sanders, you get into the Shuck kid. I think they're really good players. They're technically really sound. They've played a lot of football. They can make all the throws. You know, you got to really deep dive into what separates those guys. They don't have the same just flat out wicked ability that Cam has. Those other guys could bunch up really quickly. But in this draft, I think there's a chance. I think Shedeur goes top 10, and I don't know if Dart does or not, but we'll see.
All right, coming up. Do you think offensively the Texans have a speed problem? Do you think they have an issue with speed on the field? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
Payne and Pendergast.
Over the course of the next couple of days, we're going to find out if indeed the improbable happens. Cam Smith making the opening day roster. I don't know what I would have handicapped it at.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, someone texted in, Irwin, I'd have gotten you out of that ID ticket, Joe. You have to willingly offer it as a primary ID to get in trouble. No.
Irwin's good people.
I had my ass. Damn. I had my ass in 2003. I'm going to tell you this, Irwin. There was no thought in my mind to roll through to let him know, hey, I got to willingly offer this thing to you. I thought I'd just...
Is that my boy Ron?
How can we get up out of this?
Yeah, here, man, take it all. Shred it, man. Just let me get the hell out of here.
What you?
How quick can I get back on the road?
What you get? And that was it. But I'm not saying what you saying don't make sense. I'm just saying when that man said, let me see that other ID you got as well. I think I did it what every man would do in that situation. I said, huh?
What's that, sir?
Huh? That one right there. Thought about it for a second. I said, well, I've got right here. I'm done. All right, I said this on the other side, Clint. Do you we've seen the Texans do a whole lot of stuff with the offensive line. Hell, we've seen them do some stuff in the secondary. We've seen them do some stuff at the receiver position. But do you get the sense and feel that this team, especially offensively, lacks speed, lacks enough playmaking ability from a speed perspective?
They absolutely lack speed. They absolutely lack explosiveness. They lack twitch. The skill positions on the offensive side, understand tight ends, wide receivers, running backs, and you can include the quarterback in there. We're talking about anybody that can carry the rock, right? You look across the board, and it's not just a problem; it's a severe lack of speed. There's Dalton Schultz brings twitch, explosion, ability to separate. It ain't there. It's not Nico Collins' strongest suit. I mean, he is obviously an A player. He's obviously your number one wide receiver. He can make plays in all facets. But when you look at how Nico typically makes his hay, it's getting the ball caught when he's open and then being difficult to tackle and running away from folks. It's not creating a ton of separation immediately. You can argue Christian Kirk's got a little bit of it, assuming he's still got that coming off a collarbone injury. I would imagine he's still got a little shiftiness there. But other than that, you just don't have it. And so, look, that's why I think it's absolutely paramount that they find in this draft, whenever they decide to go wide receiver, they absolutely have to find a speed guy. They have to find a guy that can blow the top off the coverage immediately. You got to find a guy that can create some space for Nico Collins. You got to find a guy that can at least make the safeties check up and not just come down and try to smother your inside receivers and try to smother your run game. You got to have somebody that can check the coverage. And right now they just don't have that guy, with the exception of Nico Collins. We saw teams do late last year to take Nico out of it and end up dedicating a couple of defenders to him, and it's game over.
And even with Nico is, I would say, obviously the biggest downfield playmaker, but he is also one that it isn't he's screaming wide open immediately type, or he is able to create his separation immediately, and it takes a little bit more time for him to get up to the speed. Now he's got speed where he gets. We've seen it multiple times. Buffalo. Ironically, the play he got injured on with his hamstring, but the Colts game, we've seen him get behind the defense. And obviously his big plays that he can make once he catches it for screens and stuff because he's difficult to tackle. But it's not the way that Tank at times can just get behind people. And that element to me is a problem. Do you think and I heard you said all that, because some offenses, all right, there's an argument that Brady and the Patriots never had some of that.
Yep.
There's an argument that the Chiefs, when they won the Super Bowl last year, 2 years ago, didn't have really that big element. Do you think, though, it is something that is an element so much so that it's a problem, that it will be a problem?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like you mentioned, like if Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady walks through the door, then we are all right. If Andy Reid walks through the door, then we can talk about it. I think it's a legit problem for the Texans. I think it's something that defenses are going to take advantage of. I feel comfortable that it can be addressed in the draft. I would like to see it addressed on two fronts in the draft. I would like to see it addressed at the wide receiver position and the backup running back position. There is plenty of scat back type of running backs in this draft.
That's a good spot. The running back and the tight end spots, and I know they have Brevin Jordan. I see some people testing in. That's why we really missed Brevin Jordan last year. But the running back spot and the tight end spot, those are places also that you can find that. There's not a toss play, and I love Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, but the odds that a toss play or a stretch play is going to result into, bam, he just went for 60 or 50 is probably not high with these guys, and that's another place where it can happen.
Well, you look at the screen game, which was good, which was good at times last year when Joe Mixon got involved. But Joe Mixon will go get you 20, right? We're talking about one of those little scat backs that can catch, and if you catch a crease, he's going to be hard to catch. We're talking about a wide receiver that if the safety gets his eyes in the backfield on any kind of play action and stutters his feet at all, this guy's going to run by you. He might not be a route running specialist. He may not be. A guy that's going to go in there and run the route tree his rookie year and be the best route runner out there, like let's say a Tank Dell does. Like Tank Dell wins and separates with twitch. I think they need a speed guy that can absolutely just blow the top off of it, and a second back that is more of a true weapon that's got in the twitch dynamic. They've got to find some explosiveness. They've got to find some speed. Their offensive skill is not fast enough. They're not explosive enough. They're not twitchy enough. And now when you get Tank back, then that changes a little bit, assuming that, good gosh, I mean, we're talking about a broken leg, a gunshot wound, and now a horrific knee injury.
Yeah.
Assuming
he changes a lot with his absence.
Yeah, but like Tank Dell is a great route runner that has a lot of twitch and suddenness in his way of running routes that creates a lot of separation. He's not necessarily a guy that's going to line up and you're going to be like, oh, hell, I just can't run with this guy. Oh, his speed scares me. His is more of like a technician in his routes, and I'm going to set you up to create 3 or 4 yards of separation, and then you beat, right? The change of direction. They got to find some of that, and right now the existing group just doesn't have near enough.
Yep. And people are texting in like, you got any examples of players around the league you're talking about? Someone texted in, Texans had a chance at Xavier Worthy last year, but didn't go there. That would be an example to me. And again, this doesn't have to be a great player. Like a guy that comes to mind to me, and you can see how it helps the offense so much, is like a Jamison Williams. Like his
either one of those guys.
His speed, like Williams and Xavier Worthy, they're not the best receivers on their team,
right?
But they open up so much. Like St. Brown and the tight end Sam Laporta, they really get to eat off of the fact that he just runs people, and it's a boy. That guy comes off the line for 2-3 steps, you're concerned.
Yes.
He goes in motion, and they just and again, like the Lions are a great case of it because they've got Gibbs, who is a threat like that anytime he touches it, he can go to the crib. They got, Jamison Williams, as we just mentioned. Like that's kind of something that's missing with the Texans right now. Is just they're just not enough guys that really, really scare you, as you said, suddenly.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I mean, Nico scares you, but not
Right. Whether it's a straight line track guy or it's the Luther Burden or the Golden or these kids that are running 4.3s, 4.4s, man. I mean, any of those guys, and whether they're great route runners and technicians or they track guys or they I just pulled up one here, and I'm talking more draft now than guys that are currently, but like Jaden Blue, the kid out of Texas. I mean, he went 4.3 at the combine. I mean, that's a running back. That's and I don't know where you get him. I'm looking at the NFL. I think had him in, I don't know, top 15 running backs. Like I don't think he's going to be a first-day guy, right? But that is a guy that you plug him in this offense. All of a sudden, this offense had a desperate need that at any point sub 4.4, sub 4.3, sub 4.4.
Like we watched, as Tyler knows, we were talking about it coming out of that one draft, and we watched the Dolphins and how they were able to utilize A-Chain and how
that's I was trying to think of him too from a couple years ago. Was that last year? A couple years ago. Yeah, and they've been able to use just in certain different ways, just getting the ball in his hands, and it freaks everybody out to think that there's a chance that he can go to the house. They just really lack that at times. Coming up, we're gonna try to make you look cash. T Mill's best bets. He had a 5 for 5, 2 5 for 5s last week on a Monday and a Friday. Try to make you some money, nearly 70% last week, and he was betting with the tournament. We'll get you to that as we continue right here on a beautiful Monday, right here live on The Drive. But before we get to
Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Justin Watson from KC, who's now the latest Texan, has rounds of 4-4. Like, listen, man, they got some guy. The Texans, I'm not talking about guys with sneaky speed.
Watson ain't scared nobody's seen her league.
There's been time I've watched every one of his games. There's sometimes he's gotten behind people, he's snuck past some people, but it's not like that's not what for me I'm talking about. Like when they added him, I didn't think to myself they have added a speed element that really is gonna kind of be a game changer for him. I don't think that. I think he's gonna be a solid player that's always gonna be in the right spot, and can at times sneak past you if you're thinking about too much other stuff. But I don't think he fits the element of what we're kind of talking about.
No, not for me. No, I mean, look, a good player, good depth player. If we're relying on him to change things offensively for CJ and Nico, well, we got Brady expectations on CJ Stroud.
Yeah. No, I think they will address this in the draft. I think we will see at least.
Got to bring some speed in, man. Got to, Ron. You're not going to, doesn't look like you're going to make any moves at tight end position. And there's a need at the wide receiver position. I think there's a need at the number 2 running back position. So
to pick that up.
And I think those can all be addressed in the draft. And I think there's still some free agents out there that that are could be possibilities at interior offensive line position. So we'll see.
More of that as soon as we get done. Texans All Access live right after us, 6 to 7 o'clock. Johnny Harris, Mark Vandermeer will hold it down for your roster inventory for the Texans, and they'll take a look around the AFC South. So, hell, they may be having a similar conversation that we're having. And then Area 45 is back as the NCAA tournament was going on. I'm certain Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and old Santiago, they got some takes locked up, boy.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
They got some that they've been holding back that they are ready to get going. So make sure you listen to the fellas as they are back 7 to 11 tonight, live and local, right after Texans All Access with Mark and John. So stay tuned for that. We'll make you some money here with Tyler Milner here in a second. And Tyler's got a big day tomorrow now. Tyler has been chosen, has been the man that they are putting, or as he said, bestowing this challenge, this responsibility.
So gracious.
At the fan council tomorrow. He is one of the media members that's going to be a part of this. He's going to have multiple visits and meetings this year where he is doing that, and many of you have sent in messages on what it is that some suggestions.
Keep them coming.
As Clint and I, we've suggested you go sit at the front row, get you a little yellow legal pad, write up, have things, some questions that you need to get down.
I like that.
Many people were texting in things about the beer prices. That's probably.
I'm not sure how much I can get done there, friends.
I don't know. Now I guess you can bring, Arthur Blank really dropped some things there in Atlanta, and it paid dividends. There, I don't know if that's the route you want to go, but
I think you should inquire, figure out how they get to the rates that they land at, because it is high.
I'll have them walk me through it.
Next line coming through. Yeah, here we go. Beer specials before noon in the stadium. Get the fans in their seats earlier.
Now, that's on to something, Tyler. Steal that idea and give it to them over there. And that's your number one suggestion.
See, this is why
beer specials at noon.
Pre-game
nooners. Call them nooners.
pregame concerts to get them in the seats. This really seems to be. I'm just reading
they've
these.
They've done that before. It didn't help much with getting people in the seats quicker.
I don't think concerts are getting folks up out of there. Now, the same thing that they're sitting out there doing for cheap. Yeah, I think you can get them in there.
Yeah,
I think you feed them, drink them at noon, or what? Kickoff's 12:15. You or 12. You
11:30.
You feed them, drink 11:30 to noon. Beers are half price.
Just from 11:30 to noon, beers are half price.
That's it. Once you come in the building, you can't get out, so you got them in there now.
I wonder if that'll do them for them because they're probably drinking beers already that's half priced off the half price. I'm not sure, but
it'll work once or twice. I don't know if it's going to work all year long, but
some people will get. You're right. Some people will get them.
Then again, them people that
yeah, they might. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get people there, right? And hey, it's only 30 minutes. That's ain't too long. Yeah. People are really like
that's your first, Tyler. That's your first proposal right there.
It is interesting.
Beer special.
I'm on it.
The amount of things that people are trying to get on this that leads to getting people in the stadium on time is a lot of the suggestions that are coming in.
Problem in itself.
Which is interesting as hell. That's like it's not been about the jerseys or except for Clint. Clint has a piping issue with the jersey.
Clear that up. Clear that up. Just to be clear,
piping around the numbers.
I don't have a piping issue. We're talking about
go to the men's clinic, man.
Well, we're talking about if I had one, I would. If I had
piping
that issue,
around the uniform.
The numbers. You can't. Those darker numbers. Those darker unis. You can't see the damn numbers. Put some neon piping around it so we can see the numbers.
Got to make sure your piping's, Brett.
Yeah, John McClain and Old Berman. I don't know how their piping is, but I'm just telling you,
piping around the uniform could really help.
Would really help them.
I feel like McClain's piping is just fine.
Do they do? How about that? Do they do?
Interesting.
That's another one to get in. Do they? We see it in baseball a lot. Like again, trying to get people in. Do they do giveaways? Like there's games all throughout the year where you can get you a T-shirt or you can get you like a.
I don't know.
You're talking about like the first however many fans in or whatever.
Yeah, like if you. Hey, the first
get you a Tyler Milner bobblehead.
First 15 gets in. Yeah, get you.
That'd be awesome.
Get you a Derek Stingley Jr. jersey. They're all going to be XL.
Get you one of these right here.
Get you something to.
Tyler Milner bobblehead right there.
Tyler Milner bobblehead right there.
First 500 fans get T-Mill bobblehead.
Maybe they go in a different.
Gates,
maybe the thought, the idea is good. Maybe they go a different person for that bobblehead.
Wow, dude. All right. Screw it.
Maybe
bad idea.
Maybe a Nick Cayley bobblehead.
He's got the prototype right there, man. It's already halfway done.
And maybe they could just use that and say it's Nick Cayley. There you go.
What, just because we're both couple pasty white fellas?
The sunglasses, I think you could sneak a lot of people back.
It's fair.
Sunglasses, get you a beard on there. It could be a Matt Burke bobblehead right there. That does look like Matt Burke a little bit right there. All right.
I want to say for the record, though, this prototype bobblehead, it was made during my heavier days. I've lost some pounds, so we'll adjust the bobbleheads we give away for that.
All right. That'll be tomorrow, man. Wednesday, I cannot wait to hear how this thing went. I need a play-by-play on what color were the panties. That's what I can't. I can't wait to hear that. All right, Tyler, let's make some money for the people as T-Mill gives his best bets. Again, Friday, 5 for 5, had a 68% week. That's big money if you follow T-Mill throughout the week. So what's
weeks like that give me a little southern blood flow.
There you go.
What's what's that? We believe you. What's what you got for the people to make money tonight?
Yeah, let's do it again this week. We'll have some March Madness back at it later on in the week, but for tonight, for Monday, got 5 NBA wagers for you. Here they are. As always, if you missed one, want to go back, look me up at Twitter, at @TMillRealDeal. I post my bets there every day as well. So here are your 5. First, I got the Pacers money line. I got it at -130. They're taking on the T-Wolves tonight. Then I got 2 overs for you. Celtics at Kings over 222.5 tonight. And Bucks at Suns over 223. And then 2 player props, as we always like to have at least 1 or 2 in there. Banchero, Magic They're taking on the Lakers. I got Banchero over